blinds have you got?
Huh?
How many blinds have you got? Yeah, 5. Be a quick day.
Could be.
Probably.
Can I stack down in bin? Am I allowed to stack it all or not? Quite interesting.
It's so big, huh?
Yeah.
You can like adjust it, you can put it up higher, back,
I like the ones with the arms on.
whatever you can measure on.
Yeah, there are some good ones over there.
I prefer the basic, you know,
Yeah.
cafeteria ones.
Sorry.
Stays in the big round of the bowl.
Is that my chips there, stacked? Is that me there, yeah? Nah, I've got more than that.
Morning everybody, welcome to day 2 of the Voyage. Today we crown the champion of this event.
I'm going with KH, less than a big, let's spin.
Ooh, what happened there? What happened there? Buy-ins today, there were 11.
For 5 bigs. Are they mad?
64 chip counts there, there were 75 sitting down.
Madness.
So chip counts there, they are Rob Duras, Ryan Houghton, Ryan's on our table actually, Jeff Duddy, Leo Worthington, Lee sees one to look out for as well. Stu Sefton, hoping for a good run, always in the chat box. Who else is there? Play Alex Montgomery sat down, Paul Maguire,
Lots of big names.
Callum
left in
Gordon
this.
still in. So all the chip counts are there, 64 plus 11 on starting stack of 100k, including Thomas Clack in seat number 5, who's coming for a flick.
See Harrison, Jack gets it started, opening ace 10 suited, 2.5x, raise and take, running through the feature for the first 2 hours. Ryan Houghton in 1, John Adelaide in 2, Jack Sharp 3, Stephen Coxon in 4, Tom Clack in 5, Chian Huang in 6, Luke Guest in 8, and Stuart Edison in the 9 seat. That's the table we got for the first session of the day. On a 30-minute clock, obviously blinds are racing up. Started the 20k level, but in 3.5 hours time it will be 100k, so gives you an idea.
So blinds 10,000, 20,000.
Should be open from right. button here.
Has anyone interested in playing today's high water catch-out satellite? Entries are currently being taken in the boardroom.
40k.
Start with 10,000 chips, get
Jack
your 1,000
should be defended. No, 8-6 of clubs into the bin. Didn't fancy it as Jack. Well, it does have him covered, but button versus big 8-6 of clubs there. Seems tight.
So 75 out of 336. Good numbers. Good numbers. Again.
All in. All in.
Good luck everybody who is playing day 2. John Adley sat at the same seat as he was yesterday. Ace 9. Thomas Clack's in with his... Oh, John Adley's taking it with an ace 9 against Thomas Clack, who's chance for a spin.
This is what we want as Tom. Good chance to double up when we buy him for 5 bigs.
Yeah, I bought in for 5 big blinds. I've got big blind invested. I've got Jack 4. There's 2 all-ins. Even though I'm on the big, it's still hard to call.
It is difficult to call.
He'll leave himself with 3 big blinds. Or is the value there? Yeah, it is. He says, Gal, these have got to be live, he says.
Yeah, he's going to like what he sees, Stephen. A couple of live cards.
Yeah. He's going to like what he sees. Spin, spin, spin. Somebody's going to be sat with 300k.
Skill game.
I thought it was for sure like just going.
Oh, John handle it. We've taken both out.
Take the nut there.
King 7-3 whiffs everybody.
So ace queen of Tom still out in front, fading 9s, jacks and 4s.
And now 6s.
So 9s, jacks, 4s, 6s. It will all go to Tom Clack.
And it's an 8. How clean is that for the ace queen? Tom Clack just making sure that everybody knows the 100k of ace queen is good. Up to 310 just like that. Stephen eliminated in seat number 4. Stephen Coxon out in the early stages. But Thomas Clack up to 15 bigs just like that. The carpet catcher, how are we doing? What's happening in your life? The old carpet catcher.
In a while.
It has. Hope you're well.
Seat open, feature 4.
Are we sticking with this all day? Yes, we are. We're sticking with this all day, Mark. Till we crown a champion of the Voyage. Whatever time that will be.
9:05
9:05
on stream.
Are you working at 6 minutes past, or is that it?
9:05 around there. Give or take a few seconds.
If it gets to 6 minutes past 9, I'll need somebody to help. No, this is a full day stream of the Voyage, and that's it.
Jack here, ace queen, facing EP. I think against 21, one we are happy to free bet call off here as Jack against this stack depth. Maybe if Stu opened off of 30 plus could do some more flatting, but I'd like to see Jack go for free bet here. And against a 20s big blind stack, don't need to go the full 3x, can just make this 2.5x here.
Raise only.
That is just going to go for the send, which I think is actually fine as well. Offer 29, just going for send with ace queen.
They're in again. Jack this time in seat 3. Stu Edison out of the way.
Black comes to the table in 7. Is that your mate, Tal? Is that Bobby Chew?
Marijuana. No.
No. Thought he was the one from Liverpool. Oh God, Chew looked like him.
Yeah, is that is it Liverpool Bobby? Is Liverpool John?
Maybe John. Maybe
Yeah,
John.
Bobby Huey's on outer tables, I think.
This is the man that nearly done me out of a grand final seat all them years ago. I'm sure it is.
Is it? Yeah, it's definitely Liverpool John, is that? Yeah, Chew. There's a lot of cash in Liverpool.
Raise
10
50,000.
straight into the action. Going to open. Delay on this Ross is 20 minutes. Trialled a 20-minute delay at the start of the year and seemed good, so we kept it throughout. Stuart Queen Jack of clubs. Going to make the call. Gar and Stuart first hand.
7-9 flop.
Snap check from Gar, open to Stuart with the ace high. Stuart does the same with the queen high, checks it back.
Ace for John in 7.
Check from Gar. Stuart going to take a stab on the ace 10. Drawing dead here.
Just to cement it, the ace of spades on the river.
Just in case. Easy check for Gar. Keep bluffs in of Stuart. He's the aggressor on the turn. Hope to try and pick off a bluff from him on the river. Gar actually played this very nicely. Check in turn. Continue checking inflow to the in-position player. Now over Stuart, who's sitting here with just queen high and may feel obliged to bluff at this, and looks like he's going to do exactly that, and never going to be working because our man Gar sitting with trip aces. There is the bet from Stu. It's 75k here. Gar never folding, does throw in the call, and Stuart says, "You're good." Perfect start for John Chu. Comes to the table, wins a big pot. Off he goes.
Once again, most of the restrictions, high down, satellite, to be used.
Race to 50,000.
Aces for Luke in C8, raises to 50 with the blinds at 20k.
No coolers, like. No coolers.
Didn't sleep well last night.
Oh,
Didn't sleep well last night.
didn't sleep well, no. After that cooler spot. No sleep after bad coolers, lad.
How much did you bang, mate? You know,
Any defend from the big? There should be. No,
Kings fucking aces.
there isn't.
Kings against aces.
Right, 6-7 defend, but not to be. Undergun raise is good enough.
I think you just fucking get rid of your food and fucking eat your food. Go away, carry on eating your food.
But then we're finishing well, Paul, so it took me 10 seconds, and it was on me to look at his card, and I just looked at two black eggs, I'm like, well, what the fuck do here?
Played that well all the way fucking from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Never
Another
played one
75
no
that started.
Yep.
We're already down to 63.
Where are they gone?
Where on earth have they disappeared to?
I'll let you be the old Grim Reaper today.
Thanks. So we lost Christian Popescu, KH, Lewis Jacobs, Andy Aspinall, Michael Howard, Stephen Coxon on our table, Paul Maguire's gone, Liam Weatherall, Tanat Fanzi Fassam,
If you are saying
Chris Johnson's gone,
next time, don't take the medicine.
Gerard Williams, who was on our table yesterday, he's gone, Stephen Crane, Sebastian Crane's gone. And that is where we're up to.
Pocket fives for John. Putting in with 5 bigs. Ryan calls off to the races.
Speaker? No, no, it's not. You're just not folding.
Yeah. Needed to hold to start the spin.
Indeed.
It's a good start.
It is. They're holding at the minute. Not anymore. Ryan with the King of Hearts on the turn.
Another 5 for John on the river.
Sends John Adderley to the rail, as well as Bobby Huey.
Seat
It's not
open,
Bobby. I
feature
thought it was
1,
Bobby. It's Chun Choi.
feature
I thought
2.
it was Bobby. It's not. Apologies. Chun Choi. And John Adderley busting out. Means we're down to 61. Just like that. There are so many good Scottish players that they don't travel. Why is that? There's just a lot on.
Is it on the grove now?
It's a long way as well.
There's plenty on, and I will quickly just show you April's while the hand is in progress. They've got a 25.50 in Glasgow this week.
That is true.
So 888 Manchester, 25.50 Glasgow. You got 50k guarantee, 250 binds, exactly the same bind as the Voyager. You never know if they bust that, they might come down to Manchester, but saving on the X's, staying local, keeping it nice and cheap for the X's are quite big these days.
I know it is.
Regarding
Wherever you go, to be fair to
yeah, regarding hotels, regarding travel, petrol's going up again. You know, it's X's are a big thing in poker. and there's a big 25-50 in Glasgow. So there'll be plenty staying up there. But yes, they have a fantastic poker fraternity up there, and there's some really, really good players.
What's going on here?
Yeah, I think he's asleep. I actually thought he was asleep then, Luke.
Is he supposed to be somewhere? Is he supposed to be at work? Has he got a big project today that he's supposed to be at? What's going on, Tower? Is he
He's asleep.
incognito?
That's it, he's got to be somewhere, because they're in with Ace Jack.
10-9 suited for Stu for 7 BBs, Tower. I think this is going to be a call. I think the computers would tell us to call this spot. Blind on blind, 10-9 suited. Only got 7 BBs, just sub 8. Because Luke should shove 10-8 suited, 9-8 suited, 9-7 suited. All is like ace 8 through ace deuce, which we've got a nice healthy 45% against. Just going to let it go. Who's behind against the ace jack?
Mehmet,
I was moving Monday.
there's another month yet.
I go out May. First Monday in May I'll be there, I believe. It is May the 6th I land at Lacanica,
Something like that.
something like that.
You got your golf trip, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yep.
And that's where all the money's going to be lost.
Yeah.
And then he's going to try and get it back on May the 6th.
Be pedaloing it over the Mediterranean after all the money I do on the golf trip. What, is there a series on there at the moment, Mehmet? I'm going for the MPF, the Mediterranean, no, MPP, Mediterranean Poker Party. I don't know if anything's going on in Cyprus at the moment.
Thomas Clacker's trebled his stack from the start. Chen raises. Johnny Chew looks down at ace 4.
It's not the air, is it?
Better than Ryan's sale.
Oh, are you? No, you do look like him. Yeah, you do look like him a bit, don't you?
Ready to take for Chien.
He went hunting you down on Monday, a month early.
I want to join the public one day.
3.
Got 3 on what you're
So we're on 61. After losing John Adderley.
No decorating yet, Tim. Especially not with that. Be no Arsenal wallpaper. Actually, I did decorate it with Arsenal wallpaper, but I ran out early through. Didn't even manage to get past the quarter.
Oh, get you.
Too early. Any football nonsense. Ace Queen for Luke. Raises to 45 and Stu just sends in 7 with the Jack 10 suited. Jack with pocket 5s out of there. Luke will be calling it off. There is the call. Stu stands up, but basically a coin flip this one with the equities.
You stand, the Stuart, Jack 10. Needs to hit to survive. Well, without hitting, that's a lot of equity.
Yeah, just jumped equity favourite. Any jack, any 10, any heart.
Any 10.
So now just fading aces, queens and jacks.
Oh, no way. The black ace of spades. Ouch. Stu's gone. Stuart Edison. Just before Stuart, Matt Davenport bust out. And Gonzalo Rodriguez also busting out. So 3 more down.
Yeah, I think it will be fast and furious first 2 hours. I reckon we'll lose half the field.
Yeah.
Be down to like 30 players coming back after the first break, and then it will settle. We will get to the money this session, no doubt about that.
Um,
44 getting paid in this one, little man.
44.
Get a tick up at some point running across the bottom.
We will.
Scar opens the 10-9 suited here. Over to Luke with a couple of 7s. Can't see him folded. We'll go with call. There's 3 hearts here for Jack in the small blind. Jack going to come along with the suit and wheel. He's going to make a disciplined lay down. Gets out of there. Jack S is going to defend the Jack 10.
Queen I flop, Queen 5-2 with everybody.
Seven's Luke actually best here, and when check 2 probably wants to have a little bet here to flush out equity of overcards. He really don't want to be seen today, Luke, does he?
Not at all.
Even his picture he's hiding.
Don't know where he's supposed to be, don't know what's happening, don't know who wants him, don't know what kind of trouble he's in, but he does not want to be seen on the feature table. Maybe he's just got massive poker toes.
Maybe. Blind's going up. Great to have the clock left of your screen.
It is indeed.
3 minutes time.
What else is running at this time in the morning?
Only satellite, I believe, yep. Cash out satellite
For a high roller.
for the high roller.
Very good.
19 entries in that. Oh, Will McMurray's it.
No way. Oh, Will. Did you walk it into work this morning?
Nah.
Lovely crisp morning.
Was it? Did you walk in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
How'd you know the way?
You turn left out the hotel, then you turn left, then you go straight on.
Is that it?
That's it.
Literally?
Yeah,
I might have a walk tomorrow.
that's it. That is literally it. Takes you about 20 minutes. Lovely walking. For breakfast.
What's that? Not breakfast in years. Three and a half eggs. Now we're going to see a continue here from Tom. Yes, we only have 11, but it's 3.5 extra from Jack. Could have just shoved here as Jack actually, Tower. I'm just seeing this here now. Could have definitely just gone with jam for 11. With King Jack off, blind on blind, I think that would have been the best avenue to take, but I'm going to go for the raise call, I'm assuming.
Nick Guest watching. Are you related to Luke Guest, sat in seat 8, Nick? Watching on Facebook? What's his problem? Has he not paid his rent? He does not want to be seen. Oh, there he is. Oi, oi. Quick, take a screenshot. Oh, he's back up. That was it.
Sixes for John under the gun. Throwing it back old school, just going with fold with a couple of sixes from gun. Luke, 7-8 suited. The thing is, I don't think we get to open this tower because of this tournament and how it's structured. At this point, there's just reshove stacks absolutely everywhere on this table. So, opening a 7-8 suited, I think I'm going to be less inclined to do so when we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 reshove stacks at the table that can just move all in over our open, and then we've got to fold as Luke. But undeterred, just going to open. Get after it anyway. 45k. Queen Jack for Tom Clack for 10 BBs in the small. Already doubled his stack, Tom. One of the buy-ins for day 2 with 5 bigs. Like Chien with the 7-8 off is going to defend in the big blind.
Blinds will go up very soon. Okay, flop 10 Queen King. Mr. Aggressor wins.
Should just be small bet from Luke, hand over, but no, goes for check back with the 7-8 suited. Ace of diamonds turn, and surely now going to just be check, small bet, hand over. Here as Luke.
Yeah.
Stone cold bottom of range. Just don't even have to
No,
go big, but goes check again. Gonna go for the double delay. Both players now hit a 7.
He's chopping it up before. And if there's no aggression, we'll be chopping it up again.
Surprised we got this far, Tower.
Me too.
Expected bet from Luke on the flop, didn't get it, but now look, Chien is going to take initiative and potentially take this one from Luke. Well, it's for 55k. I just can't see how Luke can call with a 7 here. Chien going to defend all the Jack deuce suited upwards, probably like Jack 7 off up, and Luke just gets out of there.
There we go.
Going in Preston Pixie, good afternoon.
How are we doing, Gary? Hope all is good.
Strongest hippo. Scottish people don't like spending money. You can fool me when we're up there. They spend all their money on us. Bring us everything.
It was a great week in Edinburgh.
Shame about the golf.
Yes, a very big shame about the golf. I have to make a nice special trip up to Edinburgh at some point. Get myself back up to North Berwick and Aberdour and London and Craigielaw.
London,
Musselburgh.
wasn't that the keeper who played in goal for Real Madrid last night?
Well, then penalties awful.
I didn't.
What were them penalties about? What was Bernardo Silva doing? Here, have the ball, keeper. Go on then. Thanks. What was that about? Just put your laces through it and bash it into net. No, chip to the keeper's arms. The keeper went, thanks.
And Edward here goes for open jam with the ace-queen suited off of just north of 15. Would prefer to see open. I think open's going to be slightly more winning. But I think jam obviously going to be fine as well. But just as an avenue to potentially eke out a bit more EV. I think just making this 2 BBs would be the approach. But now running into it of Ryan behind. Ryan ISOs with the big slip.
If you bust, can you get me a bottle of water?
Thinking that.
I know. I don't want to go get it. He's gonna love it.
We'll see how Chris.
John Chu with spanners. So here we go. Ed gonna need to find a lady.
Comes to seat 9, sits down, stands up.
44 getting paid as well, so nearly at the money as well, Tyler. Maybe why Ed actually elected to open shop this.
Needing the queen to survive.
Deuce.
Four.
We're gonna chop it up. Oh, oi, oi. Sit back down, kidder.
How about the lady on the river?
Wow.
Edward Cod
Oh,
takes the chips.
oh. Caught a big one there.
Cod and chips for Edward Cod. For Jack. So I like that fold from Jack there. Just recognising 3 reshove stacks behind us. We're early position. Wait for a better spot. Tom, Jack 5 off the old Motown. Going to have to hit them up for him. He's doing some tanking first as we are approaching the money bubble. Take some time within his right to do so. Chin out the way over to John Chu. 3 loose off, probably one that just going to walk the big blind with. Gives it to Luke. On to the next hand. £15,260 up top in this. Second would also get you a 5-figure payday. Make the final table 1480. Got a while until we reach that. Spots. 32 bigs of chip leader. Really shallow stacks on this table. But will be a point in this tournament in a few hours' time when average will be around the 20 BB mark.
Yeah, they're going to get 10.
Couldn't even find myself on the screen there.
Up in Manchester today, see some bands at night and day cafe. We're in Manchester as well. You could have come and said hello.
Probably hear them screaming if it's one of old Gary's bands.
Absolutely. We'll just open the front door tonight and we'll listen to it.
Speaking of screaming, this morning,
Yeah.
I woke up.
Yeah.
Whoever's in room 521 in the travel lodge must have been about 10:30, 11:15, music blaring through my wall, honestly.
Oh, not needed. Oh, you know this guy needs his sleep.
Need me sleep.
Wow. 10:30.
I thought, to be honest with you, I thought it was at Westlife Barry, but then I remembered Glasgow was on this weekend because it was Ronan Keaton that was blaring through my wall at 10:30. Thought it was the old Barry Greenland getting pumped up for the day. He was in Westlife, wasn't he, Ronan Keaton?
He was in Boys Hall.
Oh, okay, ignore that then. Ignore that.
I was thinking why was Ronan Keaton being Westlife, but no, he was in Boys Hall.
Jack 4 for John. Complete. Going to check his option. 3 pairs of napkins here. John actually with the best of it with the Jack 4.
Yes, King 7. Not like that, and whiffs everybody.
John was going to stab here, but this is a mistake that can get exploited so easily. It's going to work on this occasion here, Talbot. No one limps the bottom of an ace. If he's got a king, he checks back, so I think against a good player there, potentially could have just been met with a check raise, because all this limping stuff on the button, very rarely an ace or a king. These hands just always want to attempt to steal, so when it comes ace high, king high, and it's checked to them, they're like, I'm going to represent this. It's very difficult for them to have it. That Jack 4 off should just hit them up pre. But once we get there, the 8-3 clubs would have loved it to just go for a little check raise with the backdoor clubs, knowing that it's very difficult for John to have an ace or a king. As I said yesterday, button limp range very condensed to like these sort of middling suited connectors, middling 1-2 gappers.
Scrolling across the bottoms, the payouts. 39 to 44, get 450. We are 5 off the money. 44, get the dosh.
Tom Clack, 8 bigs, Queen Jack, still with some fold equity, one that got to take. Actually, we're on the bubble. I forget about that. We're 4 spots off the money.
Yeah.
So maybe with risk premium being as high as it is, we do actually go with fold here as Tom, because we're going to be in the money in 20 minutes time, and we've got a stack that can definitely get on the right side of the money. So I guess it's a question of that. If Tom wants to min cash, he can, but if he wants to try and run it and build a stack, could go all in. But there is the fold from Tom Clack, and that is just to do with the position of the tournament we're in. Last sort of 17% of the field. Off to see Pet Needs, Generation Beryl and pageant mum. What?
How do we think of as band names?
Sorry, what, Gary? I don't think you're going to. I reckon you've been sold some misinformation
It
there,
might be
mate.
going to the zoo.
Pet needs Generation Feral.
And pageant mum.
Yeah. Does sound like he's going to the zoo tower, to be fair.
Hey dear. Top pair, decent kicker for Ryan in C1.
John with middle pair, is happy to fire this one. Middle pair will need some protection from overs. And then Ryan's going to have decision point in the hand. Can play check call, can play check raise. Like, can start to do some check raising with some of our better top pairs from the big blind versus late position. It can also do exactly this, just go for the check call, as Ryan does.
King of clubs on the turn.
Likely to go check check. Good card for range for John. Is a card that will have some double barrels on in terms of range, but in terms of his actual hand is going to knuckle it back and off to the river, which is the 8 of clubs. So Jack 9 and Ryan gets the check mark. Is he going to try and eke out some value here? No, he's not, and it goes check check, and the 9 going to be best for Ryan Houghton. Here's the one for Tom Clack that I don't think we can pass up tower. This close to the money, ace queen of hearts, 8 big blinds. I think it's one that's just too good, and we might have to take it as Tom. 4 to go until we do lock up that win cash, but ace queen suited, 8 big blinds, first in. May even leave one chip back just in case there's carnage running out of table. Leaves himself 10k behind. Oh, and he's ran right into it.
Eddie with the ladies.
Edward Codd looking for some chips.
Morning, Thomas.
Yeah, gonna wait a bit, Tom. See if anything occurs.
Makes the call.
Makes the call eventually. So, looking likely to lose Tom Clack here.
Here we go. Thomas Clack already trebled at one, struck down.
Oh, just flop him.
What did you like? A couple of aces?
Not dead because there's running clubs, but Queen not going to be working now. And that will be dead on the turn.
Wow. Thomas Clack started with 100, instantly trebled to 300, dropped back down to 200, now up to 500.
Ace Queen cracking Ace King, and then Ace Queen cracking Queens. Looks like the Ace Queen's the hand to have today. And time to run you through some bust outs with 48 remaining.
Morning, Richard, from Canada in Ontario.
Who was last out, Tower?
Last out was let me have a quick look. Stuart Edison on our feature.
Stuart Edison last out. Since Stuart, we've lost Kazim Zido, Endrick Getchie, Liam Jones, Josh Bruce, NB, Fitz McKenzie gone, Sinead the Grenade Priestley gone, Colin Meyer, Alexandra Sinecho, Man Gao, and that brings us up to now 48 remain.
48. Is Dan Charlton still going?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. All right, boys, are you streaming the main event the rest of the week too? Not much happening in this and small blind, big blind coup. So that should be the end of the hand at this stage of the game.
Good complete.
And that's what we're streaming. High roller tomorrow from 1:20. I hope, just imagine Ronan Keating starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning when you don't have to come in until 19 minutes past 1.
Honestly, I'm assuming it was a woman, but I don't know what happened to her the night before. Because
If tomorrow never comes.
Literally, I was Alice on the other side of the airport, and I'm like this.
I love you. What room were you in?
522.
Oh yeah, I'm in 521. If tomorrow never comes.
Straight through the wall, like going in my head. I'm like this. Absolutely blaring out the Ronan Keating.
So the high roller tomorrow, and then the main event Saturday and Sunday for us.
The cheek of people trying to sleep in a hotel, and people are blaring music at 10:30 in the morning. Tower. Do people not know people have lay-ins?
Life is a roller coaster.
This is the thing. If they were playing like your chops on You Gotta Pump, I would have jumped out of bed. But it was Ronan Keating. If tomorrow never comes, so I'm just lying there like, when is this going to end? Please, someone end this. Just no respect for other guests.
Must have thought 20 past 10. Everybody's up. Yeah. I'm up. You're up.
Aaron Jack just firing the bullets in here, and it's ill time because he's running into Jack Smith with the trip deuces. I went to school with someone called Jack Smith.
Yeah. I don't think I did. Jack Smith.
He was in the year, yeah. And both players. River, a 5, gives Jack Smith the boat. Jack Sharp now does have showdown. We do beat some stuff like 10-9 and heart draws. So probably happy to check here. Or is he going for the triple? He's going for the triple here. Or is this a block? Once picking up some showdown, it is a block. 35 into 245, so 15%er, and bad news going to be incoming here. There's the raise from Jack Smith. Makes it 110. And Jack with a really bad hand to call out. This 10 of hearts, one of the worst cards we can have in our hand to use as a catch-up. Really bad hand to call with here for Jack. Probably one of the worst ones we're going to have. Anything containing the 10 or 9 of hearts going to be really bad catches. But maybe we got a non-believer. Wow, I'm surprised he's called with that one, Tower. Surprised. We catch with the 10 of hearts in hand. Really horrible card to have, a nasty one. Like, so much better there to call like a 5-6 of clubs. If we somehow get there with a 5-6 of clubs, a much better hero candidate. One hand that unblocking the bluffs, not blocking the bluffs. but just didn't believe his opponent and called it off. He was curious. On that note, I think it's a T-run.
He slung the cards over the table. Having none of that, he says. Don't believe it.
Would you like a cup of tea, Tower?
We are 3 off the money. I reckon you'll get the tea back before we get in the money, so yes, please.
Yes, I agree.
Come on then, kidder. Cup of char for the boys. We are on 47, 44, get the money. Debbie Louise, awesome night, doing it Barley style, very nice indeed. Barley's supposed to be pretty good, pretty nice. I know my niece goes there a lot because she lives in Darwin, and it's about an hour, by about an hour's flight apparently. Barley, supposed to be really good. Weather will be nice. They had a tropical storm last night in Darwin, and my niece sent me some footage. And on about lighting the sky up, by heck, that was some tropical storm. Hope you enjoy Barley, Debbie, watching the live stream on Facebook. Unless Barley's a part of Manchester that I don't know. Could be a district in Manchester. Tweens for Chen. C number 6 raises, or just calls the 85. Is that call? No, it's 85 to call, apologies. Raised to 55, as we can see there. Ryan 3 bets. And Chen calls with the queens.
Cheers, yeah. Good running.
5-7-5 flop.
Yeah. Stay away from these chips, you.
Can't promise that.
Haven't you got
Pretty handcuffed at the minute, can't really do much.
I bought it too.
I can't do that. I bought too many into 5 bigs and busted them. It reduces the edge massively. We have to get it in and stuff. Raise all in. Said it reduces the edge.
5-7-5.
Yeah, I didn't drive up to today, so
It's fair
The
enough.
pressure is there with the queens.
High rollers.
You haven't got a 5, Ryan. I think the queens are in front. And that'll do it. 47. Leo Worthington Lease out in 48th, which means we're down to 47. Four minutes left at this level, and we are 46. Who's just gone out? GDPR, Mr. RD, whoever you may be. There's PK with the camera, ready to bring out the footage from the outer tables if we get any eliminations. We are 2 spots off the money. 2 spots off the money. 46 left. RD the last out. Huh? Is that Wreck-It Ralph, is it? Good old Ralphie. Wreck-It Ralph. So 2 spots off the money. Afternoon, Richard Whitmore.
Afternoon, Rich.
Up the posh. Please pause your deal, says Frankie. Who's out now? I did a little bet builder with Peterborough the other night.
Yeah,
I had Peterborough to win,
yeah.
over 3.5 goals,
Yeah.
and somebody called Randall to score any time because he's their top scorer.
They won 4-1.
He won, and he didn't score. Great. Thanks for that. Nice little bet builder, that. So, please pause the deal. Meter down to 45. Unfortunately for us, in the name of NL GDPR. Well, he was top. Well, he should have been. I got him to score, Rich, and he never did. It was a nice little bet builder. It was like 8-1. I thought it was a great price because she should beat Fleetwood.
She always get wrong, just want you looking at you.
You notice we sacked our manager yesterday when we're already relegated to League One.
I don't understand that.
Crackers.
I've never understood that. When you're this close to the end of the season, why would you sack someone with 6 games to go?
Exactly. Give him a chance in League One, see if he's any good. If he's no good after 10 games, then get shut. Still got rest at season.
That's your League One, Rotherham's League, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Rotherham love League One.
Yeah. Up and down from League 1 and League 2. Last year was the first time in 8 seasons that Rotherham United have stayed in the same division.
Really?
Yep.
Did you stay up last year?
Yep.
Blinds continue 10,000, 25,000, 25,000.
We are now hand for hand as Frankie's shouting the instructions. Clears deal, one more end. So this is it. We are on the bubble for the money. Min cash, £450. Blinds up next hand. We have a few shorties. Thomas Clack being one of them. I like how Jack flicks them into them up to the dealer.
Have them.
Have them, he says. And Shen says, here, have that small blind. So 14 bigs for Jack, 16 for Thomas, 17 for John, 19 for Ryan, and everybody else has 20 big blinds and above and shouldn't be in any danger.
Montgomery's still in.
I still want to know what that massage was last night. I need to ask him.
Being moved is like you're in big blind next stand and you get moved onto the table. Playing like 10 big steaks and day 3 of an event the other week. I kept getting stunk in small, big blind. So other shots I could get took off the table. I'd be a big blind next time. I had like 5 bigs. You went to win it that one.
So 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 empty, 15, 30, 30.
So while we're hand for hand, we'll show you up.
Rest of this week here in Manchester, Bowney Road. We're on the Thursday. We've got the Voyage Day 2, High Roller Day 1 starting at 3. We've got the main event starting at 6. So plenty going on. Friday is when the boys turn up from 888. We're going to have Josh, Manley and Easty playing. I'm not sure if Ian Simpson's playing down in Manchester.
I'm looking forward to seeing Easty.
I wonder why. So plenty going on. seniors on Sunday if you fancy a game.
Has Ion been in the chip cupboard?
Wow, 2.2 milli.
2.2. 65k opens. Chien wants to look with the King Jack offsuit. Might just fold this one here, Tower, on the bubble. Would be a disaster to bust with our stack against a player that has us covered. Does have position, so wants to have a look. Makes the call. Does flop best on Jack 10-7. Seems like a nice one to check for Ion here. Out of position to button. This board going to be all over it for Chen. Going to call this Ace Jack, King Jack suited, Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, King 10, Queen 10, all this stuff, 8-9 suited, set 7s. I think we're supposed to be doing some checking here as I maybe with ICM this close to the money. Maybe we do actually get a lot more bets just with the ICM implication. Does fire for 65. Third pot is called by Chien. Off to the turn. Brings in the 7 of clubs. We shouldn't really have too much 7x here as Chien. Not going to call King 7 suited. Shouldn't call 7-8 suited this close to the money. So only really the Ace 7 suited that he should have one combo from Ion's perspective. Looks like going for another bet here, Tower. Maybe this is just a function of being the big stack, but I think in terms of our actual hand, it does want to start checking. If not flop, then definitely turn. It does just fire another barrel here, 115k. Chien not going to be going anywhere with his top pair. It's going to be a really tough decision on the river if we are met with any more heat.
Off to the river. The bet 115 is called. And the 8 of diamonds. Oh, it was.
Surely now going to be check down.
One of the worst rivers for Chien.
Chien going to take this pot. I think Ion there with the Ace 10 should be checking on the street, either flop or turn, but good to see the shutdown on the river.
Really tough. If you jam, I will call, but river will.
Just waiting all other hands.
I need to think.
No, I mean on the river. I check, but if I do anything else like a big raise or a shove,
Bigger. It's not jam.
One more hand, please.
I will call. Yeah, because I am the jack and king kings. I only lose it like ace jack or
flush.
yeah, flush. So I still need to play. But it's bubble time, so I don't want to put some any value bet and you jam back. It's really tough.
Right, says good luck all. Spent 2 days. Day one's grinding, starting stack all game. Says right. Probably falling short just shy of the money. We're on the bubble now.
We are indeed. 5-5-2 flop.
Don't worry about him.
2-5. I check. No, I said last time he got a 2 and 5. Yeah, so I left it.
You say 2-5, I thought you meant 2-5.
Any more fives about?
I check.
I know you. I bet you.
2-5.
Look at my 8 highs with a barrel like
Surely got to go for the double delay here as Gian fold out some king highs, fold out some ace highs potentially. Obviously, just think against big blind we can show down enough of the time with the queen jack high. Let's go check and ace high going to be good for Edward. Gian even shows the queen jacks in the table. Good to see Frankie back tower. I missed him the last couple of legs.
Yeah, he's been working on other tournaments. Still on the bubble. He'll shout next hand, please, very soon.
Put any chips in
I'm calling now at the third time comes up.
That's only because the car is more small. I bet it's not makes sense. The rest, I start, and then the situation just like 2 and 5.
Oh yeah.
So I don't want.
Against the big
It's not my range.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Maybe the 10.
But I have more can than you. Yes.
60,000. Raise to 60,000.
Still on the bubble. Still on the bubble. Who's going to be bubble person? Who's it going to be?
Raise.
Any out of table action, we will let you know. Jack in 3, down to 296 at 30 big blinds, so 10 bigs. Doesn't like folding, but he will be. With the king, queen. In under it, look, there's Jack. Still on the bubble. Just expect Jack to get out of the way here. Opens perfectly fine, attempting to steal, but now met with this aggression. King queen off should just go in the muck. Afternoon, John Binns. Afternoon, Sandra. Hello. Good afternoon, Sandra and John. Hope you are. We are on the bubble if you're just tuning in. Jack has a decision. Shouldn't really be a decision. Shouldn't be calling. No, it's 10 bigs. He's folding. Should be a nice easy fold. He's not calling me king queen, and there's no need to stretch the clock out because every table has to start at the same time. Yeah, maybe it's just genuine inexperience, Tower. Not too much experience at the felt and situations. Probably what it is. It's never a call. 10 bigs, one off the money. 10 bigs behind the line. King Queen off.
When you've not been playing poker for too long, like these sort of spots at first glance do seem difficult, but then when you get experience and you play each spot over and over again, it becomes a lot easier. Sort of subconscious competent just comes straight to mind what we should be doing, but maybe just Jack here unaware of how to proceed in the spot just through inexperience and hoping he does fold Tau. I thought he was going to put him in then. Whoa.
Johnny Chewy says, come on lad, stream's catching up.
Is it worth it? That's the question. I don't think it is. You know what? I'll give it up. Fold.
Yeah, eventually it does fold.
Well,
The
we
King
can have
Queen
that
off.
10, King 9. Nice hand.
That's quite funny. Stream's catching up, only 20-minute delay.
I was hoping, bro, yeah. Hopefully kings.
We normally do have the shot clocks, to be fair, but
We're just waiting.
they don't seem to be in operation. Next hand, please, says Frankie.
Next hand, please.
Straight away, next hand, please, he says.
No, obviously I was waiting to get that one. Yeah. Anyone that says he wouldn't is lying.
Good to see Jack eventually come to the correct decision.
So hard about this decision, but I've made it a million times before.
Suited for Luke in the cut-off out there. Edward with the Queen 6, not the same on the button.
Raise all in.
Right, it's Queen. Just moves all in. Small blind. Gonna be getting called.
With sevens for chip leader, Jon. 1.9 mil.
Yeah, 14 big blind shove. Pocket sevens here for Ion, blind on blind. Fist pump call. And here we go. The cards will be staying face down until all other tables complete their hand, and then we will be running it to see if we're going to be in the money or whether the bubble will go on.
So we have an all in the call, waiting for the outer tables to finish. Is this it? Is this the one?
No, we're just talking about we have a UK and the car is for 2,800 and I got greens. Yeah. 1,400 and then we call this 5. You are King Queen off. He just showed me his car is King Queen. Yeah, so it's the same car. It's like King Queen off.
He's got a King Queen this time.
But it's 45 bubble time. I have a screen, so I need to screw it back.
Yeah, it tells me off all the time.
So while we're just waiting, high roller doesn't start till later. There are 31 runners in the cash out satellite. The high roll starts at 3 o'clock. I'll give you information they got when it starts. Well, there's plenty in the satellite. They're all waiting. All the outer tables, have they nearly finished? Justin and Alex come to see.
Can't play a hand, I just nicked one and suited 9 bigs on the bottom. Very slow. Don't want to bubble.
Afternoon, Gas. Seen you last twice I've backed Bristol Rovers, they both won. They haven't won in 9. All of a sudden, Tower backs them. Bristol Rovers on a 2-game winning streak.
So here we go, big flip.
And here we go, this is bubble, everybody else has finished. Ace Queen for Ryan in seat number 1, Ryan Houghton, or Horton, I never know which way it's pronounced. I've got two friends in playing Blackpool, Yamo, Craig Houghton, and Kevin Horton, spelled same. How does that work?
English language, so not a good start. Needs an ace or a queen, or we're in the money. Ryan down to 6 outs here.
And it's a 3. So the 7s take out Ryan. Ryan grinding away, busting on the bubble, which means everybody's now in the money. 44 places are paid. The ticket scrolling across the bottom. Carry on, says Frankie. Everybody's in the money. Ryan Houghton busting out on the bubble.
They're both still in as well. Team Mixie, I believe.
Team of chunks got in.
Everyone can breathe. That's what's suited. That is fairly tight. I guess we are 8 max. One that could potentially go for the steal there. Ace 4 suited from gun. Just going to let it go. All the way round to the blinds. I am up to 2.3 milli. Lovely stack to have at this stage. Working with nearly triple average. Looks like I'm just going to give Jack a walk. He'll be happy with that with his short stack.
95. Didn't even see my card. No, I didn't see nothing. What's the point? We're gonna see them on TV. Yeah. Yeah.
King Queen for Luke. Should see an open from him in the hijack. How are we doing, product? Good afternoon to you. I am on the button here, 7-8 suited.
Afternoon, the product. How are we doing? Hope you're enjoying your Thursday afternoon.
Raise and take for Luke, and the first casualty hits the rail in the money. First out, Connor Lewis in 44th. He takes home £450 for the min cash, down to 43. It's not bad, product. Weather's not bad at all.
I walked in.
Tower walked in.
I walked in, went for breakfast up near the theatre and had a wander in. Took about 25 minutes to walk in. It was really nice. Are we near the Etihad? No, we're near the Manchester Arena. About a 5-minute walk from the Manchester Arena.
Edward Ace deuce suited, and the hijack should see open from him.
Raise 60,000.
Raises to 60. Not going to be doing anything with 4-5 offsuit, even with the huge chip stack that he's working with. Just want some TV time.
We're on 2.3 million. Chien 1.2. Jack on 9 bigs, surviving and in the money after folding the king queen. Hi Morris, yeah, Brian was on the feature last night.
Raise 60,000.
He was indeed. Did he make it through the turbo yesterday? Right?
I'm not sure.
No, he jumped straight in. I know he
I know he was in it, I don't know if he backed.
scan of the old Brian Clark on there? No, don't look like it. How did KH go on? That's what we want to know.
KH was second out today.
Ah,
So Chien in the big here, Tal. Just going with flat. Are we sure? Are we feeling all right, Chien? 15 bigs, ace king. Just elects to call, and now the king nine of jack gets to realise equity and out flops us in the form of top pair. Chien here should have just been saying the words all in. Pure as day jam, in my opinion, pre-flop.
yeah.
But went with flat, and now with the second best hand here.
Yeah, it's calling. Needing to hit an ace. Queen of hearts.
They're not the most attractive card, all this Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 interaction on the turn here, even stuff like Queen 7 from the big blind. Jack on the turn does go for another street. I expect that to be end of hand, but should have been Chian's pot. Should have just said the words, I'm all in pre-flop, 15 effective, but slight little misstep, electing to flat, and now we're going to get this pot taken away from us, a pot that should have been ours.
Jamie, when Jamie calls the all in, he has to
I
call
think it is great to have these 200-pounders
he might have a straight already.
on for a day or two, just sort of give you the contrast between the usual 1Ks, 1500s we're covering and the 200-pounders, and you do actually see substantial difference in the play. And what is going on here? Chien now goes for a razor ace king. And it's not the nicest spot here for Jack, because we can be drawing dead versus some turn Jack 10. Let's see how Jack proceeds here, but it's Chien. Called when he should have just raised all in pre. Now raise him when he should just fold once we get here. And to be fair, Jack's in a really rough spot with the King 9 here. Because are drawing dead to some straights. Just drawing to just 5 outs against some 2 pair that also Chien is deciding to represent here. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually worked. What a turn of events it would be. Because it's just one of the situations how we got like no improvement versus straights. If we are up against Jack 10, 10, 7, 7, 5, drawing dead, drawing to 5 outs versus the Queen 9, the 9, 8, all this type of stuff. So I wouldn't fault Jack for folding now, but crazy line from Chien. Crazy line with the Ace King there. And gets away with it on this occasion. Can't fault Jack for the fold, but never going to be a good move there with the Ace King tower in the long run. No, he wins the pot. I always try and look at this one from long-term perspective, and just going to be earning money in my opinion, playing Ace King in that manner. But fair play to the guy, found a way to win the pot post that I don't think others would have. It has to go in pre, 15 bigs. Did actually win more chips in the manner that it was played. Seems like a bit of a wild card, this man Chien. Wouldn't mind seeing him at the final table.
It might not last that long.
Yeah. Yeah. Blind's going up after this hand, takes into the 40k BB level, rocketing up.
First break of the day's on its way. How's that coming around so quick?
Jack here should be sending tower, pure as day jam. Good to see him find it.
Thomas not calling or doing anything with the 10-9, just thinking and using the clock. Now we're in the money and 41 left.
Oh, Chien. Snapping with the aces, and Jack gonna need to find a miracle here.
Good luck to him, he needs it. Good luck, mate.
King Jack. Right out and watching Ace Queen being the death of him today. Unlucky today, Ryan.
Yeah, not much you can do, Ryan. Just the way it goes sometimes. Jack looking like he's out the door as well. Needs paint. Jack, Queen, King.
And it's not, it's a 5 of spades. So Chien with the aces tick out.
Jack sharp.
Jack sharp.
41st for £450 just before him, losing Justin Devonport and Alex Montgomery. So should be down to 40 players when it updates.
See open, 12-3. Yeah. Yeah, we need dealer, guys. Best of luck. Thank you, Thank you.
Product says what we're having for lunch. I had a lovely breakfast, so I'm not. I'll be having tea.
I usually don't really eat product until about 3-4 hours into the day, so it'll be my breakfast when I eventually do eat, but I don't usually eat until I've been awake about 3-4 hours. Probably be a nice light pit boss chicken when I'm feeling peckish. Oh, actually, I might go get some chicken nuggets from the old flying Dutchman.
man.
He's 5 suited for Chien, makes it 90k.
You the
John
man.
sending it in.
As soon as you come on, mate. I'm
The
happy
ace
winning that.
5,
I don't want to gamble.
sorry, with the ace king suited, and back on Chien here. Ace 5 suited. It's 8 big blinds. We have 2 invested here. It's button versus small. I think this is a call tower up here with the ace 5 suited. Literally getting 2 to 1. And that's all we need with ace 5 suited. As long as we're not up against aces, that's all we need. It's 2 to 1 with this powerhouse. 8 big blind shove. Closer to 9, but we've got 2 invested, slightly more than 2, 2.25.
I'd say he shouldn't call, but then it's Chien, so
Should call tower.
he should call.
Yeah, should call.
No, he's not called.
But he's let it go. Like it's 2 invested, button versus small blind should shove, so the king, queen, jack 2, jack 10, all this stuff. But sort of the main component is we're getting 2 to 1, so we only need 33% equity. Ace 5 suited has 33% equity at least versus every hand in the deck other than aces, which we block heavily. But just not going to spin the wheel for 8 bigs, it seems there, Chien. Like, even if John showed him, he had ace king suited there.
He still should be calling.
He should still be calling.
Okay.
Just maths at the end of the day.
I've been sitting here waiting for him to come deal for like 2 hours now. Not play one hand.
Just how our hand would fare versus the perceived shoving range.
Raise 85k. Pass.
I won't be playing any poker in Manchester product.
Cool.
Another gun open from iron. Chien is in again. John got one here, tower. Lovely spot to potentially take, especially when it's the chip leader opening, who's going to have a fairly wide range. And the other factor is we're 7 max now as well, so effective gun is like +3 or +2, let's say. See if John can find the shove here. Love to see him take it for 14. Or 13, should say. Because Chien's never got a hand that's going to be able to call us off. He just 3-bets all his strong hands. So it's Ion that we're worried about. He's going to open all this ace deuce suited through to ace 9 suited, king queen, queen jack, jack 10, all this type of stuff. And
I like that.
Can't find it. Don't find the bet. John just gets out of the way with his 10. So we'll look at that for a flop with the ace 10 that we would have got.
Check.
Check.
I think best thing to do, Tal,
Yep.
when we're doing the 200-pounders, you do the analysis. I'll do the Christmas number ones and the 80s, top of the pops, all that stuff. I think that's the best way to proceed in the 200-pounders.
I'm not level. I'm on there thinking.
Mike Bakes, Alex Montgomery bust just in the money. Got him in cash for his troubles, but now he is out the field. Chien here picks up double gut shot now. Ion checking his top pair, gut shot to go alongside it.
And 6 of diamonds on the river. So king queen for Jon in seat number 2.
Not going for value here as I am. Obviously it seems like a wet river card, but once the big blind checks, I think we have to green light because I'm not going to be 6, not going to have too much interaction. Well, is actually going to What? Edward snaps it. Ion's going to overcall, and King Queen going to be good. So Ion checking river here. Got absolute maximum tower. Found the check. Induced the bluff from Chi and got a call from a 9 from Ed. And Ion in the bushes. Lovely little check on the end. Gets max.
Very nice indeed.
Straight over to an outer because we've got a three-way all in. Callum Gordon, ace queen. Tuan Lee, ace queen. And Paul Minzaru with the 10s in great shape here. Three-way, just fading 4 outs. And suits shared as well for both ace queens.
Ace queen. 10s are looking good.
Very good on that flop. So no runners now other than the running chop.
This is brilliant from the deal. Slowing down when we know the camera's there. I love it to pieces. 10s in view. 10s win. And 2 out. Callum Gordon cashing again by any chance?
Yep, Callum Gordon out in 38th, Tuan Lee out in 39th. Just before them, Chris Cunliffe out in 40th. So we are down to 37 players, and Wreck-It Ralph is there still in the mix.
What about 800k?
Building a stack back to the feature.
There's about 800,000 the old Ralph.
He's king for Luke on the button. Nice easy open. Like to see him open here, tower and not shove. Some players may just choose to send this one and win, but
so there's 2 on the outlet. Luke raises to 100, now the blinds are 40.
goes for a 2.5 extra here, Luke. Ion. Click. Just going to let it go versus the 2.5x straight over to an outer again. Jeff Duddy with 10s, Tim Chung with King Jack, Jack Gold with the 7-8s. So Tim has both covered here.
3-way action everywhere.
Wow, what a flop for the 7-8, 9s working, 4s working, but top set for the 10, still needing to fade.
A queen as well now.
A queen, a 9, a 6, but it's running aces, so 10s full. For Jeff Duddy, we're going to lose Jack Gold and Tim Chung with both players covered. He will stay alive, only a small hit to his stack it seems. Jack Gold exits the field in 37th, going to leave us with 36 players approaching the first break of the day.
That's Mr. Chew.
Yes, lad. Come on.
That's.
Welcome to the table, lad.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So when I doubled up last night, what did you start the chaps at?
Today?
That's what the rest comes to join us for the final 20 minutes.
You have 100 behind, but you already put 80 there.
That's scary.
I wasn't in the happy with you. Can't play hand, you know what I mean? I hate playing when you got no chips.
Yeah, mate, yeah. They want to play. They want to. What about you? First day when we last played last time. Oh, yeah, yeah. They won it. Yeah, yeah.
No stuff. I'm going to be playing every hand.
Super Luke gets out of there. Edward, King 6 of clubs, hijack for 12. Intriguing. Gonna let it go. Maybe like King 9 suited, we take there as the line. I think on the button would be fist pump jam, King 6 of clubs for that amount of BBs. Just gets out there over to Ion, who is likely to be chip leader in the room. When we come back after break, we will have full chip counts for the remaining players left in.
36 at the moment, out of 336.
That's Queen 4 Jack here, blind on blind. Nice easy shove tower for 7. Tom Clark going to get to realise this equity with the 8-9 offsuit. Really surprised at this from Jacktown. Now we've got to go post against a very good opponent. Ace Queen not electing to jam for 7. Does flop best nonetheless.
No diamonds in play.
Maybe Jack thinking he's trying to trap Tom, trying to get Tom to jam himself, but with a hand like Ace Queen, probably going to want to start doing that with at least 15 bigs to go for the complete jam against a raise or the complete snap off. I think with 7 we just always play shove tower. But now we get hit, not getting any action from 9 high, no diamond.
2.6 mil. Down the second chips. It's almost down on 6 bigs, but he's made the money after the spin. Day 2 buying.
Seven suited for iron. He's got the chips, but lots of reshove stacks behind us. Rob reshove stack, Jack reshove stack, Tom Clack reshove stack. So I think that's very good awareness there from Iron. Just recognising the situation here that we've got all these stacks behind that can shove over the top of our open in terms of how many BBs they're working with. And now over to Rob the Ras with 17 and King Jack off is just going to go with open. Like it off the 17. Is going to get Chian in with the King 4 offsuit.
Queen 9 deuce, rainbow.
Check.
Just probably going to be very small c-bet here from Rob when we're working with 15. Could scale down to a quarter, something like 55k potentially. That's probably what I'd go with Tower. Yes, right on the money. Does go for the 55k. And should be hand over. I'll do the Rob the Ras and Tom Clack. You can cover the rest.
Are the rest my standards? Is that what you're saying? The rest are in my league. Good to see Rob. 20 bigs, 835,000.
Good to see Rob. That's all you need to say.
Not
None of
saying
this.
anymore.
No predictions.
Not
Just
saying anymore.
nice to see Rob the Ras at the
No.
table.
I'll get told off.
I had a few days off. How much you paying?
Everyone's going to sell their green
How much you
chips
paying
today.
for that? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do it, no problem.
Thank you. Pass.
25.
Pass.
Just one more.
Gemma and Jack 6.
The other 8 one right? I didn't know the tariffs on that.
No, o'clock, 9:45.
Check. Give me one white chip, please.
One white. One white.
40k. Pass. What's that?
25.
25 there, mate. One white chip. Right, come on. Let me deal, guys.
Thank you.
Who's that, John? 25?
35 players left.
45. Please.
888 Festival here in Manchester.
I haven't got many blacks to pass
We
down.
Big
are
line, mate, yeah? 40.
And the white?
start of the day was 74. We're down in the money. The money was 44.
Just losing R8 after Jack Galt, who we saw on the featured table, so 35 remaining. Stephen from +1 here with the Ace King. Should be seeing an open. Does open to 80k. 9 space for Iam. Facing +1, do expect to just see him get out of the way.
Pass. Pass. You sell your greens there, mate.
Silver. I've had this big house. I've had this 60k.
The silver is just
Remove tables. Yeah, it's easy. Got to get it's going to tell you when it's more than raise 240k.
Tom Clack here. Not much we can do.
No,
Running into it.
we'll spun it up. We've now got 6 bigs with ace 10.
He does leave himself 5k back. Essentially on a ladder. We know Stephen just going to be getting this in versus him, and Tom Clack going to need to find a 10.
I have the problem like when we get married.
Yeah.
I don't want
All in cool feature.
I can't.
Looks like you got thicker fingers. Slide.
Yeah.
Ace 10 for Thomas. Ace King. Stephen in 1.
Yeah, you'll move it to the container. Sweet pounder, isn't it? Yeah, 24.
So sorry about that, guys. We just lost pictures for 30 seconds. Thomas Clack just departing ace 10 against ace king. Don't know what happened with the feed, but we froze on our side. I don't know if anybody froze on their side, but we apologise for that. But now looks like we're back. Whatever happened there is now recovered. But we did lose Thomas Clack.
Some people have been there a couple hours.
Well done to Thomas. What a sprint. Got himself bought in 5 bigs, trebled up, dropped down, doubled up, got in the money. And 35th for £470.
Raise 85k.
So we're down to 34 now. Thomas Clack busts out. We're on the break in about 8 minutes.
Yeah, interesting one for Edward. 7-handed here, whether to go with just jam, still with some fold equity, or whether to just play call from the big. Versus late position, I think we're always jamming. Versus +1, maybe less inclined, but it is a chip leader open of iron who should be opening a fair amount at this stage with the stack that he has. I think actual legitimate decision here for Ed, whether to go with jam, whether to go with call and see a flop. Just please don't fold, sir.
Nitty. Really, really nitty. You have 9 deuce? No, man. Oh. Why, you got 9-3?
Don't fold. Do not fold King Jack suited in the big. Don't you dare.
Don't! Oh my days!
Contemplating whether it's a jam or a flat tower, and he's only gone and folded the King Jack suited. Oh dear, oh dear.
20.
Wow. If you're not seeing a flop with King Jack suited in the big, you might as well leave your chips in play and just wander around the room for an hour.
I like it, Tower, I like it.
God. So heading to the break. How are we doing, Simon?
I don't really follow football. I watch a lot of NBA. My old man
A couple more hands.
Sorry? Big blind,
That's like 3 minutes, or we're going for break. No.
You want to pay your blind first?
So 34 out of 336. We have a chip leader on our table.
We'll get some chip counts when we return after break as well. Just a 15-minute break, so back at 25 at 2-3 with second session of the day. And John here in the hijack. Off of 13, I think 6s just go with Centaur. Like, can still have some opens, but once we only have 3 players to get through here, sorry, 4 players to get through, I think 6s just want to jam for 13 here. As John, like, don't give the opportunity for like something like King Jack off to send it in from the big, Jack 10 suited. Hands that are going to be flipping in. I guess one thing that is good, we do get the 5s through deuces to send it in from the big, which we do dominate. Maybe closer than it looks, but maybe we do play open jam from late position specifically with 6s for 13. Now then, guys, how do you play like that bag up and make a day 2 astonishing, says Morris. It's a great game we play. If there weren't luck involved, there would be no poker, Morris. If the best players won all the time, we wouldn't have no game. You need players to come in who are just playing it recreationally, that you've got an edge on that aren't going to be playing as well as you, that are going to be making mistakes every other hand. This is where we make the money. And the great thing about this game, even the worst player in the field, that 1 in a million shot can happen. They can go on to scoop a tournament. It's very rare, but it can happen, and that's why we love the game. You're never going to play Magnus Carlsen at chess. You could play him a million times, you wouldn't beat him once. The great thing about poker, with that little element of luck, does keep people enticed. And this is going to be curtains you expect for John Shoetower.
Yeah, I'm expecting exactly that.
But saying that, John Chu does not like calling it off. Seen him fold ace-king twice pre-flop on stream. Saw him fold ace-king pre for like 20 in Blackpool a couple of years ago. So he is one that does veer on the tighter side when calling it off for an all-in. But 9s here for 16 bigs tower should be calling. Like, in theory, we want to make decisions to make money in the long run. Like, if he does fold here and somehow gets away with this, it's a great fold in the given moment, the hand, but we're not playing this game to make money over one hand. We're looking at it from an infinite long-term perspective, and 9s here should be calling. +2 versus hijack, low jack versus hijack should be in. But I know John Chu, and I've seen him fold. I've seen him fold ace-king for 20 tower.
He wants to come back for the break, after the break in 20 minutes time. I think he's already resigned himself. 6:27, it's all your chips, John.
John Chu, he's really tight when calling it off for all ends, and seen him fold ace-king a couple of times, once for 20 pre-flop, so I wouldn't be surprised if he let 9s go here tower. It would be a mistake in the long run, but in the short run it looks like a fabulous fold.
Chip count's exactly right, 6:27. Perfect. Now this is angling towards the fold, and he'll be back after the break, I'm pretty sure, with the blind at 25.50. He will be coming back.
I just have one choice, fold.
I'm angling towards the fold.
I think he is as well.
He's pulling all his chips back.
I think he's going to find it, tower. Don't see a lot of people fold here in this scenario, unless they have some sort of stone cold read, or they're against you, for example, who's just never got worse than kings.
If you were up against me, would have already been on the breaks.
15 big blinds tower. We got 9s, middle position versus middle position, 15 bigs. Like I say, I've seen this man make many a lay down on the feature table, but once he stands,
Come on, John, get him in the muck. Want a cup of tea?
well, got to get some food down, mate.
Come on, kid. There's a shot clock when you need it.
He's going to fold tower. He's
Yeah,
absolutely
of course he
gonna
is. We know he's folding. He's putting all his bag on. He's putting his headphones on. He's coming back after the break with 13 bigs.
Told you I was ahead.
He's definitely not calling.
If you was ahead of me,
I just want a cuppa.
I just want a toasty.
He's put his coat on, his phone's in his pocket, his bag's on, his headphones on his head, and he's pulling his chips back. He's not calling.
Come on, John, find the call, sir. Find the call, John.
I like to push on in.
He never likes to call all in.
I feel lucky.
That's really comp if you never call.
Oh, he's never won a comp, I'm guessing.
Come on, Johnny, get them in the muck. We know you are.
Well, it should be a snap call, tower. It shouldn't be a 3-minute tank. It should be a snap call. An absolute snap call.
Told you what I've got. I'm not lying to you. Told you what I've got. Hard to work out.
If we're 10 minutes late after the break, don't worry about it. Just blame John.
Told you.
There we go, he's folded. He's folded, and then pocket nines, he's coming back with 12 bigs. Could have done that 25 minutes ago. We will see you in about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
See you after the break, back at 22.
See you soon. Now I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced a £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Ace, kings and clubs and queens 4 on the end.
shout and the scream. There is the shout and the scream. Let's go, he says. To 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and called in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah. Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks
ever.
a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd. A lot of chips. He has.
And the key's been adjusting to
Yeah.
the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
that's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the day's full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we've finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow, we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Healers.
And there is the call from Ariane.
Yeah,
And
it's
can't
bad
really
news.
fault him for it, Tower. I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers there.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. It's because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens.
Makes
Oh,
the
and he
call.
took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and it, you know.
First hand back, right on cue. Under the gun, out the way. Nice new feature table coming up for the session. T-Boy is here, also known as the Tower.
I got stopped by Kirsch. I'm going to win the eye roller. I'm definitely winning the eye roller. I think he hasn't started yet. He says, I know. Oh. Look at it.
So blind on blind.
Here we go.
Goes for 2.5x up. Tim going to call with the A7. Does flop best with middle pair.
This is.
Tim with his middle pair makes the call. We'll run you through the table after this hand.
Turn card, another heart, 4 hearts.
Check from Marion. To flush does complete. Tim's got one that does like to check back here. With the A7. Let's go with check. Look at that, heart on the river. Flush on the board. We'll be chopping this one up as we get to showdown. Looks like not going to get there because Marion going to bluff at it. Does get Tim off a chop. Nice from him. So Marion in the 1 seat, Tim Chung in 2, Yoav Hessayon in 3, Tim in 4, Abdul Ahmed in 5, Andre Olympus in 6, Cyprian Burden in 7, Paul Minzaru in 8, and Jeff Duddy in the 9 seat. And these are the chip counts.
2.56 million, 2.5 million, 2.2 mil, 2.1 mil.
Yeah, so 50k big blind tower, and over half the field, less than 20 bigs, and the final level of this session is a 100k session. So I would be surprised if we didn't hit a final table this session, even with 28 players left. Yes.
We're about 14 stacks on the 10 bigs to be fair.
And anyone interested in entering or re-entering today's high roller cafe satellite, you have 15 minutes remaining to do so. Get you 100,000 and your entry into the high roller.
Where'd you get this mug from? I've just realised.
You
I've
know,
got a proper cup of
let
tea.
me tell you. Callum says there's Steve Barnes in this. I didn't see the name on the list. Is he still in? There he is, 1.1 mil.
Steve Barnes.
22 bigs. 22 bigs.
Under the gun open here from Kin makes it 2 BBs. Tim offered 20. King 10 suited here. Don't expect to see him fold in this particular hand. Depends what he thinks of this under the gun opening range. He's been playing with Kin all day. Looks like gonna go with the send. All in for 20. The suited Broadway.
So Tim with the raise, taking it down. Tim Chung. Chipping 2.6 leader, chipping up. Another one in the bottom five.
So if I get the flush wrong.
Yesterday's overall chip leader. Take the chip lead across 3 flights. Been the best day so far, but still sitting pretty on north of 20.
Got the glasses now.
Yoav here just going to give Abdul a walk. Oh, aces! Gets the walk and he's got the boots. Not even sure if he looked.
I hope you don't. I never look until it's my turn to look. Oh, we didn't do it then.
To be fair, I don't need to see there, I only need to see here. I really with this stack size.
Paul with ace queen opens to 115. Tim playing flat in the cut-off. Will be a strong range this tower. +1 open, Tim flatting off of 24. Abdul here should be an all-in tower. Pocket 8s in the small. 14 bigs, open and a call here. And it was Abdul be saying the words all in, unless we have some sort of read that Paul, opening from early position, is just always at top of range and isn't opening the right range and too tight, but just surely has to go in here for Abdul pocket 8s with this open and call in front of us. Lots in there to win. See what he comes with.
Good to see him again. Up in Edinburgh as well. Was Abdul says I'm all in. Agree with the ace-4. Should we get out of the way?
We're going to have a big flip here.
We are indeed.
Call with ace-queen. One that does find its way into the call. 14 bigs here, 2 invested. Abdul will shove some suited broadways, some ace-jack, maybe some suited wheel aces as a bluff, but Paul has to put it in and does. And here we go, off to the races. Big
Who is
flip.
Paul on our feature? Because he's got the 888 badge on.
I don't know. Maybe he's a qualifier. 888 obviously running satellites for this, getting for cheap online. So potentially someone who has qualified for cheap.
Jack high flop, Jack 5, 6.
Abdul Kadir holding. And still.
Yep. In the river is a 9. So the 8s for Abdul. Sit back down, sir. Sit down. Sit back down.
Even Abdul got the 888 attire on, I see. Yeah. Sporting the old 888 bobble hat.
Not as tall as the others.
Yeah, it's not.
So 30 players left. Marion in C number 1. Raising to 125. Cyprian gets out of the way with the old 3 deuce. Something. This is bizarre. This is absolutely bizarre. So the number's just gone down. Table 14, seat 3, busting out for £470. The very next elimination was table 14, seat 2, busting out for £480, both GDPR. The very next person out was table 14, seat 4, 32nd for £480. The next person out was Bixie Yao on table 14, seat 5, finishing in 31st for £480. And just gone out now, on table 14 is seat number 9, Matt Cartwright, busting out in 30th for £480. So the last 5 eliminations are seats 3, 2, 4, 5 and 9, all on table 14. What? That's just bonkers. But we're down to 29 as it's updated, spot on there. Perfect. We're down to 29 and the last 5 bust outs have all been on table 14. table seat 3, seat 2, seat 4, seat 5, and seat 9. Absolutely. Apocalypse, good luck to seat 8. He might have all the chips. Seat 8 might have all the chips. Let's have a look, see if we can see who's on table 14. Rob Duras is on table 14. Dan Charlton's on 14. Vitally Lunkin's on table 14. So we better check what is happening on there, but that's just bizarre. 5 eliminations on the trot and all from table 14. Crazy stuff in the 888. Yes, it is sunny Manchester. Went for a walk this morning, went for a lovely breakfast in a place called, what was it called? A very nice place, must admit. Quick shout out to Pot Kettle Black. Pot Kettle Black, straight across from the Royal Theatre. Was very nice, I enjoyed it. Straight across from the theatre. And then walked into work. It was very nice this morning. We're giving that many numbers out, we thought it was bingo. Oh dear, that was really weird. 5 eliminations on the trot and they were all table 14. Just bonkers. Anyway, back to the table. Jeff in C number 9 with the 5-4. Up and down it. Paul in C number 8. Paul Minzarau. Minzarium. So maybe he's an 888 qualifier. Up and down again out of the way. And 7 big blinds. Yeah, I watched the penalties this morning, Apocalypse. How bad were them 2 penalties? The Man City missed. I don't know what Bernardo Silva was thinking. You have 435. You have Hessian. Yeah, there's definitely no blame on anybody else taking a penalty, that is for sure. It was weird. It really was. But they're out. The last 4 should be great games. The semi-finals. Abdul Kadir with Ace Jack should be raising. With the blinds at 50,000, he makes it 100 with 1 black chip.
Push off that double with the 8s.
Yeah, we didn't see any of the games, Apocalypse, so can't really say. But the semi-finals should be crackers. We're on 28. Did you hear that?
Yeah,
It's all table 14.
Toasty, I heard.
All table 14.
It's pretty mental, to be fair. Wow. Someone's going to have a stack on 14.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Oh, Dan Charlton said he heard us talking about Vegas. He says he's already booked a night out with the Tower and J at Ellis Island.
Okay, I'm in.
He's already said.
Tim completing in the small 8-3 offsuit, and Yoav with the goods. Imagine check, fine check Yoav. I've just seen stack size. Goes all in. Goes all in. It's actually a really intriguing spot when you're at that stack depth. Like Yoav there, even up to 9 big blinds, he's meant to check pocket 9s tower, meant to check pocket 10s, meant to check pocket jacks. And the reason being is because Tim's range, once he completes, Tim's going to be very polar. He's going to have his worst hands and his best hands. Whereas like Tim's just going to open shove ace queen, ace jack, all this stuff that's going to have 2 overcards versus our like 9s, 10s. Whereas a lot of the time Tim's going to just complete all this 7-4, 7-5. And that's why off of that stack depth in the big, we're actually meant to check 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings and aces. Not meant to do any raising versus the complete, just the pure check and head to the streets.
Game's changed, hasn't it?
It's just how it's just counteracting range. That's all it is. So like with a hand, let's say like 10s there, Tim's not going to have an overcard. It's difficult for him to have an overcard because off of 6 effective pre, he just shoves like all the suited jacks, all the queens, all the kings, all the aces. Completing, Apple Queen 6 offsuit here. Could be thinking, I think suited would set Johan in for 8. This one, not too sure about whether to say the words all in or check and take the free flop. He's going to head to the streets.
Ace King 7 flop. That's 115. Does you have?
Yeah, and this is interesting because the Ace X and King X should shove free here tower. So if I'm Abdul, it's annoying versus this size because versus 1BB, like we're happy to call, but against this large sizing, very difficult to continue. But I reckon Queen 6 was likely to be the best hand there, just because of the pre-flop ranges that are supposed to shove.
$28 players left. Paul Kimmer busting out on table 10, not 14.
Oh, that's different.
Paul Kimmer busting out means 28, £490 locked up.
Afternoon, Jonathan Brown. Thanks for tuning in.
Afternoon. Well, things are good. Live streaming the 888 Voyage until the winner tonight, whatever time that may be. 30-minute blinds. And Tim has run into Yoav's Kings.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Tim, when Yoav jams, gonna have to call 8s here tower because Yoav will have 7s, 6s, 5s, 4s, 3s, deuces, some suited ace X that we dominate, flipping versus a lot of hands as well. Yeah. Never expect to be up against a hand as strong as kings. Cut off versus button, pocket 8 for 11. Should be a call for Tim when back on him. And there we go, snap call, already knew what he was doing.
Yep.
And unfortunately, just running into it here. Yoev set for a double.
Any dramas?
No, not on that flop, same scenario.
Yep. Jack not working for Tim.
8 running diamonds is a thing. 7 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds would be a fun sweat. That will lock it up to a chop, so Yoev is staying alive, just fading kings to fade the chop. Yoev up to 1.3 million. Our day 2 chip leader Tim down to just 8 big blinds just south of. Every
6-5 for Paul. It's out of the way.
excellent suit for Tim. Not going to get any better than this tower for just sub 8. So effectively all in, putting in most of the stack. Just leaving some chips back because potential ladder opportunity for a whole £10 tower. You're off. 10-4 off. Not doing anything. He'll be folding. Doesn't know it's on him. Yes, he does. Out of the way. I thought King 9 offsuit going to have to do the same. Cyprian is gonna make the call with the ace-4.
There's the call.
Tim out in front. Got some fading to do.
Ace 10-8. King of diamonds.
Lots of chop house out there now, tell what. That is one.
And that looks like one of them.
And double for Tim does make small profit on the hand, but will not double up. Lines are going up in next hand. To 28, heard about Paul Kimmel. When we lose one more tower, will be a 3-table redraw at 27. Razor Kev's off to Malta next week as well.
Looking forward to Malta next week, the Razor Kev.
You going out with the Arlo lot, Kev? I know there's about 30 of them going.
Is there?
I'm assuming, yeah, Joe Saunders is going out there. They all heard, so they all jumped on the bandwagon. They heard Arlo would be out there, free money. See, Jake Marston's only going Malta because Joe Saunders is in Malta. This is what a super whale does, Tower. The beluga of the sea is in Malta, so everyone follows him out there. Buying for this Tony, £250, 220 plus juice. And down to the final 28, number lose one more, will be the time. For the free table redraw, Dre saw a bit of him yesterday. It's involved with selling a suit on the button with 100k. Cyprian will be out of there.
Cyprian's took it into his throat. Josh is like, oi, it's you. Now then.
Nice easy jam for Paul. Fist pump jam this one. Suited rear lace off a 12 facing the button open. Should be happy to just move in, especially versus Dre, who will open button correctly. Whoa. Just goes with
Cool with the ace 3 and flops an ace.
It may actually work out better from Paul playing it in a manner that I don't think we're supposed to. I think we're just supposed to be shove all in pre, facing the button open, but now we get this board. Do expect Dre to send in some barrels, and Dre's probably going to be thinking as well, Tao, most of the ace-X are just going to be shoving pre-flop over our open, so difficult to ever give Paul credit for an ace here, because in theory we expect most of them to just be sent in pre-flop. Oh, Paul. Oh, Paul, Paul. Just call. Keep the bluffs in.
18 bigs for Paul with 900k.
Wins a little bit. To be fair, gets the C bet they wouldn't have got with a shove pre, but over the long run, just want to be shoving tower, and if we do when we get to the flop, don't want any raises there. With our hand, should just be playing pure check call. Lost our customer that was drawing 9 on dead in terms of equity.
Lines are now 30, 60, 60,000. Tim Jack 4. Flat tie.
Just manipulating clock tower here. Yeah. Lines going to be increasing. So wants to make sure that he posts the big blind and then the blinds go up at 60k level. I'm guessing that's what this is. Oh, blinds are already up.
Yeah, 30, 60. Yeah. The blinds are up, he's got 7 bigs. Tim Chung. When he looks down, looks a bit like Trig, doesn't he, on his golf?
Yeah, I can see it. Will we see Trig this year, Tara? Will he make
an
appearance, Annie?
I know he's got a full-time job now and just playing a bit online when he feels like it, but I'm sure we'll see him at some point.
I bet when you've played poker for that many years and you get like a full-time job outside the card world, when you actually play, I bet it's unbelievable. I bet you absolutely love it, because it can be quite monotonous when you're doing this for a living and week in, week out, just sitting there playing cards. But when you've actually got it to look forward to. Dre, ace king in the cutoff. Opens. Saw Cyprian last week in Edinburgh. Paul with the deuces here, easy. Shove tower. Just south of 15, pair facing the cutoff open, fist pump jam.
And he announces it. We're off to the races.
Does find this one.
Pulling in a cross.
Jeff sitting behind.
We've got three-way action because Jeff and Paul are covered by Dre with the Ace King. So a 2 million chip pot. Jeff with the small 4.5 bigs. Paul in seat number 8 has got 15 bigs and Dre has them covered. So three-way all-in action, and then look at the window, the King of Diamonds.
Beautiful sight to see for Dre. So just fading 5s and deuces, running diamonds as well.
And this will be a 2 million chip pot for Dre, taking 2 out.
Lovely how the dealer set this one up.
There we go.
Clubs River, so Dre does eliminate 2. We lose Paul Minzaru in 28th and Jeff Duddy in 27th, so going to leave us with 26.
Lost 2, we're on a 3-table redraw with 26.
Lost 2.
So that would have changed it completely. No, of course not.
So, 5 minutes or so, give you a quick chance to see what's going on. We'll start with this week.
What's happening rest of the week?
UKPL here on the Thursday. High roller today if you fancy it. Late reg until day 2, so all day to get yourself into that one. We've also got the main event day 1, which is running. And then Friday, main event. Concentrating on that will be high roller day 2 on stream. Saturday does have the turbo dash side at 7 p.m.
Finish one-day event.
Sunday we've got the big shot, you've got the seniors, you've got the closeout. If you fancy some side action. And regarding 888 dates, we are in Manchester. Next stop for us, bit of a break tower for the 888 after this one. Not until surely the sun will be out by then in August. We're open, right?
Might not be London.
Might not be London
because of the refurb.
Because of the refurb. Okay, so that might be
we will
changed.
let you know exactly what's happening regarding that.
The GUKPT dates.
That's what we're streaming with Cardroom Direct and Grosvenor Poker live. We're definitely in Luton, we're definitely in London, we're definitely in Leeds. So plenty going on.
No, but this is where I shine as
all
well.
the way through the year. And if you can't make Manchester this week, Coventry, Glasgow, Luton, Portsmouth and Stockton for the 25-50s. And there's a new one in town in May.
Cardiff.
There is a new one.
We'll go to that first then.
First time 25-25 for years and years and years. Hope you all turn out. Coventry's 25,000 guarantee, 9th till the 12th of May. Cardiff, Red Dragon Centre, Grosvenor Casino. Get there.
And we've also got a full schedule out now as well for our next GUKPT leg. And look at my Sean Hayden trick as well, Tal. Watch this. Where do we go?
Whoa, have you done that?
So there's the schedule for week 1 of Luton. Do we come back when we go to leg the second page? No, we don't. Disappeared.
Can you ring Sean Hayden and ask her to bring us back?
Get us back. There we go.
You've got some skills.
And there's the 25-50 schedule for the year. So that's all the dates for all the 25-50s. That's the calendar 50k guarantee on all of those.
Any changes to any of those regarding the Vic later in the year, we'll definitely let you know on social media. Follow us on Grosvenor Poker everywhere you go. Follow us all for all new reports and exclusives coming on and what's happening at Goliath and everything like that.
And so here we are, down to 3 tables. Oh look, 11, 12 and 13. Of course they broke 14. They thought we're going to be done by 5 o'clock. They keep 14. 11, 12, 13 now. 14's gone, Tower. It's gone.
That's Goliath there, the main event days. for Goliath. There's plenty going on as well. That's the schedule in full. Plenty going on with that. And don't forget, all the online tickets you can win for Goliath have already started. Plenty of guarantees every single day for the Goliath that is on in July, the end of July, the 26th of July until the 4th of August. Get yourself there. We will be covering the lots. 9 days of coverage for Goliath.
Yes, as they take their seats, going to run you through the players that will be joining us. In 1 is Nahal Zaglavocci, in 2 is Abdul Kadir, in 3 Yannick Seeger, in 4 is King Hangman, in 5 is Chiang Hung, in 6 is Zhao Zhang, in 7 is Stu Sefton, in 8 is Gar Chu, and in 9 is Luke Guest. So that's the 9 players that we've got. Will be another redraw at 18 when we get there.
Chen? Chen, yeah?
Just about done. Just about in.
Where's your chips? Luke, yeah? Where's your chips? You probably want to bring them with you when you come over. Seat 9 has...
I don't mind having you on my left, but...
580. 580. Charlie. Says I've got a seat on. There's someone in on the seat.
Just making sure everyone's in the right seats, and then we'll get the green light to continue. And just a quick 6-7 minute pause to sort out the free table redraw.
4:30 to seat. What's your name, mate? BK on seat 1. Big blind, 60-60.
Yeah, lad. No, it's not here, lad. It's okay. Why do you want to score with here, lad? Just sit next to me.
Just the card.
Okay, you can move it up there. Not just face on it.
Here we go. Table set. Down to 26, so we've lost 2.
I'll tell you what I do like about these 200-pounders, Tal. I know I said compared to the 1Ks, only you can tell from the skill level, but I really like seeing some fresh faces and new names.
Yes.
Players that we're not used to seeing on the featured table.
Yeah.
I think it's great that we can run a live stream for a 200-pound comp, and players potentially have the opportunity to get on the live stream, showcase their skills.
Raise 125.
Zabo here going to open ace-9 off 14 bigs. Full ring from early position, potentially should hit the mark. Trying to get this attempt to steal through. Abdul here with the king-queen in the small. I think likely to see call from Abdul here. Yannick seems like he's got chunks there, loads of 100k chips, but I was saying if Yannick had like 20 himself, could be an argument for potentially going for shove, but I think at this stack depth with Yannick, Zabo opening off of just shy of 15, I think probably likely to just see call here from Abdul in the small. Looks like he is going to find, is this a 3-bet coming from him? Let's go Abdul, picked a lovely little spot to do it. Zabo at complete bottom of range here. Doubt he's going to open a hand worse than ace-9 off from early position. And Abdul straight in with the punishment. And Yannick behind.
Just with the boots. Are you sure?
Snap rips it in. And unfortunate for Abdul Kadir Tower because very tidy 3-bet here from him. Very nice indeed and would have been working. But the one player that is uncapped and can't account for it behind. Yannick just sends the absolute lot in for 2.1 milli, and that's going to be end of hand. And Yannick going to pick up 600,000 chips here without having to go to a flop. Does have the goods, the aces. Love the 3-bet from Abdul. I think he's picked a very nice spot. Unfortunately for him, you can't account for that. Someone waking up with the pre-flop nuts behind us.
Minutes of this level to go. 26 players left. Crowning the champion of the Voyage tonight. Whatever time that will be.
Sevens for 12, just going to go with jam. I think it's nice. Right on the cusp, I think we've got like 13, 14, we go more with open. 11, definitely jam from +1. Just hoping to get this one through. But not going to be getting this one through, so Abdul Kadir should be ISO in here tower. 21 bigs for Abdul. Should just be an easy all-in for him, faced with this action in front.
Yep, this is all of it to the dealer. The eyes go up. He says, all of it, please.
Zabo, got to win a flip here.
Sevens against ace queen. Queen in the window.
It's going to need a 7 or some sort of running possibility. That's not it.
Down to a 7. Needing your 7 or we lose one. And it's a 4.
So Zabo Zhang out in 24th, just before him losing Tim Chung in 25th, and Edward Cott couldn't get the chips out in 26th. So down to 23. I think we're going to go very close to an FT this session.
Seat open, 12-6.
Hour and 20 to lose 14.
No, I've never
Yeah, this is like, it's from like, what was it?
Good to see Stuart on our feature. Avid watcher of the live stream. Going well in the Voyager here in Manchester. And
Always comes to say hello as well.
with the Kings, not much room for open tower off of 9, so I guess we just play jam as Luke. The problem with this, if we're opening Kings, but we're not opening hands like Ace King, Ace Queen off of 9 bigs, there's too much of a raise fold gap. So if we're just going to open send Ace King, open send Ace Queen, open send Ace Jack, open send 10s, open send Jacks, and we're not having any stills in there, it's just too much. Like, we're going to need opens with Ace Queen, Ace Jack, Ace King, which I doubt Luke's going to be doing. But I think we're more inclined to get action with a shove rather than an open. Open just looks super strong here, tower from
It
Luke.
does indeed. And it is super strong. The Kings.
See if Chian sniffs this out. No, Chian not sniffing anything out. Does go with the call. So it is actually working out for Luke on this occasion. Maybe in a £200 actually, when people aren't really paying attention. Not really thinking, hold on a minute, this guy's opened off a 9 bigs. What's his range look like? People are just thinking, I've got Jack 8 in the big. I've got this much to defend, let's go. There may be more merit the lower you go down the buy-ins, where people aren't really thinking as logically as they would in, let's say, a 1K. Either way, just going to be a C-bet from Luke and hand over.
165, can't be doing anything with the old Jack 8, so out we go. On 23, after we lost Zabo, Mihail down on 7 bigs.
Zabo. Remember Wagbo?
Wagbo, aye. Wagbo, what's Wagbo?
He was on Harry Hill's TV Bird, wasn't he?
Hey, Wagbo.
He was the love child of Susan Boyle and Wagner from the X Factor.
We were talking about Wagner last time, weren't we? Wagbo. I seem to dream. Enjoy the old tub thumping tonight, Preston Pixie.
Tub thumping. Is that what they call it nowadays? The heavy metal.
No idea. Apparently it's punk. What is it? American punk or whatever it's called these days. He's off to see Cats Are Us, Dog Sniffers, and something else.
Yeah.
What else is he off to see?
Feral.
The feral geese.
The feral guitarist or something.
He's off to see some bands you've never heard of. Enjoy, Pixie. Let us know how it goes, and let us know if you know any of the songs. That needs food.
So doing the hijack. Raise this to 120. Jack 9 suited here for Yannick. Quite not at the stack depth to go for the free bet. As a bluff, as a covering stack, it's just going to play cool. King out the way. Stewie Ace 9 is going to throw in the defend, has both players in a dominated spot. He doesn't know that. Say what? Did we not just have 2, 3, 5, 2 diamonds?
2, 3, 5, 2 diamonds.
Flop lag.
Six of Hearts turn.
Final lead, Stu. No, we just got ace-9 high, but could potentially go for a small stab one and done here when we've just got such a range advantage on the 6-5-3 deuce from the big blind. Doesn't elect to go after it as Stuart, and is actually going to win the pot anyway if this checks through tower, which it probably will. Doubt people are going to be bluffing on the 4-line into a straight. It's more favourable for the big, so probably going to be checking through, and Stu actually going to take it with ace-9 high. Unless Yannick has an idea of bluffing here. But would he value better queen? Probably not, so he's just going to show the jack high and ace-9 high for Stu. It's a battle of the kickers. Ace-9 going to be good. Decent pot there for Stu. 270 added to his stack.
The 9 plays.
As that happens, we head to an outer table. Well, we're meant to head to an outer table, but it's all...
What you done? Here we go.
Let's try again.
He's gone and blanked it all off. I press all these buttons, Tower.
I don't think you'll do it there, yeah. Maybe you were misreading or something.
Just like, that's not what was going on there. I didn't know what was going on.
I'm trying to work out in my head.
Tens for Yannick. That's for 2.5x a hit. In the big blind raise and take for Yannick. Let's try again. Here we go. That's what we're looking for. Is Jack Smith, who is all in with ace-3. He's been called by the pocket nines of Iron Opria.
Iron Opria, Chitley, he was earlier. The 9s against ace-3. The triangles on the side of the ace-3.
Needs a Barry.
He's not, it's the wrong one. Jack, well played. Cash in 23rd.
23rd for Jack Smith.
Well done, Jack.
And £20 for him. And Ion adds more.
Indeedy. Down to 22.
Jack 7 suited here. Stu with King 10. Let's go, Stu. Let's go, Stu. Would have made this smaller here, Tower, but I like the idea what he's trying to do. Cut off open wide. King 10 would have just made it like 2.5x. There is Stu, like 3-2-5 perhaps, slightly smaller. We're being nitpicky, just choosing a size that still gives us room to fold and not price ourselves in if we're met with jam. But like the idea, King 10 off, facing the cut-off open. Works a treat.
Always the range.
Raised 150.
Pocket 8's for Yannick. Goes for the 2.5x up. Really awkward one from Mihail. Does just choose to fold and live to fight another day off of his 5 big blinds.
Yep, just the 5 bigs at 310k. Gonna need a move soon.
King out of the way. Chien with the ace 10. Should see an open hit. 16 bigs, too many to be shoving. Should just raise it up to around 2 BBs. Does exactly that. Oh, Mihail, how do you find aces when you're this short?
Boom.
How?
You know what I mean? None of that raising malarkey, get them in, just the 5 bigs. Got to put them in.
Abdul will fold, Chien will call, and Mihail going to be doubling up almost always. 7% equity. Chien. So 1 in 15 shot essentially. The ace 10 off. It's going to be nice actually for me. So I'll get some back to 740. 12 bigs, we actually have some fold equity. Can do some opening from under the gun.
Happens on our table before, doesn't it?
Just got to fade the sickness.
So the short stack, the aces. Against Chien's ace 10.
Oh dear.
Oh, the ace of hearts redraw. What a flop. We need a right sweat it up. That's good.
That's good.
Fade in the heart.
And 5 left in the deck as well.
Yep. Oh, there it is!
One of those.
Man.
At least he'll have the story to tell to everyone when he gets home, Mihail.
Oh, Mihail. Unlucky, sir.
Aces cracked by ace 10. Mihail Zuglavocci out in 22nd for £550. These are
The open feature
21 players.
Wow. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That's what we say. Ouch, ouch.
I decided going with ace 10.
Get it in.
Oh yeah, you want to have the big
Filthy river indeed, Chris Platt. Stuart. Opens the 1-2-5. Maybe the raise and take. Yannick not defending the 4-3. Just gives him that one. Stuart chipped up to 2 milli. And then Hodgbonkins. Afternoon, guys. Any chance of running the payout ticker?
Yes.
Plan into 2 stages.
Just for you.
I'll try and keep them.
Yeah, look after them. See you on final.
Yeah, get me back on the phone. So.
Heads up, I'll be okay with that.
Should see open. Any ace good enough to open when folded 2 on the button.
Still here.
Go for the heart.
Yeah. Not much for mine. I feel like 20. Crowley sometimes are 20, aren't they?
That's at 120. Yannick queen 8 off should hit the muck. I say, use the word should lightly. Because he's in. No, he's not. He thought about it and then he thought, you know what? I'm going to play correctly. Let this one go.
21 players left.
Go on, yeah.
In the mix with 10-6 of hearts, defends from the big. Not much going on for him here. Should just see bet range from Abdul handover. You expect most of the time tower.
Yep.
Can go very small here as Abdul could even scale down to like 20%, 65k, something like that. Against this shallow stack in the big blind off of 15. Table, guys.
What's happening? Oh, somebody's standing up.
Ben Heyman is going to leave the field. Just caught the end of the hand. Ben Heyman had the 9s. Dan Cholton had the ace-king. Barry on the flop, no help.
Yep.
On the run out for the 9s of Ben. So Dan Cholton
stacking. Look at them.
Stacking nicely as well.
Beautiful.
Winning a WSOP circuit ring a couple of weeks ago. Ben Heyman out just before him losing Marion Constantine, so actually down to 19 players tower. So when we lose one more, that will be the 2-table redraw.
$19.
There should be all in here from what?
What's he just folded?
He's got ace-5 off, but we're on the button, and I think effective stacks like 15 bigs tower, so should just be a slam dunk jam for Yannick there. That's really strange. Just folds, ace-5 off on the button. Got to get through a 10 big blind stack and what looks like 15. Assuming the blues are 100k. Blues 100k, 25k whites. Well, Chian had 16, but still, ace-5 off to Yannick. I think we just want to send that in on the button when folded 2 tower.
Afternoon, Andy. Andy Wilson joining us. You got to know when to hold them, and you got to know when to fold them.
I thought Bowie would be here. I thought he'd be in the mix in the Voyager. Sure, we'll see him for the main event. Or the high roller. I'll come up in a bit, he says.
Nice one, pal. High roller started at 3. Here's 6 Jack Flock, 2 diamonds. Chen, the second pair.
Yeah, this is essentially top pair for Chen Tao. Second pair, because the ace is a brick, irrelevant. All the ace X going to shove pre, or at least they should do, for 10 bigs of kin. So our Jack effectively becomes top pair here on ace Jack 6. So nice easy call for Chen with position. Looks like kin with a well-timed shutdown here. Check, check. Ken does go after it here. Tower going to be getting snapped off, or at least he should be. I just got to think about when value betting, or even when bluffing, what we credibly have here for value, and we don't have much. King 10 shoving pre, Queen 10 shoving pre, King Queen shoving pre. So our story just doesn't check out here, and a Jack's just got a really easy call. Like, I guess we can have some like Queen Deuce off, Queen 3 off that some reason stab flop and hit a Queen on the river, but it's just a clear as day call here for Chien. With the Jack 4, just simply because King can't have an ace, can't have King 10, can't have King Queen, can't have Queen 10, these all shove pre. Doubt he's going to value bet as thin as a Jack, but Chien just folds anyway. What do I know? Absolutely nothing in these 200-pounders. Oh,
The 250s are great. They're levelling.
Might get Bowie in the booth. Can't play the main. He'll play the 1K, maybe jump in the booth. Good to see you, Andy. I'm not okay. Today's been tough, I'll give you that. This 250-pounder has been very tough. I've seen a lot of stuff we don't usually see.
A lot of play you'd normally see Tower get involved with,
Yeah,
and JB thinking, "What are you doing?"
It's Tower's kind of element today. Ace Queen for Abdul in the hijack. We'll be seeing open. Ace 4 suited for Kin here. 15 bigs, just sub against an aggressive opponent. Abdul Qadir opening from hijack, could definitely think about shoving here if he wanted to as Kin. But after seeing the last hand that he played, I'm not sure if he will take it, but we will see. He does take it. Love it from him. No, it's not going to work, but try and look at it from a long-term perspective. And I think this is actually a very nice jam versus Abdul Qadir specifically. And
in the Voyage,
Ace Queen hijack versus button. Can't see it where it folds.
That's why I say like that.
Depends, it's going to be another redraw. 50% chance.
Here's the call. So, are we going to be at two-table redraw incoming unless Kin can find some help? Doesn't find any there. No real runners other than the running Will. Running Chop would do it as well. So Jack 7 or 4 to survive. And the 4! How about the hard one? The one to scoop the lot. And as that's happening, we're heading over to an outer table because Cyprian has called an all-in with pocket 8s, and it's SV with the ace queen. So off we go, pocket 8s hold. So we're going to lose SV, so that one will send us to the two-table redraw. But what a double up for Kin. Snags the 4 on the river, lives Abdul short with 12 BBs.
I'm staying here. I'm staying here.
Right guys, new seat list is up on the screens. Please find your new seat and take your chair.
How are we doing, Brandon? Just looked up if they have Taco Bell in Manchester. This UKPL thing looks more attractive now. Coming for the Taco Bell. We've got the high roller running today. We've got main event starting tomorrow. But we've got a quick 5-minute break for the two-table redraw. I'll quickly go get some refreshments.
Go on then.
This, do you know what this guy's called? It's gone out for us. This one's
Just keep these up against the rail.
This one is that's
No.
Abdul.
Okay, keep that.
What's your name, bud? Luke. Yeah, he's on the other table. Luke, is there a break? No, no break. Yes, Dan.
What's going on with it?
Good, mate.
Sort me out, mate.
This
is not my tool.
You're here, Abdul. 6'7".
Oh no.
On your chair. Sorry.
Back on again.
6'6", 285.
So where am I sitting?
6'7". Yeah, no, it had to be. 2.285 to man, yeah.
Not bad. How much?
2.285. Sorry.
I know, but I thought I had 2.6 or something. I don't know.
I've done. Maybe
I always see you with a big stat.
I didn't. I might have pissed him
Someone
away.
just gets a 6.
You know what I mean? I probably have whaled him. Was I whaled him?
It's the bad faults that I
don't know what I meant over there. Did I play for Blands?
bad faults I worry about.
1.295
Oh,
to 6'6".
Wait, let me count these ones. Sorry, I was trying to get the numbers right. 3, 4, 5, 1.5.
So redraw to be done. Down to the final 18. And the final 18. Charlie Lunkin, Kin Hand Man, Yannick Seabrook, Stephen Barnes, Dan Charlton. You have Hessian, Abdul Kadir Ahmed, John T. Willis and John Chew. And on table 13, Vlasidav Kasabov, Luke Guest, Andreas Olympius or Dre, John Bell, Chen Hyung, Rob Duras, Cyprian Burdan, Jon Opria and Stu Sefton. The final 18.
It's under 2.3.
Let us do
Oh,
it.
that ain't milk.
Okay, guys, we are going to continue. Blind of 40,000, 80,000, 80,000 big blind
Ah,
ante. Your
forget
button
that.
has been redrawn. Please
Got
don't
five.
So John's back.
John's in 5.
So look at this.
No. 80.
Seeing how this guy's run.
And just to let you know, the sunshine's completely disappeared here in Manchester, and it's teeming it down with rain.
He's got chance. He normally
There you go, Chunk.
He spazzes out.
Let you know.
Yeah, what's
If you're thinking of wandering around, don't bother.
Normally when he's got chance, he spazzes out.
You only tried. You tried to spaz it off to me.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
We're looking at Dan.
Yeah, Yannick's here, mate.
Sounds like me.
Oh yeah, you heard it. You thought we still got Yannick. Yeah, applies to a lot of people.
Okay,
Yeah.
guys, blind of 40,000,
Can apply to all of them.
80,000 big blind ante. Best of luck, Peters. Please begin to deal.
He's an OG.
So we're down to the final 18. Off we go. Redraw done. Final table should be next session.
Say it again. I need translation. What did he say?
He's saying good luck to him.
Oh yeah, yeah. Good luck to you.
48, right?
The 900 888s and the 800 on GKPTs. Because the 900 tables are at an 888, and good to see Dan Charlton making an appearance.
No,
Then we're King 10 on the button. Looks down with the stacks.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
Players all in. That nonchalant. Sorry. I'm supposed to be holding a lot here, Dan, am I?
Just let it go. Let's fight another day, bro. You don't want this stuff.
So Dan just says, I'm all in. Abdul says, I've got Jack 6. I don't know anything I can do with that.
Well, you're better, yeah? My first one was good. I like that.
Dan, 2.5 mil.
I got it.
Oh yes, I know, yeah. I've chosen to put his name to these cups. Proper mugs of tea. So Dan jamming the button, winning the next stand. 18 players left at 40-80. Next session we should get to an FT.
I'm holding you, sunshine. That's yours. I can put a big dinner on your own fucking chest. I want some of the blues.
Player is all in.
You can't just live really down there, you know what I mean? Like, you've got you to be like.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
So Vitalik all in for 11 bigs with Jack Queen. A bit shallow for some of the players.
Guys racing up.
30-minute clock, doesn't hang about.
See, we've got the Charlton on the table.
Yes, just jammed the button for the lot for his 2.5 mil. With the 9-4, we'll be getting out of the way.
I think players like Dan are really going to thrive when we're 2 tables out in this tournament, simply because I think a lot of the field are just going to be understudied in spots when the average stack is around 20 bigs, and the plays when you just get to open shove for effective stack size. Like Dan's going to be really clued up on that, like what hands we can shove when folded to us for the effective stack, whereas I think a decent proportion of the field may be unaware, and I think when we do get to this stage, it's a good little weapon to have in the arsenal.
18 players left.
160k.
Dan opens to 160, and Yoav here, off of 16, could be thinking about a jam here, especially versus Dan Charlton, who will be opening a lot with the chips that he's got. A fairly close one for Yoav. Wouldn't fault him if he did choose the jam here. Late position open. Does get out of there. Obviously was thinking about it. Well-timed fold from Yoav. Suited for John. Does get to defend this one. Obviously he's in defend off of 10.
Nine, 2, 5. I like that. I like how he spreads them on the flop so we can see the cards before they're even turned over. I like that.
He's only been doing it 2 years, Tower.
He's not been doing that. He's not been doing that every flop. I know he's good, but he's not been doing it every flop. But I do like that.
That's 130k. Cool.
That's a will for Dan.
No spades in play.
Is John going to bluff at it? After choosing to bet turn. Gives up and Dan going to take it with the will. John Chu tried it, didn't work.
I ain't want that nice, there's 4 spades out there.
Must be nice winning with ace queen on that board.
I had it straight.
The river was 6 though with the straight flush. I'm thinking, imagine if he had the ace of spades, he had 6 of spades, that would be sick. It was possible, them kind of hands.
Yeah, it was.
18 left. 888 Voyage. Scrolling across the bottom, the payouts. Good numbers, 336. 15,260 up top. And then siphoning all the way down. 18 players left.
Ace queen for Yoav. Should be open here off of 16. Want some value from our hand, want someone to shove worse.
Raise 205k.
John to with the ace 9. That's 2.5 mil. That's out of the way.
To Vitali. Vitali Lunkin in the big 5 do soft, not much we can do but fold.
Sounded like a pair of balls. Sounded like a pair of balls. We're all worried about you. We don't need
2.9 mil, Dan Charlton.
and a bit. And then 500 quid.
Where's the next break, young man?
Next break will be in 42 minutes, Tower. 42.
The next session when we get to the FT.
Is Stephen going for open jam here off of 14 Tower? I think we do some opening. Won't be losing, still will be winning, but I think there's way to make more money here, and that's by just making those 2 BBs. Got the whole table to get through. I would prefer to just see open from Stephen. Going to go with jam, it's fairly close, only a couple of BBs difference.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Charlie can't call off ducks. Jack Goal exited about an hour ago, I think it was. Pretty sure. Yep, Jack Goal out in 37. £470, Ashley. That's what he cashed for. Dan Charlton, a couple of ladies. Nice sight to look down at. And then Cammy, hey guys, see you on Saturday. We'll be down for the main. See you on Sat.
Raise 160.
Nice one, Cammy. Players left. Dan with the queens.
Pass.
Rolling round in turn to John in C9. Ace 8 of spades. Don't think he'll see a flop. Only got 7 bigs.
Dan Charlton, no action with the ladies.
Yeah, there's Charlton here. I ain't got a clue yet.
What do you know about Johnson?
Was Johnny not the one that won the PLO in the week?
Nice pop. Back up. Just like, it's nice to have stuff. We're not practical. Where is this stream? You know?
I don't know, I just said to mate. 8, yeah, but what is it? 888 hookers.
No, I don't know.
Rovers.
Rover bunker. It's on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Stream, Grover
Tim Super bought off a 10.
Told me mum to tune it. I told my mum because she's got 30%. Pass.
Hey, one thing you won't get to do these days is put a pint in Dan Charlton's hand.
Players all in.
It's quick, the thing. And he is flying in 2024.
Oh, what's in half an hour ago? I was more trying to find the legs.
You've had a time job.
Come to the surgery.
Time when we're going to 100k level.
I know I'm gonna feel the fucking something that's gonna make me hurt, like King 8 suits.
It's good for Dan to realise. I don't think he's. I don't know Dan's regime regarding studying or anything like that. He'll obviously had the game for 10 years plus. But has it made him think about the game in a different light? Now he's not jumping in fountains and getting himself all steamed up every day. I suppose it is. But love Dan to pieces. WPT circuit? From the WSOP circuit from the one big blind.
One big blind to the victory for Dan.
Tuesday.
Ken, Yannick Paul's King Jack of Hearts on the bar. No, it's a Dan suit 9 in the big.
Where is it? I don't know. I've not really looked at it. My friend was like,
Dabble?
and then they bailed after I was booked, so. Vegas of Europe. That's Rosmond there.
King Jack. Any flops about?
Yeah, don't get much better than that for Yannick. Should be doing a lot of checking here as Kin, cut off versus button. Meant to be playing heavy check. Yannick snap checks behind. Dan does turn 2 pair. Should still be checking. I think they should still check over to Yannick, who now probably does want to start trying to build a pot here with the King Jack.
That's my life, yeah. Life's a beach.
King in the fire with his 2 pair nut kicker. Looks like he is.
I've got my poker done now. Basically, I haven't played live poker for like 4 years.
140k. Yannick assume we're just going to see call with position tower, and then Charlton have an interesting spot with 2 pair and a flush draw here, because he's going to be getting this ridiculous price. 6 to 1 on a call here.
feels like a long time ago.
No, I wasn't even 24 hours ago. I didn't think I'd be playing at 24 hours ago.
Oh, forget that.
5:25.
Gonna go for raise. And Yannick sitting there with the kahunas, the nuts.
Oh, well, that's fine.
So ill-timed bluff here from Dan. Blocking some boats, still with equity to get there versus King X. Does choose this candidate. And King will now fold the ace-9, and I assume Yannick's just always playing cool. Got position, get to go for our value on the river anyway.
Dan sees the bad news. He doesn't want to hit a Dan. Oh, well,
Kind of irrelevant.
yeah.
The deuce, yeah, we now remove some more boats, but King deuce of clubs not going to be in there for Yannick on the button, and well time shutdown from Dan. And now Yannick firing for 400k, really trying to get some value here from his flat boat. Dan with a little giggle to himself. It's a tough one, Tower, because you don't expect people to bluff for this size. As Yannick, do we think he's ever just got ace X of diamonds and now wants to bluff it? Probably not. That might even think about bet and flop. Remember, he snap checked that flop as well. Absolutely snap checked it back. That's anything to look into.
Dan just said he's beating Miss Diamonds, which he is.
There's a lot in there. So up 5.5 to 1 on a call here for Dan. And he's just getting the price. And Yannick with the nuts. Up to 4 million chips. Lovely situation for Yannick Seabrook. Double average.
Yannick up to 4 mil. Dan back in the pack.
Yeah, we have just lost another one. Number will update shortly. Top right, but John Bell, the Dinga Donga.
The Dinga Donga.
Zacabello on Twitch has exited.
I'm surprised he even got that much out of that flop. I saw that flop.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. We'll blast Yannick off his little jacket.
The Dinga Donga had loads of chips as well, didn't he, today? Started the day with over a mil.
Yeah, he really started the day with 2 mil out of the way these blinds lace up. Yeah. 2 mil becomes 20 bigs essentially after 2 sessions.
Last level until we go to a break, and then the next session should be the FT.
Yeah, thought we would come close, but definitely not going to get there now with half hour to go.
And only 17 left. Final table of 9.
Deuces for Johnny. Not sure about this tower. Don't think we get to open deuces full ring 9 max from +1 at this stage of the tournament. Yeah, we're one of the biggest stacks, but there's so many reshove stacks around the table. Anything up to 25 could be shoving over our open, and I think deuces here just want to be folding as John T. All these reshove stacks around the table with full ring, whole table to get through. No removal, blocking all the trash. But either way, he is going to go through on this occasion.
Honestly, that 3 comps we played together, we've always just made massive pots, man. We're probably about even.
Find out. 30 minutes.
4 mil.
just under half an hour to go of this session. 17. Next stop will be the break, and then the stop after that will be the FT of 9.
And we lost Tim Chung.
About 25th, was it?
25th, spot on. Yes, Tim Chung in 25th. They have to take this one as John 7 bigs. Going to be investing 2.5 bigs in 2 hands time when we go through the blinds, then leave ourselves with 4.5, no fold equity with that stack, so going to have to take this one as John Chu, and he does. Yannick out of the way with the King Jack of Diamonds there for 7. Dan won't be going anywhere. Dan Cholton with the Ace Jack of Clubs. 19 big blinds of his own. He's going to ISO.
All in a call.
You'll have out the way. Ball will fold there on Motown. And John Chu stands up.
What did you say? I said I'm glad I thought it, but I didn't realise you were saying. Motown fan, but not.
Don't like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
That's okay.
So if we go to the races, Ace Jack 8-9 John with 7 bigs. 100.
It's over. But I mean, it's just the hands what work.
I called it Ace Jack as well.
Oh, look, 4 of spades, 5 of spades for John Chu in seat number 9.
Nothing like that,
Favourite.
Where's the red card?
Been out twice.
Let's get some of these
Going
coming out,
straight.
right? Let's get a little
Come on!
7 o'clock.
Whoop, there's an 8.
And leaves Dan Cholton with 4 outs.
Right there. They can feel it.
Ace of spade, Jack of spade.
Do it. Don't do
Not
it.
having now not having the best session, and it's a deuce.
Whoa!
So down to 1.2 million, 12 bigs.
You do well to get them chips off John Chu, I'll tell you that. They won't be getting in the middle easily now. He's got 17.
So we heard a lot of shouting and screaming live. So in about 10 minutes time, or 15 minutes time on the live stream, you'll hear one hell of a noise. Because 10 of them have sat down and flipped, well, they didn't even sit down. A one-hand flip for the high roller seat.
Yep.
And obviously Alex Montgomery, Harry Shawnee, all the locals are in there. So Frankie dealt the flop.
Yep.
He dealt the turn face down and dealt the river face up. And the first card anybody showed you from Jack apparently. And that first card anybody showed, everyone showed a Jack. So by the time they all turn the cards over, there's flush draws, straight draws, there's all kinds of things. He's only going to flop the full house, Harry. He's got the lot all drawing dead. They're all drawing dead, it doesn't really matter. Unbelievable. They're all drawing dead. Arian wins a seat, one hand flip. You'll hear the noise in about 10 minutes. They asked the question, anybody want to play a flip for a high roller seat? And they all went yes. Why not? So 10 of them sat down and played it. And Arian's got them all drawing dead.
Yeah, we need that. We need that little gazinga.
Of course, for John under the gun off the 17 should be a fold.
They've got them chips, I'm not putting them back in again.
Look after it.
Good card there.
Afternoon call, Belly's watching. How was Saturday? How was the old Grand National meet-up with all the boys in Liverpool?
27 off for Vitali, sends it in for 9. Shouldn't be getting through. Yoev
Cold Belly says he thinks it was
Charlie, you keep on going under the gun plus 1 all in, yeah? Last time 925, now
brilliant.
925. Bloody hell.
Look at that, Michael Rossman. He's in the car park. Can't believe they didn't let him know for the flip. Michael Rossman would have done the flip. They wanted you out, mate.
They waited.
You run too good.
They waited till he wandered through the door.
Is it 9?
And they did a one-hand flip.
Is it 1,025,000? My other account's right. Actually, no, it's fine, Liam, it's fine. He said 925.
John in the big should be calling his out. Nice, easy one. Always nice when you look down. Look at that. Easy decision. Cool instantly.
You got double my stack. You can double me
There
up.
you go, eventually does.
Whoa. That's it.
Charlie is out in front, but he needs to do some fading.
Pocket force. Will you jam 8, 9,
The same I call it.
I mean, now I feel better, right? Now see how he's up to do them, right?
Yeah, now we can know what he's
So
doing.
off we go.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah?
One of the biggest players in the building. Nicely looking. It's out, flops, no clubs in play, so ace is needed. All three alive.
Oh, club, give me club. 6 of clubs. 9 of clubs.
Ooh, 6 of spades.
That's not a bad one.
That's bringing the up and down.
You got a little.
Aces needed, but doesn't find it. 10 of clubs, river, lose, Vitali, Lincoln. In 17th, £660, leaving us with 16 players going to be going on break in 20 minutes' time. I don't think it'll be long when we return.
I can't do that when he's hitting that spade. It didn't fucking work.
Yeah, I can imagine it was a good day with the boys. Made it last year. They put the Grand National on the same weekend. We're in GKPT Edinburgh this year. Have words, Carl, with the racing authorities.
This level of weird break, right? What is it?
Terrible. You got a drink on the house and
I missed the flipping burgers, Jukes.
You what, Julius?
Flipping burgers.
Is that what you usually
great
do?
at the barbie.
Oh,
king of the
I bet
barbies.
you're great on the barbie.
King of the barbies. Yeah, them flipping burgers.
Something I've never done, Sal. Never
flipped a burger.
Never been still on the barbecue, doing all the whatever you do on the barbecue.
Yeah, I know you meant to call, but that doesn't mean that then
Should be getting out of the way. Not going to see any antics from him. Does fold.
Yeah, I know, he's a legend.
Yeah, shit, that's...
He lives in town.
He lives in town?
He plays 235.
Don't give away his address. What's his postcode?
Back in like 2005.
Yeah, calls on. Oh, well, what's happening here? Abdul says I'm all in.
On the bottom, just 5 big blinds. John, don't ask for a count, John. You've got an ace. It's 5 big blinds.
Man, it's 5 bigs. Come on, John.
Abdul thinks he's got the best hand now. Well, eventually, John Chu does make the call.
King's good card.
King 3. John Chu, A6, Abdul Qadir, Ahmed. He's played a lot this year.
Big pot this though, although it's 5 bigs to us, a big swing. Difference between John having 10 bigs and over 20.
Oh, that's a good card.
Does hit the 6, but Abdul up and down here.
When you see that 6, then
Lots of outs. King 7s
it
and
got
deuces.
a lot better.
That robs Abdul off the kings. So 7 or deuce needed.
It's not, it's an 8. So
You run like
Abdul
shit every time I see it all.
eliminated in
Catch you later.
16th. So Vitali losing in 17th. Abdul straight out next stand in 16th. Which means we're on 15 with 20 minutes to go until the end of this
7:10,
set.
I'm almost out of it. Leave it 7:50. One more page up.
I'm fucking sticking it in your eye every fucking hand until that's over.
Organically, it adds a lot over there. I know. Yeah, you should have. You got him out, got me out of the safe room. To be fair, I put it in a bunch to use here, so yeah, fuck you.
When I saw your jack, I was glad I followed that. I don't know if you like calling me.
He goes in. Struggling with ace queen. Like ace jack. Ace queen. Ace queen obviously. Ace jack. Yeah, it is.
Ace jack for John T. Opens at 220. King, an ace in the big. Ace 7 off of 17. Interesting one because do expect button to be opening very wide. Because I think they'll be taking an aggressive route here, facing what is perceived to be a wide button opening range. Doesn't just opt for call, head to the flop, see what it brings.
Eight, 4, 2 diamonds.
Check back here. 6 diamonds turn, interesting one. Does bring in nut flush draw for Kim to go along with gut shot. And John T with the 2 overs and diamond draw of his own. King goes with check. And I think John T just wants to check this back here tower versus big blind. Horrible if we get raised, not getting to realise this equity. Just want to check it down. Ace high still likely to be best, and these two will chop this up. You know what? It sounds mental. It looks like check, but actually I'd like to see bet here from Kim, because Johnny is just going to be so weighted towards like king high, ace high here. I just expect a turn probe most of the time when he has 2 pair plus, so maybe some sort of exploit to try and get him off of some chops, like he's going to fold the king high, queen high anyways. And then when we put a bet out, could potentially get him off some chops here. So I'm actually a really big fan of this from Kim. On first glance, look like check, try and show down our ace, but how about trying to get Jonty off of his ace and not having to chop this up and taking the whole pot is what Kim is thinking.
And that's what he's done.
Very nice from Kim.
350k. Oh, and a snap call from Jonty. As in literally snap call. They put him on an ace. Oh, nothing better.
On the big mate.
13 minutes until the end of this session. We are on 15 players. Blinds are 100k.
How are we doing, Katie? Good afternoon, guys. That's me tuned in for the duration of this evening. What's your guess on finish time? 9:05. I actually have the unders on that now, but I said 9:05 at the start of the day, Katie. On the stream.
I'm going overs.
You're going overs?
I am.
Going overs?
Alright.
Wow. 800k level at around 9:15. Yeah. 800k would be good for 1.5 big blinds for Yoav right now.
Okay.
To be fair, when Hang Shu won this, we hit the 1.2 million level, didn't we?
We did, in Coventry.
Actually finished at like 10, 11 o'clock.
But we were folding jacks.
I remember.
An ace king, an ace jack.
King 3, 4, 2 diamonds.
Well, I mean, what we're going to do, I know.
2 down draws off the turn.
Stick it in bigger reverse way.
I'm going to save the way, see that from John now.
I don't want to get in trouble with the cameras. It's not the cameras. I don't want the tower. Right. No. Look at them.
8 for John.
Best river in the deck.
And throws in 1 chip.
Chance to get paid. Does get paid.
Throwing the 1 chip. So John Chew moving up the stacks onto 25 big. Just over 10 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Yeah, good to see Dan. Katie hasn't had the best of sessions, had a fair amount of chips, was actually chip leader when he come here, but had a few rough spots thus far. Ace 9 off here from gun, probably just wants to be hitting the mark off at 12, or is he going to go for the attempt to steal? Definitely won't be shoving. I guess Ace 10, we're definitely going for the steal. And still can get value from big blind defend range, so Ace 9 the next pip down, can't be too far off. Maybe thinking at the table as well at this stage, 2 tables out, players aren't free betting enough, aren't playing back at him enough, but Jonty just wakes up with a good tip. Let's see if Jonty can find the free bet here and go with the correct size, something like 400k, probably what we need to go here is Jonty. That goes massive, 575. It's all about making it a size that we can still have bluffs. Let's say Jonty just roll one in with king, queen off, queen, jack off. Like, we want to use a size that if Dan elects to shove, we're not pricing ourselves in, and we want to do this with our bluffs and our values. So when Dan actually opens off of 12 bigs here, like Jonty wants to just basically click this with his free bet, make it 400k, still give ourselves room to fold if not with a 4-bet jam if we were happen to have a bluff there in our range, but just elects to go for the free exercising, which you tend to see at different stages of the tournament. And when we get 30 plus deep, around there. And when Dan opens off 12, I think we do need to scale down that free bet size. It does take the pot nonetheless. Dan can't do anything with ace 9.
15 out of 336. Break in 8 minutes. And then swapping the tables around.
I like the swap as well. Well, sometimes I want the range because I want to like, you don't find it. Okay. Still wait.
What are they playing? I think it's just all No, no, I think it's
Queen. And it was a 2. The chips to be calling, so it looks like he's doing exactly that in the cut-off.
I always get folded when I put that step up before I get punished. Well, no, I lost that because of how shooting it was. I brought. I swear that like
it should be at the half. Well, with him, maybe not actually three-way. Maybe it's a bit closer three-way. Heads up. Heads up.
And what would it tell them when he's folding?
Let's get out of there. Discipline lay down.
Is this a fucking level?
7-4-3.
Did you open the 225? Great sizing, love it.
Yes, Katie. I'm pretty sure it was Jonty that won the PLO earlier this week. I'm sure Bowie Effect will tell us. He was in the winner's picture of the man that won the PLO, so pretty sure it could be him on a bit of form. Goes for C-bet here.
Oh, you made quite a quick call pre-flop. Yeah.
Queen of clubs on the turn. Jonty straight to the lead with ace queen off.
I've never seen him not see that yet. All day. Just always have it.
Definitely informed because she recognises the cap.
Yeah, the pink cap.
How do you know?
The pink cap that's looks like it could do a new one.
I think bad for the double here. 4.8 million might be good for the chip lead at this stage, even Tower.
Very nice indeed. It's the cap that keeps him.
You just got lucky on the turn.
Jonty has the Omaha title from this week.
I think I got distracted by the noise.
Oh, yes, sir.
The lucky hat. We've all had lucky hat in our time.
We have.
Yes, Luke Guest is still in. Haven't seen his name on the bust out list, so still going strong as Luke Guest. We'll have full chip counts when we return after the break, which is going to be in 5 minutes time. So break at 10-2, back at 5:05.
It's had a bit of a
There we go. John is our favourite pigeon and did indeed win the PLO, says Decaf TV. Thank you very much. Kin opening from +1. Stephen here, King Jack off. Thinking about potentially taking it as a shove. I think we prefer that versus +1 specifically after they open off of 18. Yoav out the way. We'll be getting out the way. John T.
Who's tower coming
in the big.
What's that? Who's
Oh, look, I've just seen Jonty's picture that has been used is actually from the winner's photo. I think I can see Andy Wilson's left ear in it.
I love it. Andy Wilson getting in the winner's pitch.
Still did it.
So a couple more hands of this session to go, then a 20-minute break.
And you like flat.
We have been playing, we're going to be like,
Why the fuck is he just flatted Queen 4 apart? No,
he's folding all these hands and then he's
just flatted 10-7 suited, or 10-7 off.
I'm going to be like, what's going on here?
10-8 off.
No, it was a pair, but it's like, you're not flying it.
So Dan Charlton with the Jack Queen, says all of it.
As he should for 9 in the cut-off.
Uh-oh.
And bad news for Dan.
Yep.
So unfortunate. The session's been so rough in Tower, and Yoav.
Yoav just was saying, yep, Mike, I'm all in as well. Thought about asking for a call, but didn't matter in the end.
Now we're basically praying as Dan to see 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, Ace King, Ace 10, something that doesn't have us locked, and unfortunately for us, going to see the bad news. Down to 3 outs here for Dan Charlton. Stands up for some additional equity.
The Charlton standing. So Jack Queen for Dan Charlton against Ace Jack for Yoav. Oh, we need one of them.
One of them? Still fading though.
Yeah, aces and kings now.
That's a good turn. So just an ace or king to fade, and Dan will double to 2.2 million, and that will leave Yoav with half a big blind.
And does. Sits back down, does Mr. Charlton.
Yeah, nice clean winner. Unfortunate for Yoav, been extremely card dead all session. Finally gets his spot. Can't fade the 3 out now. Dan Charlton on a bit of heat, shining through there. Quickly just going to count these stacks. Are we going to squeeze one more hand in?
So down up to 2 mil. Exactly 950. Is this the last hand?
There is 30 seconds left on the clock tower, so it all comes down to...
Oh,
not. 6 seconds.
Well, we are definitely on the last hand,
There
so
we
we
go.
will see you. We get a full
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
See you in 15, guys.
Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater out flops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer, fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the 6s. Big flip here for both players. 6s holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in 4th. And it's a 9, he is out in 4th. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
6s about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the Grand Final back in 2013.
So the flop.
3-8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion.
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go.
Rutter.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done. Come on.
Now I don't want to see a jack or a 6.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced a £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Ace, kings and clubs and queens 4 on the end.
shout and the scream. There is the shout and the scream. Let's go, he says. To 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and calls in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks
ever.
a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one.
mate.
Alex Todd, a lot of chips. He has. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
That's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44. And then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the day's full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst.
Johnny, 1.25 mil. You done? Do you agree? 1 mil, 1.2, 1.2. 1 mil, only you do that. 1 mil, mate.
Okay.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 750.
Yeah, that's for it. I'm here.
Right, 750.
Same table as before, because the final table will be 9. So it shouldn't take that long. So we decided against it.
Are we moving?
Which you don't know.
Does anyone want to count my chips?
I did.
Did you see that brutal hand?
No.
Brutal. Tight.
How many are left there now? One more, there's 11.
40,000. I get all the answers though, right? I get all the answers.
Mike, you get 70 quid on it.
Mike.
70 quid.
Mine's in, boys.
That's alright. You got more stacks of it. Eat like a fucking king.
So off we go again. 15 left.
Focus.
Is it raining? 15 left, just started. Here's the water. It is a bit fresh out there, a bit wet.
Horrible.
I tell you what, it's windy, it's a bit nippy as well. It's gone again. But we're on 15. This is the next sesh.
We're on 14 actually. Chiang Hong.
Oh yes, he bust out, didn't he?
Just before the break.
Yeah, we did.
So that will update.
We will.
Stephen straight in with the all-in blinds now, huge, 120k.
Well, which is why they didn't change the tables. We're only 14 left. Final table of 9.
Some people are just full on blessed, you know.
I'm not even yet.
I'll take a shot. Come on in.
I might get lower.
AC.
Sometimes it's wrong, never believe.
So ace 8 is all in for Stephen. We've got chop outs. 2 to chop it. The 9's going to play most of the other times.
There you go.
And then we're going to chop it up. We're going to chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up? We're going to chop it up. And don't you know we'll chop it up?
That's a good. That's one of your live gone. One of your live gone. You got 9 lives, you got it.
750 off it.
Use up his live.
But like I said, the graphics on there aren't always right. The chip counts on there aren't always right. 120.
Oh no, you put it. Nah, I wasn't stoking. I was looking to see if you little 500 quid had gone. It was. I jumped my mate on the cashes.
Raise 250.
Deuces for John T here. Opens to 250. Loose.
Good pass.
Speech play works. He's pretty good at it.
Not a bad flop for Yannick. Flop a jack, 6. Turns the king of spades. Yannick says I'm all in. John T says I'm all out.
Inside your hands. What do you just fancy it? I know. Wondering what that was. That's Jack. Yes, Jack. Just want to check raise the block, just like you say.
I do expect to get to an F2.
Yes.
Within the hour.
Yep. With you on that one.
Maybe you did have the 910 back in space. You got that 3.6 right now.
Abby Poker says, let's go, Gianti. Looking for a second title of the week, winning the PLO on Tuesday evening here in Manchester.
You got the tower counting this time.
Tower counting towers.
Big up tower, big up. I love you, King.
Going to get another opportunity to open as Jonty, ace-8 suited in the hijack.
We're falling around to Yannick in the small.
Probably going to be another one going Jonty's way.
Shows him the ace-8. $14 players left.
There you go, would be some spin if he could turn this around.
Hey, you got the ladder.
All of it, says you have.
Yep, has to shove any two here tower under the gun. Got the blind value in there. Situation where we get to win the ante, part of the big, part of the small. Whereas in the big blind, we'd be winning back our own ante and what we've got force put in. Or wouldn't have been able to post the big blind as Yoav when we got there. Stephen should complete. Well, going to ISO himself actually, of course. King 8 blind on blind effective technically versus Dan Cholton, and sends it in for 5 BBs and Jack 10 off here for Dan. Closer than it looks, tower for 5.
Oh, and he's made the call as Dan Cholton with Jack 10. We have a 3-way all in. King 8 for Stevie Barnes.
You know Jack 10 makes more nut straights than either hand. Makes 4 nut straights. No, Charlie. They're all blocking me straight. Come on. Yeah, they do. He's got an 8 hand king, I know. Do you want to play red black block?
And the 10 in the window.
Yeah, what a start for Dan Cholton. We're not fussed about the main pot with Yoav. It's all about the side here with Stephen. So just fading kings. A nice clean turn card. So Dan Cholton set for double knockout. Just don't want to see a king.
And there's the 4. So the 10 Jack of Dan Cholton takes out 2.
Done up to 2.9 million. And just before losing those two, we lost Vladislav Kasabov out in 14th. Then Yoav Hasiyong in 13th as the shorter stack. And Stephen Barnes out in 12th for £850. So we're going to be down to 11.
Just like that, we're on 11. ACDC Bond, that's the best name on Twitch. Is Mike Onus still exist in Manchester? I don't know. One thing I want to see on my travels eventually is the Bon Scott statue in Fremantle in Australia.
That's random.
One of the best frontman there's ever been ever. Bon Scott passed away in 1980.
What do you mean frontman? Up top, striker?
Lead singer.
Lead singer?
Lead singer AC/DC. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. I love good Fremantle. Hopefully back to Australia next year. We'll see what happens. We are on 11.
Yeah, I know. You're one shot in the leg. I lost loads of all in. I lost every all in the back of the other day. You just printed all yesterday. You printed all today. I mean, yesterday was fucking. I just locked box it. I didn't even lock box that much. I think I was all in that much. Stop there. This game's really easy if you have the first time to slow down.
10-6 off of Dan. Unfortunately, going to have to hit the mark. False toss on the button. Can't open this.
I bet you were fucking loving that, weren't you? Was it?
360.
You said there, right? I'm going to look back anyway, right? Yes, really? Jack? No, Queen.
You must have had
What?
something.
I did 9 too. Obviously. I did 9 in the first two. But I thought you got Jack. No, really.
John T. Don't mind this at all here from John T. It's actually really nice from him. Unfortunately, John has missed a spot himself, Tower. We got the chip leader raising, small line versus big. We start the hand with 17. John T. going to be fairly wide. Had an opportunity to just send this in as John Chu Tower. Does still have the nut high hand and Ace on the turn. John E going to be less inclined to barrel this one. Hands like Queen X not folding, even the 9X probably going to continue now as well, so does shut it down. 7 of hearts on the river and just sitting here with 10 high now. Is it going to be a give up? It is trying to fold out some Jack 10 type stuff, and John goes for bet. Wow. Should just check there as John. We got the nut high hand. We're not folding a 9. We're not folding a queen. I guess we may target a rivered 7, but it's such a scarce proportion of opponent's range. So I think King Jack just always wants to check back there. One of those game theory disasters. Never getting a better hand to fold. Worse is never calling. Just seems like a viable check, but takes the pot nonetheless. John T. Little roadblock for him. Things were going well. Loses a small one.
I like to play. I don't like to gamble.
Yeah.
2.8 mil for Dan Charlton.
I've sunk that loads, man, so I'm happy. I'm just trolling.
A nice easy shot for Kin. Pair blind on blind. Should be shoving tower for 15. With the deuces facing a complete. Just from a mathematical standpoint, 1 in 17 shot to get dealt a pair. For us both to have a pair, nearly 290 to 1. Doesn't happen very often, blind on blind, pair versus pair. So when we've got one for 15, just send it in, flush out the equity of overcards, equity denial. Just getting 9-5 suited out of there is a great win.
I'm a better player than a gambler. I do. I play 7 days a week.
Play Leah?
Yeah. Play 7 days a week. That's where you started it again.
Well, I started like 20 years ago.
So you started there, I must be there on your first day then.
11 out of 336. Next stop is the FT.
John. Nice one to open, makes it 250. Should be losing kin from the pot. Then over to Yannick in the big, out the way. Raise and take for John Chu.
Best of luck, new dealer. Let's swap around. 11 left out of 336. Very nice indeed. Getting close to the FT.
The payouts are at the bottom of your screen in a second.
Look at that chip stack for Dre, by the way.
These are the stacks that were of 10 minutes ago when we come back from the break, Kyle. So that's what everyone was working with. We have lost Vladislav, Yoav and Steven since then, but that's what everyone else was working with 10 minutes ago. For your prizes, they're at the bottom of the screen coming across now for you, Carl. Buy-in of 220 for this one. 2 5-figure paydays for first and second. £15,260 going to eventual winner and Jonty here. Sorry, Jonty out the way and John here with the ace-9.
Milty stack up.
Opens to
Is
250.
Johnny 9?
Queen deuce off for Dan Cholton. Doubt we want to defend this one at this stage. Does choose to let it go.
Saw it live. I know, saw all of it. When I spun it for big today, I had less than that. In this one? Nah, just the door. The one guy, yeah.
I did the BB and I spun it up to 600k in the Irish Open.
Yeah.
I ran deep.
That's 20 start stacks.
Huh?
That's like 20 start stacks, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 30k start, wasn't it?
I spun it from 8th of the big blind when we were deep in day 2.
I got fucking buried, man. Just buried me there.
Ace-2 for Kin in the cut-off. Yeah, I agree with fold. Slightly too wide. I'm going to give Yannick the opportunity to open the Ace-4 of diamonds. Dan out the way in the small Ace-Deuce. And John T with the 8s here, tower. Let's see if he can find this here, because he's just going to go with defend. But 3.1 million, 26 big blinds. Even with ICM as covering stack, I think 8s just plays jam there, tower. It's interesting one with ICM. 26 big blinds, button open, we're in the big, like in terms of chips, seems like a nice easy shove, but with 2 tables, 11 left, maybe with some ICM implications in there, maybe we do less jamming, but I think 8s against the button open here, tower could definitely have moved in as John T for 26 effective.
Queen of Hearts on the turn. John T checks.
Yannick slows it down.
On the 3 of Hearts river. Back door's complete, but not too worried about that.
Looks like Jonty actually going to go for a little bit of a value here with the 8s once we get to the river. And another one goes his way, actually earning more, opting to flat and not going for jam pre. Got the C bet out of Yannick.
John T Willis. If you gave me a free bet tonight, Razor Kev, and you said it's got to be on Liverpool to win on penalties and go through, I would say no thank you. I even think Atalanta win the game. I know you won yesterday, and you're probably still chirping from it with the penalty on Real Madrid. But no. QPR could beat Leeds. Leeds. In fact, none of them want to get into the Premier League. Leeds, least of all. What are they? 1 win in 6. Ipswich are like 2 in 6, and Leicester the same. QPR are safe.
Queen 5 suited for John T. Goes for complete, and John got one that probably going to be doing some checking.
Jack 8-5. John T takes the lead with the Queen 5 in the hit.
That's just come out betting. Be the end of John.
Indeed it is. So double elimination on our feature table to start the session means we're on 11.
King 10 of spades for Yannick under the gun. Should see an open from him. And nice. One to shove here is King Tower. Especially when there's extra added juice like 2.2x here from Yannick. Ace Jack. Got to remember as well, we are currently 5-handed. I'm going to go for defend. Would have liked to have seen jam here from Kin. But now Yannick going to get the chance to realise a hell of a lot of equity with the 2 live cards. And it's going to work out well for us though, Kin.
Yep,
Opting to play the flat, flops top pair, top kicker, and look at that for a turn.
Ooh, pick your turn cards for Yannick.
Yeah, so Yannick turns up and down and flush draw to go alongside it, but doesn't choose to go for the delay c-bet.
Boom!
And an ace on the river. And Kin, love the check from Kin here, Tower, just recognising situation. It's a card that Yannick's going to represent whether he has it or not here. So, really nice check here from Kin. Yannick now forced to value bet his ace king, his ace 10, ace 9, all this type of stuff. Whoa, we're not going to get to raise, Tower, because that is an overbet. That is massive. 1.3 milli into 700k?
Kin.
185%er. And now Kim with ace jack. Never raising and may even contemplate folding, Tower, against this size. I don't see how. Oh, it's really weird because we block jacks, and jacks is the main worry. The one combo jacks, check flop, check turn. We expect queens to c-bet, so queens shouldn't really be a thing. We expect king 10 to delay the turn, shouldn't really be a thing. We expect aces or ace queen to bet the turn if they've opted to check flop. So this is actually a real grim one for Kin here, Tower, because I don't really see how Yannick gets to the river with anything but jacks here, and there's only one combo. And going to see the bad news up against the king 10, and Yannick going for an extortionate sizing there, and it pays off.
Yannick trying to say that he didn't mean to put that many chips in.
It might have been a misclick.
He said it was a misclick.
Yeah, it was a misclick from Yannick, and worked out lovely for him. His misclick got him absolute maxo. How are we doing? Cristiano, hello. Can you explain to me how to add live credit voucher to the phone Grosvenor Live app, please? You have to do it via club. You have to be in club. Or does it go straight on now, Tower? I remember a few
Normally
months ago.
goes straight on if you've got a live credit voucher.
And how are we doing? Roy Cyphers, oi fellas. I forgot this was on. Are we near the FT?
11.
Yes, we are, Roy.
Out of 336, we are indeed, Roy. Cristiano, what I'd do is just go back to your live, go back to the club. If you've got live credit from online, you can't add it to the Grosvenor Live app. It's only the vouchers that you get in club. If you have live credit vouchers that you've won online, you can't add it to the Poker Live app, not yet. But other than that, Cristiano, just nip into your club and they'll sort it out.
Aaron Kin going to get a chance to put it in here with the Ace Queen, and does have John T dominated. You never guess what as well, Roy? I've had a fourfold on the golf, the 2 balls. I've ended up having a fourfold. 3 of the 2 balls that I've picked are 3 shots clear. They're all 3 shots clear of the person they're playing against. The other one, I put Scheffler up against Spieth, the absolute banker. Spieth plus 12 last week, Scheffler winning the Masters. And Spieth's 3 clear of Scheffler. You can't write it. For a decent bit of dough as well.
Yep. Did you ask for Roy's tips this week?
I didn't. I just, he weren't in the chat, so I threw my own,
okay.
my own out there. And let's head to this one, and that's a fun flop. Up and down now for John T. So Kin fading aces and 9s.
Here's Queen looking good.
That's fade, so right back in it, Kin. Straight back to a milli. I know, Roy, it's tilting. The thing is, if I just left Scheffler out, it would have been a really decent price anyway. But I thought he was an absolute banker against Spieth when Spieth was coming off of a plus 12 from the Masters and he won it. But what do I know? Roy's on Canterley and Tom King. I've got Fagala and BH, the South Korean lad, Zalatoris as well in there for me.
Don't tell me we're getting called. He's going to make you wait for what you've done. I thought, bad enough we're getting called, he's making me wait for it. It could be in the car park after a cigarette by now.
Queen 4 of clubs for Kin on the button. Suited Queen off of 8. Could go with this one here, Tower. The fact that we're suited. Or is he going to choose to wait a few more hands, see if he can find a better opportunity to get the chips in? He's going to go with fold, and well timed because Yannick was lurking behind with a hand that would have been calling us. King Queen of Spades for Yannick. Makes it 3-2-5 to go, and Dan with deuces here. 20 in the big blind. There's the all-in, and Yannick with the King Queen suited. Is he folded?
He has folded.
He's folded. Okay. King Queen suited for just south of 20. Blind on blind, Tower. I know in terms of chips, it's definitely in there at this stage with some ICM. Still think it's probably in there, but Yannick with the snap fold. What a result for Dan, getting the powerhouse of King Queen suited out the pot.
Yannick, you won all the big pots. Yannick, I have to take a little one. I have to take a little sweet one. Yeah. Look, I'll give you a big one.
Yeah, King Queen of Spades.
He's got it.
I think I'm calling him, I must admit. King Queen of Spades.
maybe the Dan Cholton factor. Yannick actually made the same final table that Dan Cholton won his WSOP circuit ring on. So
Wow.
Yannick was actually at that final table as well, Tower. Maybe not wanting to battle against the Cholton. John. Opens ace-9. Yannick calls pocket nines on the button.
This is only like half of the game. Yeah, no, that's why you gotta play the clock game. I'm gonna get told it takes more life. Part of the game.
So nines for Yannick on a king 5-5 flop. Hand probably over. We know the way John plays. So Johnny Chew from Liverpool. Liverpool, Liverpool.
King 9 for Dan. Opens the 320 on the button and should be raise and take for him. Does get it through, blinds up again, so at 160k big blind now.
That's just a call.
10 jack diamonds for Yannick under the gun.
You made 225, it's 160, so that is for.
That's just a call.
Alright, I get it's for.
Right. Rules are rules.
Less than half.
Just called. He has just called.
No, that's more than half of it. You tried to raise it, eh?
And Johnny just gonna apply some pressure. Just sends it in for a heap of big blinds. Kin. Doubt we're going to be able to call this off once Johnny shoves for his effective stack, which is 24 tower. So A7 suited. Like Johnny not going to have any ace-x that we dominate. Not going to have any king queens. Doubt any of this stuff's going to shove over the limp. So I think King can live to fight another day here. Ah, he meant to raise, did Yannick, says Stephen. Didn't put enough in.
So he meant to raise, and then he said he misclicked when he rivered Broadway. Anyway, you can see the book prices from start of the day. No book prices on an 888, only on a GKPT final day.
Look at him stroking his beard. Look at this fucking wizard. He knew it, man. He went 235. He knew it was less than an hour. Wouldn't have even been a race last level. Big line 120, you know. The 225 is still not a race. You fucking if he'd done but you know, if he made 240, it would have been a race. Look at the glasses with the beard. Yeah, he's got every evil geniuses. Like, he's got every trick in his book. Big line.
I think they cracked it, Charles.
They weren't even a race last level.
Out away from under the gun. Over to John T. 9-6 suited. Yeah, it shouldn't be opening this as John T is going to go for the open as chip leader, but just with 3 reshove stacks behind us, I'm not sure we should be opening 9-6 suited here. No immediate removal. Is just going to have the big blind to get through. Not going to be getting through Yannick. Expect to see defend with the king 4 of hearts here from Yannick. Yannick does make the call. And gets a delicious looking flop. Pair, second nut flush draw here. And John T with just 9 high may fancy continue here with some nice back doors to go along with it. Yannick goes with the check call.
Yes, the club's turn.
Mandatory double barrel incoming for John T here, Tower. This is as mandatory as it gets. Want to target 4x, want to target 10x, want to target Queen X, like the Queen Deuce, Queen 3 suited, all this stuff. Going to have a real tough time continuing facing double barrel here. So it does go for 6, 7, 5. And Yannick, pair, flush draw, gut shot, not going anywhere. Nice one to just call. Could we ever use this one as a bluff, Tower? That is the question. Could we turn our bottom pair into a bluff here and just send this in John T's face, blocking King Jack? Imagine being sat there as John T and you just get it ripped on you here and you've got Ace King. You absolutely hate your life. Doubt Yannick is going to take that approach, but going to be calling at the minimum here, Tower. Over 3 to 1 on a call. We have pair, gut shot, and second nut flush draw. But maybe Yannick thinking about going with jam here, and would be some sexy stuff. Because you imagine just being Jonty and you haven't got a 2 pair aces up. You got an ace jack, you got an ace king, a suited ace x, maybe something like king queen, or those a plausible check on the turn, and you get it ripped, and you're in a grim spot.
There's Mender call. And is in front.
A big pot here, Tal. 2.8 in the milli, in the middle.
And the 10 pairs. So Yannick gets a check mark. 2 pair on the river.
Yeah, now this is an interesting one for John T, because this 10 isn't the best card to be tripling on, because 10x of clubs is a thing, and as well as that, a lot of our ace-x will just knuckle back now, Tower. This is the thing. We're actually very lucky. We're against a part of the range of Yannick that is just going to have to fold a 4, but important when value betting, thinking about how we actually get here in this manner for value. And the 9 high is going to get it through.
It is.
Quite fortunate John T had that part of his range that just has to fold to the triple, but I'm not sure that's one of the rivers we like to triple off on Tower. We prefer like an offsuit 6, an offsuit 7, all this kind of brick stuff. Like, can still have 10x of clubs, can still have some king 10, can still have some jack 10, whereas we don't really have these hands. So only real hands we now have that contain a 10 are the queen 10, ace 10, which would be 2 pair on the turn.
And even short in the 9-6.
I love the second barrel.
one we just have to barrel on the turn, in my opinion.
Maybe I can jam that turn, but I don't know.
Shouldn't even be fucking opening 6 9 of clubs on John.
Ah, yeah, you just don't. You just fucking
You
went
just keep
for
on doing it, yeah.
You just went for it and you got through. I won't think about it too much. I won't worry about it.
How many eights is that, Harry?
The triple eight.
How much is it? I want to count.
For the memes.
All in and a call, king 7 and 10-9 for Dan with the 3 mil. King 7 needs to stay in front to get a double, and a much needed double up to 1.5 and just under 10 bigs.
And both catch a piece. King's still out in front, just 5 outs to fade now. No 10, no 9. And the Queen of Hearts will bring in some chops, so Jack would chop it. 10 or 9 to lose outright, but holding at the moment, and does hold on the 3 of diamonds river. King back to 1.5 milli.
Like a cockroach.
Here's king for John, raising, makes it 500,
No,
2
he-
light blues.
No, he didn't. don't tell Porky's Tower. He's not made it 500. He has made it 500.
He's made it 500 and not all of it.
Throwing it back old school with the 3x, the full 3x from Gun.
Afternoon, Ian. Me and Robert's in the chat. Yeah, we're all good, thank you. Hope you are too.
Dan on the bottom, pocket 9s. Yeah, I love this from Dan. 14 bigs. Some players may just choose to send this in, but we want some action with a hand as big as 9s. May get some from a hand that we have dominated.
John in the big. Do we defend with King 9? We should do. Should be defending. Should be defending. So Johnny Chew.
It's definitely not Johnny any Chew. I tell you that much, Tower.
Not with not with contemplating folding King 9. He's not. No, he's folding.
Either all in or fold.
It's either all in a fold and he's folded.
Going straight over to the outer table
What's
because we've
happening
got
here?
Stu Sefton all in with the King 9 and at risk. Rob the Ras with the Ace Jack. That's a good start for the Ace Jack. Not on the flop though. King next door. So aces, jacks and tens, and there is the 10. So just fading the backdoor hearts now. We're going to lose Stu Sefton.
Oh! Survives with the 4 of hearts on the river.
What a roller coaster of emotions that run out was.
Wow.
Rob in front on the window card, Stu in front on the flop, Rob in front on the turn, Stu in front on the river. What a game we played. And that's going to leave Rob the Ras crippled. Leaves him short. And King going to have a nice fist pump jam with the Ace King.
All in for King. John's getting out of the way in the small. The Queen 6 of diamonds. He's not calling King 9, he's not defending Queen 6. So just getting the muck.
Yeah, should have shoved here as John. I know it's actually going to work out well, but we try and look at this game from the long-term perspective. Should have just moved all in as John from the small.
Next one's 240. One after that's 230. Then it goes up by more.
Feel like he's on the wind-up tower, old John Chew. Feel like he's on the wind-up. Like he watches the stream and he goes, I'm going to do the opposite to whatever Jay says. Here he is, main man. How you doing, mate? Well done the other week. Haven't seen you since, so congratulations.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Andy Wilson, quick, just jumping in for a couple of minutes. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Many
Life could be worse,
congratulations.
couldn't it? Life could be
Absolutely.
worse.
Many congratulations.
Yeah.
But
Pretty buzzed. Pretty buzzed.
Oh, I should think so.
Even a week
Absolutely.
removed, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's a fun lineup. Good indeed.
It's great. It's a fun old table. The 250s. He's playing with Jay's head. He's trying
His
to
head's on Mars.
He's trying to solve the 250 players.
You'll be expending a lot of energy trying to do that. That's for sure.
Yeah, oh gosh.
Yeah, he's wound it in a bit.
I've just been letting. Do you know what? I've just been letting Tower commentate, doing the analysis. He's been spot on nearly every hand. What's going on? 9s for 15 bigs. Fold. Get out of there.
There we go.
Oh, I've missed that one. Yeah.
Oh,
Five-handed as well.
No, this was before. To be fair, it went cut off open, 15 big blind shove on the button with queens, and the cut off managed to find a fold with 9s like a genius.
I know what you did, but you made it sound like all the time.
So.
Just to see how I react.
Good to see Katie in the chat.
Yeah, Katie Swift, always there. Oi, bio effect. Nice to see you here, mate.
Yeah, my plan's to put a couple of K into the high roller.
Just a couple.
Well, I'm due a few bullets. To be honest. I've been pretty good on the 1 bullet at the moment, so it could easily be a 4 or a 5 bullet one. For sure. See what we can do.
So a bit of action here. Dan Charlton top, Yannick with middle, and probably
fire again. 500k.
You know, Yannick actually going for the lead here on the turn tower. So flop went check bet call, and now Yannick actually going for a lead here on this 3 of clubs with the second pair. Very interesting stuff, but I'm just not surprised anymore in this tournament with the ongoings. Dan with Queen Jack here. Interesting for Dan how to proceed. We're never folding, but just a question of that tower, whether 2.1 in the middle, 2 million our stack, and he's just going to go for the jam. And Yannick, is he going to go for the bet fold with his second pair? He is. Already had his mind up. Lets it go.
Nice one down up to 4.1 milli. And
strange swap for Queen Jack.
We saw
Rob the Rass
on fumes. And it's Jack 7 against King 10. King on the flop.
That's going to be the end of Rob. Needs some running diamonds, running straight, something going on. Well, we do pick up a gut shot. 10 would work.
Any 10's about. But it is not. It's a 9.
Store 9.
Well played, Rob.
The river.
Rob Duras 11th for £980, leaving us on 10.
Yes, that puts us on the FT bubble. I'm going to go quickly get a cup of tea.
Okay.
Would you like to speak to this man for 5 minutes about him winning 1.2 million?
Just, how much?
1.2 million.
No way is even that much.
1.2 million.
Get yourself in there, Andy Wilson.
Ah, go on then.
Look at this fella here.
Do you want a drink, Andy?
I'm alright for now. Yeah, I'm good.
Biggest winner. Biggest winner for a while, Mr. Andy Wilson. 1.2 milli. Now, we know we weren't first, but surely there was a big smile on your face.
Ooh, yeah, and especially just because I felt like I was pretty nervous before the FT. Like, I don't, like, and I think that probably shows that you care, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just knew that a lot of people will be watching because loads of people watch these GG 10k FTs because you got the creme de la creme, whether or not a Triton or what have you. So, and I knew a lot of people were interested in seeing me do well, like just railing me. Friends, family, even people that don't play poker, people that play poker, and I'm just happy that I kind of played not far off my best game, I think. So.
Excellent. Fantastic.
That's all you can ask for, really.
It certainly is, and if you recognise that as well, you know, it's if you recognise you've not done too much wrong. I know you were chip leader heads up, but closing them out still tough.
Yeah, I mean, the big swing was when I just made a straight and when he trapped his quads on the turn. I could have easily played that as like a big bet myself on the river, but he said I kind of got greedy and went for check raise, which is fine.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he just had turned quads, so I'm really good with too much I can do about that. I have to fade the snap in that.
No, it's a fantastic effort, fantastic results. Travel-wise for yourself, what's the plan?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I've been enjoying just being at home. Obviously, the only stop I've been at this year, really. Oh, I went to EBT Paris.
Yeah.
I played the main. But outside of that, I've only been at the BNR stop, obviously, this year, so far in the UK. I think that'll probably still be the case.
Yeah. Monte Carlo?
Potentially.
Yeah.
I'm on the fence. Perhaps, yeah. I've never been, actually, so maybe it's something to go and do.
Yeah.
And otherwise, Vegas, for sure. Not sure how long yet, but definitely will be in Vegas.
Excellent.
Definitely, I mean, around the main, for sure, and then just, we'll see, you know.
Fantastic. Good stuff. No, for a superb result, 1.2 milli in the pot. How's Mum? Did Mum watch it? Did she take it? Does she know?
Yeah, she does. Yeah. She's already spending her fair share of the winnings in her mind already.
Is that who you swap with, your Mum?
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm going to be helping her out a bunch. She wants to do some things, and I'm going to be helping with that. So that's
brilliant.
Good.
Are you loving the apartment?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you know, it's not cheap. It's obviously a new build in you know, other side of town on Dean's Gateway. But yeah, I mean, it's just right in the centre of everything. And city centre living's nice. I enjoy it for sure. I didn't have 100%. I will. But I did have I had a large piece for a 10k. We'll put it that way. So it was a very big score for me. Very, very big score.
Yeah. You don't swap too much at the smaller buyings. Now, I know you said before. I think you've said before that you don't really swap too much under under a bigger buying. So obviously
it's the same for selling action too.
Yeah.
Even like a 10k online's quite tough, so I did like have a few swaps that sold a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'd still had a large piece of my action, probably larger than a lot of the regs that play it. So
excellent.
So that's that's good. At least.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, the ace 9 off's close. I think he was shoving too many hands that he had, like exactly the kind of hand he had, which would make it a call. Been already reviewed pretty much all the footage multiple times over around tables, of course.
Did you review the footage and get some tips from
Mike? Yeah, I did. Yeah. It's pretty interesting because he came into the FT saying he played 90% of hands and then was surprised when I made some of the moves I did at the same time. So wasn't really sure about that, but always great to have a legend of the game commentator.
Oh, yeah, he is a
legend of the game.
I just don't think. Well, I've been listening to Jay because obviously I didn't watch it myself, but he was saying that I don't think Mike Sound knows who Andy Wilson is. But
it's kind of funny. I have played with him.
Yeah.
And he watched, and he like gave me. He thought there was. He gave me props in the hand. He didn't know who I was, I guess. But I just won the WPT end of 2022, and then obviously there was a win 10k, and I was playing with him at a table, and I ran some like bluff from the big blind where a lot of people don't bluff, I guess. Yeah. And then I got tank called by a very good hand on the river. Like the guy really wanted to just fold something that's like nutted. But eventually I got called and lost my chips. But then Mike at the table was like, "Wow, I really thought you had it." And I just replied, like, "Yeah, I was trying to tell that story."
That's what I hope. That's what I hope he was going to think and fold.
Well, yeah, the Queen 4 off haggis. Yeah, I actually think his value bet's pretty thin, and that's obviously what I was going after with the idea. But alas, he used most of his bank in that hand, but that was made the call. I was caught bluffing with my muffin.
It must just happen so quick online that it sometimes just wonders whether you've got time to think.
Well, I definitely didn't. That was one of the biggest issues I had because I was playing so many hands on the FT.
Yeah.
I ran down my chess clock because I have a chess clock that when it gets to 0, you only have 5 seconds then.
Oh, got you.
So I'm playing a 300k heads up when we can't do a deal, and there's no time bank reset for heads up. So I've got like 5 seconds per decision. I'm just like,
wow.
How am I even supposed to process this given like all the the adrenaline that's been going? Like
Quickly over to the table because Johnny Chew is all in with the pocket 5s against John's ace king.
Yeah, pretty standard swap.
This might just be swapping stacks. 7 of clubs on the turn.
It's almost too clean for 5s though, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Johnny Chew needs to fade an ace and a king to survive, and he does.
Straight on top, yeah. Beautiful.
So John up to 4.6 and Johnty down to 3.3 with the blinds at 160,000.
Obviously, this is what can happen when you're on the FT bubble when you get this close. Like, despite you playing deep stack earlier on in the tournament, maybe Johnty's been one of the chip leaders.
Yeah.
You lose a flip and you're right back in the pack again.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's the way it's been.
That's just the name of the game, really.
Yeah, that's the way it's been. We know it's a lot shallower clock than it normally is, and we don't normally have a 30-minute clock as an event on a feature table, but it's been good to watch. Who's in the booth? One of the best in the business. Bowie effect, Mr. Andy Wilson. I still think it's Bowie anyway.
It is Bowie.
Yeah, I've always called him David Bowie.
It is Bowie.
I never called him Bowie.
I tell people it's Bowie.
Yeah. Yeah, I never called him Bowie.
It's kind of funny because all the it's only in the UK really, and even then some UK players call me Bowie. But like whenever I go to a European stop, no one ever calls me Andy. Everyone just calls me Bowie. And that's, I presume, that that speaks to the power of online poker, right?
Of course.
Just become a bit synonymous. Yeah. It's kind of nice.
Especially when you're playing the big ones as well, that everybody watches and they stream the events that you do. That you do play.
Yeah, it's like a bow and arrow. Yeah. Not a bow. Not like you're bowing. It's a bow and arrow. Yeah. It's a bit of an aggressive open shove, I think. John probably has room. Everyone's quite shallow, but Ace Queen suited is so strong that you generally do a bit better trying to craft out a little min raise and induce because the problem is.
What about into them two stacks at 7 and 9?
I think you can. I think you can find a way to VPip and fold. Like King 9 offsuit. You can raise like with the ICM. I think you can just fold against the jam. because there's a significant premium on paying that. You know, you're not just paying direct pot odds anymore, or nowhere close to it. So I think, and then at the same time, when you have ace queen suited, a lot of what we call like the expected value from a hand comes from a hand that can't call your jam, shoving over your open.
Yeah.
And then just playing it post flop against the big blinds, fantastic kind of incentive too. Yeah, it's been talked about Haggis. It's kind of funny, a European who I'm pretty good friends with, in the Bit B crew with.
It's worse than Tower with the name dropping, honestly. Last time it was Chris Brewer, now he's dropping in European.
But,
it's getting worse than you, Tower.
He won the 10k a few weeks ago when he brought it up with GG that they were going to fix the time bank issue, which is why I mentioned it as well.
The question is, would you be happy with time bank being reset at heads up or the start of these final tables? I'm not sure if that happens.
So I think what they should do is have have time bank to the heads up and then just add some more on a heads up, especially if you're not going to allow people to make a deal. Which is obviously they're doing that for the spectacle, right?
Yeah.
They want people that are viewing it to see people win the full enchilada, but yeah, I think at the same time you need to make some compensation and give a little bit more time bank to think heads up. When you're playing for it was 300k heads up. So wasn't
Is that what it
small.
was? 300k.
Which is kind of like, I'm kind of fortunate because that's actually how
That's
flat
actually
it was.
quite flat, isn't it? 1.5 to 1.2.
There have been tournaments that I would have won less than $1 million if it was more toppy, for sure. It could have been like a 1.8 to 9 or something. My name's just my real name, Andrew Wilson. But yeah.
Still a Bolton Wanderers fan.
Absolutely, was there on Tuesday.
Yes.
Absolute mess. Absolutely, yeah, less said about that the better.
Let me down on the cool. 2-2.
2-2.
Against Shrewsbury Town. Who are they?
Towers Treble is in the absolute mud that evening. It's kind of funny because I've got a school reunion on Saturday.
Okay.
And I was going to just go to the ending of it or the afters or whatever, because I was going to go and watch Bolton Port Vale.
Okay.
But now that game's almost meaningless. Now we've dropped points.
You're in the playoffs, and that's it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Be another trip to Wembley.
Let's hope so. Dan Open's shoving the ace.
Could be as good as the last time you went. 4-0 at half time.
Oh, beautiful against Plymouth Argyle, yeah, in the pizza trophy. Beautiful day. It was a glorious weather too. Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, we were in the playoffs last season, obviously, and just bombed out to Barnsley. Pretty shocking performance at Oakwell, so hopefully we can improve upon that. That would be good. But yeah, looking forward to hopefully another Wembley trip. I can't see why not. We should be the favourites against whoever we play. So.
It's on the cards.
Whether we would be able to hang in the division above remains to be seen.
He was swapping places with us.
Indeed.
In fact, what's corporate football like at Bolton if you don't go up? Because it could be a Bolton Wanderers Rotherham United big game next year.
No, it's true.
So we'll have to think
Definitely,
about corporate football.
Yeah, corporate. It's not bad actually. We've got the Lion Vienna suite. Been there a couple of times. It's quite nice. Yeah.
So Yannick in the cut-off. John T says I'm all in as well, and now John doesn't need to play the ace-9.
Yeah, ace 9 would have been good enough to call. You're not loving it, but it would have been good enough to call. 5-handed with a full ante.
Yeah,
King Queen is actually
Chew.
really annoying with the ICM. I think Yannick is suitably wide enough that I'm okay with it, but it's not fun.
So Yannick with the ace 10.
Everyone's pretty in that 20 BB round, so it's quite a big risk. And usually in these spots, you really prioritise having either a pair or ace high. Like the actual winning at showdown matters quite a lot. But I think King Queen is close. I think it's very close. I'm not sure either way. I don't mind taking it.
So Yannick doubles and the stacks just swap around, and that's pretty good.
So, yeah.
Jack of spades.
Redraw. Redraw with the spades for John T. That's not it. And that'll do it.
Now.
So Yannick doubles to 3 mil. John T drops down to 1.5. So they swap the chips around.
You do the hokey cokey and you turn around.
Now we're doing Neil Wolfrey, another Bolton Wanderers fan in the chat.
Who supports Bolton?
That's where he's from.
Is he really?
Yeah.
I thought he was down like Devon.
He's lived in Exeter for years. Have you not heard him speak? He don't speak like
I
that.
thought that's what they sound like in Devon.
How are we doing, Neil?
Unfortunate fall from grace for Mr. Willis here, you know. He was flying high with the 5 million chips.
How do you know Johnny? Does he play a lot of
Oh,
football?
just friends of friends. He's like, obviously he's worked in the industry for quite a long time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
What's he doing in the industry?
He's he works for WPT Global, the online
Oh,
site.
okay.
Hence why he's wearing the patch. Let's see a site that they're a budding site trying to challenge the establishment, let's say. But they're not available in the UK.
Pretty sure I saw him over in Ireland as well, at Dublin.
Yeah, he was there. Well, he's just been gallivanting all around, has Mr. Willis. He was on the WPT Voyage, the cruise ship.
Nice.
And he was in Chicago, playing at the Horseshoe.
Living the dream. So John with the ace-4 puts the triangle in the middle.
Pretty fist bump.
8 bigs for
Very
Kin with the
happy.
Jack-7.
Very happy jam. You actually get called by worse. Oh, you're supposed to. I don't know, maybe not in this, but yeah, Jack-7's.
Yeah, I'm folding this.
Ago, yeah,
I'm folding this.
I just lose it with so small. But if it wasn't for luck, I'd win every time. There you go. That's gonna help. There it is.
That was the best play I've seen today, though. That 6-9. Love that.
I mean, you could have just had a vote.
I know, I could have. But
So you just ran into one of the hands where you fold. But it still got hard. Go on, Roger. Roger, is this your top cash in the series? He's got 5% swap. I gave him a dusty 5%. I gave him a charity swap.
So we are heading towards the next blind level in 7 minutes. We're on 10. Next stop is either the next break, which I doubt it, or the final table of 9 players.
Chelsea letting go the suited jack. Too much to be done. It's like a walk for Yannick, unless Kin gets particularly fruity.
No, they're going in the muck. The way we played today, they're going in the muck.
And one might say rightly so. Not the particular.
I would say I'm one of
You're
these
that,
at 8-3. You don't need to play every hand. 8-3 is definitely in the
I
muck.
definitely had a situation last week where I was playing some of those hands in a small blind. When I was leaning on some of these middle stacks. We were involved with some speculative hands.
Were you ever at risk at all during the tournament? Was it a nice day one?
Yeah, I bagged like 26 starting stacks or something. It played till in the money, but obviously, yeah, like I bagged like 3x average or something.
Yeah.
I was pretty much chipped like a top 5 stack the entire way to the FT.
Beautiful.
I knew it was going to be a good run when I put it. I ran ace-10 into aces early on day 1 for most of my stack.
Okay.
And just turned the 10 on like king 10-5 to just pinged it on the turn. I was like, oh, here we go. This is nice. Ooh, this is sad. I think it has to go, but you're hating it.
Yeah.
You really don't enjoy it. The problem is 5-handed with such a big ante.
And the blinds have just gone up as well.
The blinds have just gone up.
Yeah.
Blinds up on the button.
100, 200, yeah.
You're kind of raging about this, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure the blinds went up and would not change them on the graphics. I'm pretty sure they've been 200.
But it's 500k to pick up out there, and he's got 1.2 total. It's just so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell he's not happy, I guess.
He's not happy, but he should be in.
Oh, it looks like a fault to me.
He should be in. On
no.
the button with Jack 10, 6 bigs. You're not going to get many opportunities being 5-handed.
Yeah.
No, he gets rid of them. And Yannick
he would have run into a hand that would have called, for sure.
He would, and Dan's not calling with 3.9 mil. 20 bigs. And shows him the ace 8. So we're on 10 players, 2 tables of 5.
And I think you brought up quite a good point in terms of when we talk about spots to get. So often in these situations, people raise in front of you, and that just restricts what you can do.
Yeah.
But being able to get an open shove spot on the button for 5 or like 6, 5.5, whatever he may have had.
Yeah.
It's like a dime a dozen, you know. It's something you've got to treasure. And I think, yeah. Just kind of have to swallow your pride and stick in the broadways.
And if it gets cold, he's still got 2 live cards.
Yeah, he's going to get called pretty wide. Certainly any ace should probably be calling any pair. So. You could argue actually people might fold a bit too much for the 6 bigs, just trying to preserve their 20 BV in like a pretty precarious, short-stacked environment.
I mean, I think granted, but
just open raises.
And the problem is in 2 hands' time when he's on the big and he's got the ante, he's going to be more or less forced all in.
Indeed. Indeed, you've got to like really take the situations where you're not putting any more chips in. Versus if you're playing online, obviously you play an ante every hand. But what happens live often is when you become early position, you're going to pay 2 bigs when you're in the big blind, which is, like you say, it's so much of his stack. Wow. Yannick makes a cuspy fold with Queen Jack that I'm surprised by, and wow, just absolutely dodges. Yeah.
Dan's flicking in a dainty little call with the queens to see a flop.
Stinks. Reeks 6 BB effective.
Oh. And only flops it as well. He's just like.
I mean, look at the board too. Given what Yannick had on the button, you can see what Dan's going for here. He thinks his range is so strong that he should be betting these boards. But there might be something to be said about knuckling if we're going to carry on playing in this way.
Well, Jonty calls.
Wow, that is.
He just calls.
Wow.
Got 5 big blinds behind the line and just calls with the 9-6.
So there's a
check, Dan.
There's a really popular Twitch streamer right now called Giraffe Ganger, and everyone does all kinds of wild things against him with either 9-6 suited, 9-6 offsuit. They bet 69 big blinds. It's like almost in homage.
Old Bert Stevens.
And maybe Jonty has been clued in on the meta. You know that's. Unfortunately for Jonty, he's not a. Gave it a go. He stuck around.
I love the heart.
It shows in the queens.
Spicy flow from Jonty.
Yeah.
It shows in the queens.
I do think for Dan, he probably needs to find some slow play there somewhere. Especially if you're going to get floated on the flop.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because the deuce is such a good card for Jonty. Jonty just has all of this absolute trash deuce action.
I did just love the check from Dan on the turn. But
there's so many non-showdown hands with Jonty that just floated. So like he's going to start repping trips and play for it all himself. You know?
This has to go. Andy, King 3 suited 6.
Yeah, again, you've just got this issue where you pay 2 bigs next hand.
Yep, you got 6 bigs. You've been just about forced into under the gun, all in.
So in an ordinary scenario, you could probably get away with folding the hand,
yes.
but the idea is, we call it future game, that you have to pay 2 blinds the next hand, and it's just too detrimental to your stack.
Helmuth was aware of this in like 2006. He used to call it the blind value. I remember.
And
whoa, snap call from Yannick with the ace jack. Dan's going to get away with king jack, and Jonty will get out of the way, and the small and Johnny Chew, unless it's aces, is not doing anything. There we go. So Kin is all in for 6 bigs. King 3 against ace jack. We could be on an FT.
Pretty rough card removal for him to only have 26%, by the way. Pretty rough. To be down 3-1 dog.
Yeah, 2 kings in the muck, so needs a lot of
help.
help.
And a 3 in the big blind as well.
Wow,
I think.
Didn't even see the 3.
Yeah.
So Yannick.
Spade a club covered.
Has him covered. Kin needs to get lucky, or we are on the FT.
Oof.
Oh no. Oh heck.
Give us something.
Deuce.
Give us something.
It's a deuce.
The 2%
We'll take the 4 of spades first.
Either way, deuce or 4.
Yeah, we'll take the 4 of spades first.
2% that goes.
Not the 7 of spades, and that is it.
Yeah, we'll do it.
So we are now on a final table of 9. There will be a 15-minute break to get the chip count sorted.
Fine gents to it.
Thanks, laddie. Cheers.
Super effort for the 1.2 million.
Good luck in the high roller. Hope you ship it.
So do I.
Absolutely, 1.2 million last week.
Do you know what? Last time you were on the, you ran deep. I remember you were on the feature show. You had chunks of chips. I was like, lovely. I was like, lovely. We're going to get to see Andy Wilson deep poker, and then it was all gone.
Kings into aces.
Yeah, that was it. Kings into aces.
15-minute break to the final table of the Voyage. Thanks to Andy Wilson. He's going to jump into the high roller. You're all playing for second, guys. We will see you in 15 for the final table of the Voyage. We're finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever. But who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Healers.
And there is the call from Ariane.
Yeah,
And Khan
bad
really
news.
fought in for it, Tower. I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers that
takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the Queens? A set of Queens. It's because all the other 3 have all gone. And it is not Queens full this time. 10s. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater out flops.
Not the start we wanted.
Carl Spencer fist bumps everybody. Well played, sir. What a good effort.
Cool with the 6s. Big flip here for both players. 6s holding at the moment.
Ace or a 10 needed, or Tim Slater is out in 4th. And it's a 9. He is out in 4th. Another fantastic effort. Well done, Tim.
Oh, that is not good. He's dead on the flop.
Sixers about for the Kevin Allen. Oh, we're down to Jack. Stu Rutter has just taken out Kev Allen, former champion of the grand final back in 2013.
So the flop.
3-8-2.
That is
That
it.
is it.
We have a champion.
We have double champion.
Go,
Mr.
go,
Stu
go. Get out of
Rutter.
here.
Get in
Get out of
there.
here.
Woohoo! Stu Rutter wins. Vic Meta second. Fantastic. Well done.
Come on. Now I don't want to see a jack or a six.
Oh!
Jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we announced £1 million prize pool for the second year running at Goliath. We can now announce that there are 10,585 runners currently, meaning it's the biggest tournament we have ever held in Great Britain and anywhere else outside of Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now part of history! The Goliath is the biggest it has ever been, and people are still buying it. Welcome everybody!
Huge three-way all in. Ace, kings and clubs and queens 4 on the end.
Go on, Cully.
Oh, there's the shout in the stream. There is the shout in the stream. Let's go, he says. To 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm just leader.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah. What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. And you just sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and calls in 2 hands?
I can't believe it. Yeah.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath
Thanks
ever.
a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully goes well.
Keep it going. Nice
Cheers,
one. Alex Todd. A lot of chips. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yeah.
Making good plays, so I've been happy.
Yeah. Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different
Have you?
tables. I've been moved around a lot.
Yeah.
Each has been completely different. But I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
That's always what you need. You can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44. And then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Paul, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the days. Full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble and then they've gone down and down, and we're finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever, but who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
And there is the call from Ariel.
Yeah,
You
it's
can't
bad
really
news.
fault him for it, Tower. I think we knew on the turn it was only going to be a few rivers there.
Takes out the second person on the final. Look at that! It always happens. Is it the queens? A set of queens. Because all the other three have all gone. And it is not queens full this time. Tens. Oh, and he took some straight in. He's not fearing anything, Tim. Oh, there it is. Tim Slater.
There's no help there.
Well done, and do you know what? He's shaking the hands of all the players. Oh no, he hasn't as well. Ace 5-3 for Tim Slater.
And that is a terrible turn.
And Tim Slater out flops.
Not the start we wanted.
Oh my god. Let's all check it down when Johnny's in. We need them ladders, don't we? We need them all in. Johnny won the fucking PLO the other day, so he can get them.
I'm also free rolling this bullet on blackjack. And then jumped in with 2 hours left to day one. I ran it up. So I'm no complaints here.
Alright.
Yes, please. If you could put it in seat 2, that would be quite sensational. If you put it in seat 9,
No, there's one more chair to come in, guys.
I got played on the chat for that one. Somehow found a part of Janet's room.
Really? No, I think that was
No.
The thing is though, people don't take into account the gameplay.
No.
Get that. What is it? 10?
Welcome back to the final table of the Voyager. The Voyage. And Yannick in seat number 1, 5.4 million. John T in 2, 750. Jon in seat 3, 4.3 mil. Seems to have had chips all day. John in 4, 4.6. Dre, 5.8 million chip leader. Said he was back with a bang. Andreas Olympus, back with a bang. Seat number 5. Luke, 1.1. Stu in seat number 7. Stu Sefton making the final table. Cyprian, 4.7, who's had a couple of final tables while we've been streaming it last month.
Final table high roller Edinburgh GUKPT last week.
And then Dan in seat number 9, 4.7 million. Who is going to take it down? This is what they're playing for. Oh, Johnson's 5th. No, here we go. We are off with the final table. Good luck, everybody. Good to have Andy Wilson in the box with us. Thanks to Andy. He's off to play the high roller.
Yeah, always great to have Andy in the booth. Starting at 200k big blind tower, so I'll probably make this about 3 hours. Dan kicks things off with the pocket tens, opens from +1.
Nine flop, 9-3-2.
Yeah, and trouble for Stu right off the bat here, Tower. 14 bigs, flops top pair. And Dan with the overpair here.
Pocket tens. Stu Sefton on a 9-eye flop is going to be getting the bad news very soon, because Stu Sefton is only 2.2 mil, 11 bigs, top pair.
And goes for Ray Stu to call off.
Stu Sefton, it's bad news. Dan Charlton with the overs. Stu Sefton needing a 9 or a 6. Or Dan Charlton takes him out and moves to near chip lead. 4 of hearts. Well, now we've got 5s playing for us. And it's nice, another 10. Dan Charlton takes out Stuart Sefton in 9th. Well played, Mr. Sefton. Good effort. £1,480 for Stu. Well played, Stu. Always in our chat boxes.
Michael Brown in the chat. Is that Downtown Mickey Brown?
Downtown Mickey Brown.
Is that the same Dan Charlton who had a run in the main a few years ago and won a WSOP ring recently? It might be.
It is indeed.
It might be the man that spun one big blind up to a victory in the WSOP circuit a couple of months ago.
Is that the same Michael Brown that used to play for Sheffield United and Tottenham Hotspur?
Good shout out. So hold on a second.
Whoa. What?
You remember Michael Brown?
Yeah.
But you don't remember Timothy Atuba. Same year. They were playing in the same year.
Yeah, but Michael Brown played for Sheffield United.
And Leeds.
I didn't even know that.
I'm pretty sure he played for
I
Leeds.
didn't even
was
know
it
that.
Leeds as well?
I just remember him at Sheffield United because he was brilliant.
Was it Leeds? I don't know. John T now, ace king for him. As the short stack coming into this FT. Only just under a 4 big blind shove here. And interesting what Dan's going to do. Probably never expects Yannick to play any traps here, Tower. He's just going to play cool and expect Yannick to come in as well. And could be a triple for John T right off the bat of the final table. If he can find the hold. That is a great start for John T. So Dan drawing to runners against him and just fading the queen of Yannick now. And speaking of those runners, there's a run in 4s that could now come in. And Yannick going to go for a small bet with the king queen. Dan gets out of there. And John T going to love what he sees here. Just fading the lady. King or 10 would chop.
No, let's chop up Charles' money. Put a 10 on. 10 or a king. A 10 or a king to chop up Charles' money.
Oh, the ace on the river.
What a start for John T. Willis. You come in with 3.5 bigs tower, you treble up, and suddenly you got 13.5. Let's go, John T.
John T up to 13 bigs. Luke now down to 5 bigs and short stack. That's if we're thinking. That's if it is Luke. Nobody's seen his face all day. Still in hiding. Up the Mac, yeah. Dan Charlton sitting in seat number 9. Lines are 100, 200.
Yeah, they'll race up quickly though, Tara, on a 30-minute clock.
They will.
When we finish this session, we'll be coming back at the half a milli level after the break, so 2 hours of poker break, and then do expect it to finish about an hour after we resume play. Yep, I agree. Swifty, anyone's game. If they get a double.
That's correct.
Selwick FC tuning in on Twitch says Guan. Dan C. A lot of support in the chat for Dan. 3s for Jonty, under the gun, gets out the way. Over to Dre, Queen 8 in the hijack. Doubt we're going to be opening this. Pocket jacks for Cyprian. Goes for the 2.5 extra here on the button. Yannick has an ace in the big. What a flop for Yannick. Flopping top 2, 1 overcard to contend with Cyprian. It's just going to continue range, goes for 500k.
Thank you very much.
Yannick snap raising here, Tower. I think if I was Yannick, I'd probably be playing call, especially versus button. Cyprian going to have all this Jack 10, Queen Jack, King Queen, stuff that's drawing to less than 10% equity. Keep those in, potentially induce some bluffs down the street. Keep our range wide as well. It just goes for raise off the bat and does get it through.
Stuart Sefton, £1,480 in 9th. We're down at 8. Dre was chip leader coming in. Dan has taken out Stuart, so he's on the hunt.
Spieth only one ahead of Scheffler with 3 holes to go. We like stuff like that, Haggis. He was 5 behind him. He was at +1 and Spieth was at -4 at one point. But it's worth a decent bit of money to me. So I would love it to turn, but tie's no good. Need Scheffler to beat Spieth. Simple as that. John folds the 7s from +1. Like it from John at a final table with 8 left. Sitting middle in stack. How does someone that goes +12 in the Masters and you got a match up against the Masters winner the very next week?
Yeah.
How's he in front?
Of course, it's totally different. You know, Augusta's the second hardest course to walk around on tour of every course they play.
Is it?
Yep. The second hardest.
Because it's hilly.
Yeah, very. It's ridiculous.
They've obviously never played Pangzanga.
It is very, very tough to walk around.
If you want a hilly course, Pangzanga in Hartford.
Pangzanga doesn't even sound English. It's in
Pangzanga.
Hertfordshire.
If you've ever played Pangzanga in Hartford, you cannot do it without a buggy. It's that hilly.
Pangzanga.
It is that hilly.
Pangzanga. Not really, and that's not even English.
Pangzanga Tower.
Never mind you, in Hertfordshire.
Do you know what? I'm not even joking. There's a par 3 on the Pangzanga course where you tee off at the bottom of a hill.
Yeah.
And the gradient of the hill is ridiculous. And walking up that hill to get to the top where the par 3 is, like you hit your ball, you can't see the flag, you can't see the green, you just hit your ball over this hill and hope.
There's like one of those at Stocksbridge.
Yeah, Welling Garden City, Hartford, Welling Garden City. It's in between, ain't it?
Yeah, the 16th at Stocksbridge is exactly the same. It's 180 yards, par 3, and nobody's hit it with a driver. It's literally a 1 in 2 hill.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. Nick Faldo country, very nice. Sang happy birthday to Nick Faldo once.
Oh, here we go.
No, no, we did. But we went to Southport to watch the Open, and he was there, and he was on the practice round, and the guy, he was just on the practice round, just walking round, and the course announcer just said, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sir Nick Faldo, it's his birthday today, and everybody just started singing happy birthday.
Nice. So blinds increasing, I believe, in 4 minutes. Is that our clock? No, that's not our clock.
We're right.
We're right. Okay, 4 minutes then anyway.
Yeah, we are right now. What's your course, Haggis? Haggis McTavish, what is your course? We've got a very flat course at the old links. No trees. just bunkers that you can't see out of.
To be fair, the Hertfordshire is quite flat. There's a few holes where slight gradient uphill or down, but
Luke's in with 5s. Well, we think it's Luke. Nobody's ever seen him today. If it's a winner's picture with no idea that it was Luke. I'm Luke. Are you really? Are you sure?
looking like getting through. Well, Ion here has the Queen 10 of diamonds. It's only 5 bigs, but chips at this stage so valuable to our. Does Ion fancy spinning the wheel here with the Queen 10 suited? Is going to choose to let it go over to John in the big.
Not defending with the Queen 6, so Luke's going to get this one through with the Millie chips and 5 bigs.
Luke, you meant to give your cards back to the dealer?
Pocket 5, same 2 5s.
Black 5s. Again.
In they go again.
Probably had to look twice. We're going to get through again. Be massive if it gets through again here. Tower. What? Now Yannick with the Queen 10 of diamonds?
No, this is never. Do you think these?
No, he's folded, but it's just the Queen 10 of diamonds was the hand Ion.
Oh,
was
Jonty.
tanking, but Jonty.
Jonty's got them all. This is them all in. Luke is at risk. Luke guessed. Well, we're guessing it's Luke guessed. There he is. He stands up. He's there. We can see the dial now. Look. Why are we hiding it? Pocket 5s against Ace King.
I don't know it very well. Look, I mean, I've always very well. You've already lost the Ace. I've lost both.
6, 7, 8. We don't need to hit, but that's good.
We can dead it on the turn.
We can dead it now. Yep, we can dead it now. That's what we'd like to do, says Luke.
Just fade in the Ace or King. Well.
Oh, any hearts about?
Big sweats.
Ace, King, or a heart to fade for Luke Guest. Oh, 4 to a flush. Ouch. Well played, Luke.
Yeah, pretty good one to take for Luke, but great run from him nonetheless. 8 for £1,740, and
well
just
played.
like that, Tower down to 7.
The course is Dalmuir in Clydebank, heading out to Loch Lomond. I drove past Loch Lomond when I went to Auburn.
Past the Forth Bridge?
No, other way. Right on the west coast. Beautiful.
Scheffler tied with Spieth with
No
2 to play.
way.
It's pretty big for me, Haggis. The other 3 are up, the other 2 balls. Scheffler's the completer in the 4-fold, so come on. That would make my day, that would. It'd give me a free roll for Saturday for Towers treble.
Yes.
And Dan,
I won't get it in the neck.
Dan Cholton just finds the aces. Cyprian with the 6-5 in the big. He is going to throw in a defend. Oh no. And Dan Cholton likely to be doubling Cyprian up here, Tower. Like at certain stack depths can definitely check this board because of range, but at this stack depth when our opponent only has 13, I'm just going to be looking to get this in over 3 streets, maybe 2. And there's the bet from Dan, 325.
All in and a call.
And Cyprian just goes, I'm going to rep some 7-8, some 7-4, some flush draws, some 4-5, all this type of stuff. Just elects to run it here. And big favourite for the double, fading aces and deuces, and only 3 left in the deck. Only 3 outs to fade for Cyprian. Dan Cholton
Oh, where does that come from? Cyprian is now dead.
The case Barry on the turn will dead it.
Wow.
And Cyprian Burdan goes from 80% all the way to out the door on the turn.
So Cyprian.
Who can stop Dan Charlton? Can anyone?
This is the final table, man of straw. We're down to 6. We've lost 3 in 5 hands on the final table. 3 in 5. Blinds are up. 100k, 250k. The blinds are up. We are down to 6. Dre might be moving round in a minute. Amazing, Dan Charlton. The case ace on the turn.
Jumpy with the King Jack suited. Raise and take. I do it 9 fingers, Mike. All is good. Not when it's the year of Westlife Barry, it's not 9 fingers, Mike. Not when it's the year of the Westlife. So blinds at 250k now. Shooting up. King Jack for Drake opens to 500 here, and probably just going to be a jam here for Dan. I think that Yannick has around 4 mil, so it should be all in here from Dan Charlton. Dead button, effective button for Dre, so seems like a standard shove spot. Nice to see Dan take it, and going to be getting this one through. And Mikey's coming tomorrow. See you tomorrow, lads. Coming down for the 6 PM flight. Fire a couple of bullets. Good luck, Mike.
Excellent. Good luck, Mike. We're down to 6, just like that. 1970 for Cyprian. £1,970. There's the 520 time from Jan. Jack Queen.
Next hand. Ace 10 for Dan Charlton. Going to open in the cutoff here. Maybe one we could. Let's just have a look at the stacks behind. What we've got 20. 18 and 20, fairly close whether we can play open jam, but he's just going to go for this approach. We'll get some value from big blind defend range, but not 10-6 off. Wow, Ion Don't think we should be defending this one versus the chip leader sitting third in chips tower, but Ion's going to make a stand.
Queen 8, 2, 2 diamonds.
I'm going to choose to check this one back. See a free turn, 8 of spades. Could be one that we see a delay on here, tower. If check 2 from Ion, just make the assumption Ion going to start leading. His Queen X is 8X, and a lot of the Deuce X just going to fold pre at this stage of the tournament. But looks like Ion going to take the initiative here himself, going for lead. And wouldn't be surprised if Dan Charlton call once here. Oh, he's got to call once, 2-7-5. Won't be no surprise about it. Once Ion goes for this tiny sizing.
Dan does call off to the river. And it's a 6 for Jon, who gets there with a 10-6.
And now probably gonna go with a little check. Ion's picked up showdown, or is he going value hunting? Trying to target ace high. Looks like he is. Goes tiny again.
That's 450.
Giving Dan a really good price. Dan going to pay, and he's going to see the bad news. Ion rivering a 3 outer versus him. Can't believe his luck. But the thing about us poker players, we have short-term memory loss. Dan just found a 20% for a huge pot. No, he's not, Haggis. Please don't be on the wind-up, Haggis McTavish. Please do not. Scheffler 1 ahead with 1 to play. He was 5 back. Oh, man. Oh, Haggis, when I'm in Scotland next, if this holds, I'll buy you a pint. Come and see me.
Done with the ace-3. Blinds are 250k now.
I guess technically we want the 18th to be a par 4 then, Tower, because that's like one that hard to birdie, should par.
So Dan raises with ace-3. Jon with the king 4 in the small gets out of the way, and Johnny Chew won't be defending the jack 6 because he's not done any defending with jack 6 this final day 2.
Just lets it go. Par 4, 480 yards. That's a good hole, I think, to have. Unlikely to birdie. Just got to get the par. Hope Spieth don't birdie, and fingers crossed.
Can he not go drive a 6-iron putt for birdie?
Well, he could. Well, he will have a putt for birdie. It will be a tough one. It's after a 480 yard par 4. It's hard to get close.
It is.
And here we go again. Let's go round again, Tower.
Yeah, this is in, and Dan's calling because Johnny Chew's got ace queen. Dan Charlton flicks them in. It's a race. Johnny Chew has got ace queen of clubs. Dan Charlton pocket 9s. Here we go.
Wow, Dan in seat 9 has 9-9 and has 9.9 million. How can he lose this one, Tower? He can't, right? The stars have aligned.
9 on the flop.
That's okay.
2, 5, 6. 2 clubs for Johnny Chew. Flush draw on its way.
And so ace, queen, or club. Otherwise, we lose another.
Ace, queen, or a club needed. And it's not, it's the king of hearts. So Johnny Chew, the latest to depart. Dan Charlton gets up to 14 milli. And just like that, we're down to 5. £2,510. Good grinding there for John Chew. Good grinding.
Thanks, these nuts. I wouldn't actually mind an update just for this hole. Got a decent amount riding on it. And Johnny Chew, good run from him again. Dan Charlton, who can stop him, Tower? Nearly half the chips in play for that man.
Yeah.
You say it's a form game, it just seems whenever you hit that bit of form, you can just be unstoppable at times. I basically need these nuts, Scheffler to tie or win the hole. Anything but Spieth winning the hole, and we're good.
So we started the final table at 6:45, and we've lost 4 in 25 minutes. We've lost Stuart, Luke, Cyprian and John Chew.
How's it gone like that, Tal? I said it would be a no longer than 3 hour final table. Didn't expect to lose 4 players in the first 20 minutes.
Yep. We started the final table at 6:45, and we have now hit 7:10, and we're down to 5.
I've had a 4-fold on the 2 balls, these nuts. I had 2 of the outsiders, one that was basically even money, and then Scheffler was the odds on, and the other 3 are in, assuming Fagala doesn't drop a 4-hole lead with 3 to play. But the other 2 are finished. Fagala's 4 up, and now I just need Scheffler. Both 20-foot putts for birdie. Let's just hope Spieth misses. Cheers, guys. I appreciate the update for this one.
What's Jonty doing?
Deuces.
Flashing the badge.
Deuces for Ion.
Not available in the UK, sorry guys.
So Yannick wants to defend the 10-7 and does flop best. Second pair for him. Iron's got one here that may like to triple from time to time, Tower. Deuce of spades, deuce of hearts. Well, maybe not on that turn.
No, Yannick with the 10 turning trips.
Not really what we're looking for to potentially run a barrel. Queen of clubs river though may be enticing if check to for Ion to bluff at this. That is going to knuckle it back, and we'll see that we're just going to be getting called off.
So Dre, who came in as chip leader, is now 14 bigs, and not chip leader is 5 out of 5.
Wish I was standing behind Spieth now like that bloke from Happy Gilmore. You will not make this putt. There's a happy. Is it true? There's a Happy Gilmore 2 coming out.
Apparently so. It's in the. Looks like it's been talked about.
Dan just going to put chip lead to work. Queen 6 raises to 500. John T. King a deuce offsuit in the big. Rye Smile looks like just going to let it go, and does.
So we're down to 5. 25 minutes, we've lost 4 players on the final table.
Crazy stuff.
Crazy.
Right, Chef Lemist says these nuts. Over to Jordan. Did he put it within like 2-3 foot? I'm hoping. Hope he hasn't got a sweat for a missed bogey. Par for Scheffler. Cheers, Haggis. So we're looking for a Jordan Spieth missed putt. I'm getting so excited. I've never won one of these bets, the 2 balls on the golf. I've never won one.
You've never done one?
Oh, well, that's true, but I've never won one. I started, to be fair, I started doing them at the Masters. You introduced me to them for the 3 balls at the Masters. Yeah, that's the thing. Tower got me hooked. And to be fair, I've done them every day at the Masters, so I have never won one. That's not even funny. That's not even funny. Here's me.
He went deathly quiet then. Like deathly quiet. He nearly walked out.
He got me. Ace 3 open from Johnny on the button. Dre defends the 8-9 suited, and talk about a delicious looking flop. Flopping top pair and flush draw. Cheers guys. Cheers for the sweat with me. Whoever participated, I'll get you a beer next time I see you. And look at this for an action turn card, Tower.
Yeah.
Nut flush draw now for John T. And probably does want to check here, because it's horrible if we do get check raise. Yeah, I love this from John T. Easy to just fire with the ace of spades, but horrible spot if we do get check jammed on. So checks back, just trying to realise equity for free. Deuce of clubs river, and do expect Dre to be going for some value now. That was quite funny from D's Nuts in the chat. He had me. He did have me for a second. Surprised if Johnny Heroes with ace high. Not the worst candidate to use, but you say we've got the ace of spades blocker here, Tower, but if we open button and Dre has ace x of spades, he's just going to shove from the big blind, so kind of an irrelevant blocker in that aspect, blocking flushes, because the nut flushes shouldn't be there, because the suited ace x would just shove pre, facing the button open.
On with the King 7. Opens to 500. Dre with the Queen Deuce won't be doing anything with that on the small.
Straight out of there. Dan with the 8-5.
Can we defend E5?
We do get to defend a lot wider as chip leader on final table tower because of ICM and because of the pressure we do get to a mount, so wouldn't be surprised if he does come in. However, if stacks were switched and it was Dan opening and Ion in the big, Ion should be folding.
Yeah. Yes, it's 10 flop for Dan checks. Goes check, check. Three of spades on the turn. And Dan has rivered the 5 of hearts.
1 BB, perhaps. Throw out 1 blue chip tower.
That's exactly what he's done.
Like it from Dan. Goes to 250. Over to Ion, who looks like he's going to pay with king high. Lovely little value bet on the end there from Dan Cholton. Well played, sir. Ion shakes his head, but once again, short-term memory loss. Done the exact same thing to Dan Cholton with 10-6 about 20 minutes ago. No, I won't be betting on the darts, Mick. I used to love betting on the darts. I had a phase. I can't actually remember the odds when I must have been young. Early 20s, maybe 19, 20. I used to love the green double bet. That was my favourite bet every single time. Green double, green double. Finishing on a green double in the darts. You can bet on if they've, I can't remember. You could bet on whether they finished on a red double or a green double. And the green double's obviously a lot better price because red you got tops, double 10, double 8, a lot of. But I used to love the colour finish years and years ago on the darts. Used to be one of my favourite bets.
It's 4 for Dan.
Yeah, probably. I was going to say all in, unless Yannick. How much is Yannick sitting with? Yeah, I would have just jammed this as Dan just get to apply that maximum pressure as chip leader, but chipping up nicely, 17 million his stack now.
Look at that lot. John Chu out his 6th, last man out. We've not lost anybody in 10 minutes, what's happening?
I don't know, thought we'd be done by now. What's going on?
First 25 minutes of the final table, we lost 4. Would you have made Dan favourite to win as the final table started?
Would have been close. Dre had the chip lead, and Dre very good player as well. So probably Dre would have pipped it if there was a book running. Ion here, ace-4 off from gun. Crazy, crazy man. Opens to 5-2-5. Sitting third in chips, sitting 3 or 5 as Ion. We should be super snug. And Jonte punishes him. Moving all in with the 7s. Jonte going to get this one through. Ion, a little bit of a misstep with this open in my opinion. Seems way too loose. I know we're 5-handed, but even still, being effective hijack here, sitting third in chips, should be playing fairly snug.
And he does now get out of the way. So Jonte up to 4.1 mil.
King Queen suited for Yannick. okay, I'll call the club, says Zacabello. Whatever that he's calling the club for.
Zacabello says, Alice, can you please confirm the correct clock for the main event?
I've just scrolled up. Sorry, Zacabello, missed it, mate. So the clock is 30 minutes for 6 p.m. flights and 40 minutes for 12 p.m. flights. If it starts at 12 p.m., it's a 40-minute clock. If it starts at 6 p.m., it's a 30-minute clock. Sorry, mate, we literally just missed your message. Obviously, you got other chat boxes all collated into one and just bypassed it. Just had to ask again. So 30-minute clock for the 6 p.m. starts, and for the 12 p.m. starts, it's a 40-minute clock. And that is how the clocks work for the main event. And here we go again. Jonty sends the ace-3 suited. Yannick opening button. Ions in with 9s. Now Yannick going to get to fold the king-queen suited.
So Jonty with the ace, Yannick with the king queen, and Jon with the 9, sorry.
Okay, so it's a really nice jam from Jonty Tower, but unfortunately we just can't account for this. Someone waking up with a good hand behind us, and Yannick thinking about spinning the wheel here, but king queen suited just can't call this one off. Such a pretty hand, and that we're going to see call. Chance to ladder as well. We hope so, Eddie. We hope so.
And gets out of the way, open folds the king queen. 9s for Jon, ace 3 for Jonty. King, queen, jack, and the king queen folded. What a shot to the lead.
Ace on the turn actually shoots Jonty to the lead now against Ion, and Ion going to need a 9 or 10 to chop, and it's a 7. But if Yannick called, we would have had a double knockout with the king queen suited, but you just can't call there, my friend. And just like that, Tao, how are we down to 4?
Jon Opria out for £3,500. The king queen folded, open folded to the table. Would have taken 2 outs. Jonty's glad he didn't. But we are down to 4.
I mean, to be fair, I don't want to see cocky, but I was deserved that one. The last, I've 3 bet shot base by shooting into queens plus, like fucking 3 times in the last 4 weeks. I've lost every single one. You remember this moment? Not really, but I will, just for you. About 8.8 million. And about a cool 30-40 mil there. Fortune favours the brave, Yannick. Should have just ripped it. Nah.
I maybe should have. It's a
Nah,
close
you
one.
shouldn't have.
It's a
Just
close
cause.
one.
It's going to fuck the hands. I'm only saying that because they both went in. You don't. You can use that. Can I?
It's a close one.
But now they're on both, you know? Nah, I like what you did. I like what you did. You just got unlucky. You got too much action. You wanted action, you just got too much.
So Yannick with the king queen, still chatting about it, but we are down to 4.
How many you got, yeah?
Well, now that I think about it, I'm just going to have to count it, I guess.
So John 2 with the threes. Raises up.
Over 4 mil, 4.5 mil at least.
Look at me like that, Charlie. I'm really quite well behaved.
Yannick going to defend.
Every time I turn up, he's got
8, 6, 10 flop. Threes. After initial raise, UTG. Yannick fires for 1 chip, 250k.
Yeah, really strange from Yannick, just going for the donk for 1 BB, but does get the threes out of there. Jonty just lets it go.
You got 5.3.
How about?
Well, the Nick says it. Well, he doesn't know yet.
Yeah. Took some off this. It's a small blind.
Blinds are up into the 300k level.
Yeah, the app can't run 2 different times for the same comp. So the 6 o'clock comp that's running now is on a 30-minute clock, and then the 12 o'clock comp tomorrow will be back to 40. How many's in the high roller? Let's have a look. High roller has got 40.
Well, that's big, because we gain double the field for day 2 mines usually. That is big.
Cyprian's jumped in it. John Adler's jumped in it. Stato's here. Keith Johnson's here. Danny Laidlaw's here.
The usual suspects.
Jamie Nixon. Rosa. Andrew Wilson. Leo. Bixie. Cassandra.
Have fun getting in that one.
Tell you what.
There's some names in there.
Good luck if you want to play that one. Cracking field. Go and join in the fun. Berry New Road, Manchester.
Suited queen here for Dre. Maybe one that we want to check. Suited variety does go with check.
Jack high flop. Jack 2, 4.
Could be one that it's actually really interesting, because if I'm Dre, I expect the King X and Ace X to shove pre, so maybe we do check and just take our equity, because Queen High is still going to beat all this like 10-9, 9-8, 9-6, these type of holdings. Yes, does go with check, and Rivers 6. Going to take a small one, Dre, but the small ones at this point are vital.
Charlie, you've got anything else? Alright, mate. Play tight. Right is right. No set, no there.
That's John T on the button. Just a shout out to this man as well. John T come into the final table as outright short stack 9 of 9 with 3 big blinds. I'm all in as Dan. Ace 3 off. Missing the button open. No, gonna choose to defend. 22 bigs against second in chips, who probably has to fold like as high up as Ace Jack. Might have just gone here as Dan, but forget that, Tower. Why?
He's just flopping them all. Flopping them all dead. Just a call from Dan Charlton.
Yep, wants to keep his custom up, keep his range wide, knows that Johnny could potentially be sending some barrels in on this particular board. Deuce of spades turn. Now decision point for John T here, probably going to be shut down central. At least want some sort of gut shot overcard. They're going to continue barreling, I think. So 10 of hearts on the river, and Dan now just going to get clear value bet, and going to be an easy fold for John T. Can Liverpool turn it around tonight, Tower, says Woolly Back Will.
Absolutely not. I actually think they lose.
Can you not remember against Barca?
Yeah, same, totally different.
Totally different.
I remember Istanbul, I remember Barcelona. They will not win tonight.
You heard it here first, Woolly Back Will. They will not win tonight.
That's it. Yeah, everything you've got on Liverpool. I don't think they will. I don't think they win.
Doubt Johnny's ever going to hero here with King High. We need Dan to specifically have 5-7 or 4-7. That is it. There's no other hand in a hand reading perspective that calls flop on A6-3 from the big that we now beat with King 8 other than 7-5 and 7-4. So when we're only literally talking about 2 hands we beat and then a catalogue of value, you're going to have to just let it go, as John T was thinking about throwing on the cake. Good to see him decide to let this one go.
Either like ace 2, ace 10, or he's got fucking nothing. He's got like queen.
You got me excited when you started talking about, oh, Mike, give me the money, whatever. You got me excited for that way.
Or he's got like fucking 7-8 suit that you can fucking check where he's flopping all that.
Yeah, that's the thing, mate. I didn't really flop, so I ain't got these.
The giveaways will be on Sunday, Peter, when we're on 888 Poker TV.
That'd be all the stuff you can beat at Brazil.
You can feel like fucking
Yeah, I
Suited king for John T.
know, yeah.
Thinking about opening. We are just 4-handed now under the gun effective cut-off, so it does go for open. Good thing as well, chip leaders in the small blind, the position that Dan's less inclined to get active from. And a couple of ducks for Dan. Is he just thinking about jamming here? 20 effective stack, 4-handed. We have a pair as chip leader, and there is the all-in. Nice move from Dan Charlton. That will lose Yannick, and quick fold from John T as well. Well played, Dan, up to 20 million now.
None Danny Charlton, there's only one Danny Charlton. Thanks for the advice, Tower. Just lumped on the lot on Liverpool for the win, even though he's a Man United supporter. I don't think they win. I really don't. Why did Atalanta beat Liverpool 3-0 at home? Why are Liverpool 1-2? I don't understand it. Atalanta, Italy. Oh. They're a bit feisty, them fans, aren't they, in Italy?
How much you got,
Close to 4.5, 4.5-ish.
I went behind. I'm all in.
I'm all in, says Mr. Dan. with the ace-3, and it wins.
There you go, 4-4 each. 4-8, 4-4.
Six suited for John T, blind on blind here with Dre. Gonna choose to complete. Jack 8 for Dre in the big, probably another one that does want to play check off of 12. Does come with check off to the flop, blind on blind here, and what a flop for John T. Trip sixes.
Nice flop, John T.
Fires for 3-2-5. John T's still on for the double, winning the PLO earlier on this week, Tuesday evening, looking for his second trophy of the week. Come into this final table 9 of 9, and now sitting
6. He's playing in great spirits, this, isn't it? This 250.
Yannick with the goods, couple of aces. Makes it 6-7-5.
Well then done.
They're going to get action.
Yep.
One that Dan should be defending. Suited Queen 6. $8.50 from Yannick with the overpair. Dan does get out of the way with bottom.
So 64 bigs for Dan Charlton. Yannick, John T, and Dre all fighting on. This bite, yeah, it was a 250 edit. Great to watch. So unorthodox play for a final table on a feature table on a stream. It's been great. Loved it. Loved every minute of it. And we've got plenty more. On the high roller tomorrow, and then Saturday and Sunday we're going to concentrate on the main. Dan Jones coming through the ranks. Are you kidding? This man's an absolute legend in the game.
Been around for years. Dan.
Online phenom, Dan Charlton. Judge Dredd. Check him out. Online phenom. But he is playing a lot more live now than he has in the last 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, potential to do a streak here though versus John T, who's flopped trips. Jack on the turn does give Dan 2 pair. That's Dan, just initiative on point. Just instincts tower. Just didn't even think about it. Just straight away letting the Jack go after being the opener. Not c-betting the ace high board. Making a pair and then just folding to a 40% lead. Nice stuff from Dan.
Yeah, but if you're going to fucking cap your range back, I'm going to fucking stab it, bro. You don't have a fucking 3, do you?
Yeah, some decent scores on decent scores live, but online is where he made all his money. Did Dan the Charlton.
Nah, it's good, mate.
It's good. 6-7 suited for Dan. Gonna choose to open. No pressure on these guys now. Ladder's a bit more significant in terms of buy-ins. King 3 off for Drake. Sitting short. Just 10 bigs for him now. Raise and take for Dan. Now these little raise and takes are worth 3/4 of a mil each one. Dan putting the pressure on.
So 4 players left.
So frustrating as Dre. Like, we just want something. Give us Jack 6 suited or something, not Jack 6 off. Just an ace, a king, an 8-9 suited, something along these lines.
10 bigs, can't do anything with Jack 6 off. 4 players left. Jon was out in 5th for 3,500 about half an hour ago. Down with the 2, says I'm all in. Well, that does it. Gets rid of the 8-9.
I get that one. You won, right? Obviously. I thought you were about the hand that we played.
King 10 for Dan on the button here.
Mine? What? Yeah, you can announce it. The fuck, that's what
Open. Yannick in the small, the Queen 8, can't do anything.
You can beat the King of Diamonds.
He will get out of there, and Jonty.
Looking down at King 6. And it is on the King of Diamonds. So we're on 4. 9 bigs for Dre, 11 bigs for Yannick.
21 for Jonty, but that 21 is going to be 16 in 8 minutes' time. Racing through the blinds.
You got good eyesight seeing that. I only went like that really.
Fucking sneaky, man. Very careful with my gun.
Then with the Ace Deuce opens 600, but now the blind's at 153.
Jonty just letting the chip leader do his thing, not battling, sitting second in chips, and Osu King 3 for Dre. Just cannot find anything every time we look down. Just probably fold here is Dre. Does go with fold, another raise and take for Dan, and now just up to 22 mil, just like that. Getting all these raise and takes through, 2/3 of the chips in the plate, chips in place, sitting in front of Dan Cholton now. This is as good as it's going to get, Tower. Unfortunately for us as Dre, this is one we have to go with. Should be an all-in, in my opinion. Does go with all-in, and Dan over to him. Oh, 6s is a call. Snap call from Dan. And Dre's going to like what he sees once he gets snapped like that.
We've got the overs.
2 clean overs, and actually equity favourite here.
Andreas Olympus, good for him to be back playing poker. He's up against it, but he is live and has the overs.
Oh dear, set on the flop for Dan.
Oh, that's
7 or a jack. Double gutted.
Yep, and all 8 alive. A 7 on a jack. Still the same scenario for Dre, a 7 or a jack.
And it's a king, so no good for Dre. Olympus, good run for him. 4th.
Shakes the hands of all 3 players left. Well done to Dre.
4th.
5,120. Well done, Dre.
We're down to 3-handed now. Probably going to get the guys balanced out. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Put Jonty in 5, put Dan in 8, put Yannick in 2. Seems a bit more. Yeah, Yannick swing round.
Yeah, flick him round a bit.
Jonty come round.
Get round, Dan. He says, shall I move round? He says, yeah. So Jonty is moving to 5. So 2, 5 and 8. And by the sounds of it, they're going to have a quick 2 minutes.
5?
5 minutes.
I just saw Yannick go like that, so I'm assuming he wants 5. But we will see. We'll keep the pictures on. We'll be sat here still, so as soon as they're back, we will be back.
B, we've got the high roll of day 2, which is what we're going to be concentrating on as we concentrate on the feature table and the live streaming from Cardroom Direct. Day 1C of the main and the cash out satellites as well. We're going to see Josh Manley and Easty. Nick Eastwood, they're going to be both playing tomorrow. Not sure if Ian Simpson's here this week. Saturday is main event day 1D. We'll concentrating on that. The dash is on at 7 as a 1-day side event. And then on Sunday, we've got the seniors the closer, the big shot, and day 2 of the main event. We'll be concentrating on the main event, final day of that. And if you want to play the big shot or the seniors, come and join us. Seniors starting at 2 o'clock, and the closer will start at 5. If you can't make it here this week, there's plenty going on Grosvenor Casino and 25-50 wise. Coventry, Glasgow, Luton, Portsmouth and Stockton have all got 25-50s. They're on this weekend as well, so we'll keep you informed with the numbers for that as the 25-50s roll on. And then the next leg of the UKPT, as you can see there, is Luton, and we are going to be there not this week because that's the first week in Luton's got all sorts going on. It's got the opener going on, it's got the mini main going on, midi going on at the same time. There's all sorts. They've got the mini starting on the Sunday. They've got the cash out satellites. They've got the open day 2s. And then the week after, the 1st, is when we'll be back live streaming after this week. Wednesday the 1st, we'll be concentrating on the mini final, which starts at 5 o'clock. That's when we're streaming from on the Wednesday. The high roller day 2 on the Thursday for the live stream. And then Friday, Saturday and Sunday will be the main events. But if you want to chuck in any of the side events, the Cups on the Saturday, the Seniors on the Sunday, the PLOs on the Sunday, the Closers on the Sunday, there's the online closer as well. Plenty going on. Brand new for the calendar, if you want to go and play abroad. Cardiff is back. Cardiff 25-25, the 9th till the 12th of May is the first 25-25 in Cardiff for a long time, and fingers crossed they all turn out to support the Cardiff Card Room at the Red Dragon Centre. Come on, support it. Go and enjoy Cardiff. It's a great place. It's a fantastic place to wander down and enjoy wandering around Cardiff city centre. The Millennium Stadium is like right in the middle of the city, and it's surrounded by the castle and the wall. It's great. Really enjoyed Coventry all the times we went there. So that is new on the circuit. If you want to get yourselves in, that is what's on. If you can't make it this week or for that 25-25, that's what's on for the rest of the year. We think London has changed because they're having a refurb at the end of May. So 15th to the 25th of August, we think London will be changing. We'll get confirmation of where it's going to be with Jim later in the year, probably at Luton actually, when we go to Luton for the next GUKPT. And then the rest of the GUKPT, while we're waiting on Dan Charlton to sit back down, he's just sat back down.
Perfect.
After London 16th till the 26th, that is when that's definitely on. The 16th till the 26th of May is definitely on. And then the refurb, and then we're at Leeds, and then we have a break of around about 7 weeks, and the Goliath will be...
7 weeks?
What will you do?
I don't know. I've got to get
in
break.
them 7 weeks, you'll have moved house, you'll have got a new cat, there'll be all sorts going on. You might have broke even at golf on 1 hole.
They're all going to get a shock in a couple of weeks' time, Tower. I've got a new swing and everything.
A new swing? Where did you find it?
King 6 suited for John T. Gonna kick us off 3-hander with an open on the button. Well, dead button, effective.
Can I move seat again? Or not? Is that a problem?
Can we just rewind a minute?
Yep.
Where are you getting a new swing from? You don't buy them.
No, well, I've got some nephews, you see, and they've grown up now, like 15, 12, and they don't have the swings in the garden no more, so I thought I'd rip you off that. But to be honest with you, my swing, and everyone says this all the time, it's different every shot. It's different. It is different every shot because all these lot, they do not much going on here. Could see check back now. Check. Let's just cover this one. Ace of clubs on the river, and probably both players just happy to take showdown with their pair, and John T going to take this one from Yannick and leave him short. But going back to that, like, everyone does all this mush, and they walk up to the ball. They'll be on the tee, and they'll do this, and they'll stand like 10 foot behind the ball. Right. They'll do this with their driver, and then they'll walk round like an arc, and then they'll hit the ball. But I'll just go up to it and I'll hit it. None of this like practice swing, none of this. I'll just walk up to the ball, boom, that will do. Sometimes you hit a good one.
4 yards later, onto the next shot.
Sometimes you hit a bad one, and that's how it goes. But I just enjoy the game. I'm not fussed about getting better. I just enjoy going around with mates, having a good laugh.
Yeah.
And the great thing, because I know when you probably play golf, etiquette game, lots of etiquette, nice shot, all of this. Because I'm a high handicapper and I'm going around with my mates, they get the needle from me when they play a bad shot. When like the 5 handicapper plays a bad shot, like. So here we go.
Yannick King 8, Dan's got Jack 9. Here we go. King 8 for Yannick. He's in front. Chance for a big double. Dan's still got a smile and a laugh on his face. Look at this, brilliant.
Holding at the moment is Yannick, but all outs in there for Dan. Jack 9s and 8s. Seven not changing anything, no diamonds in play, so Yannick set for a double, fading Jacks, 9s and 8s.
And he doubles. He doubles to 5 mil, 4.9 million. He gets the double on.
My favourite one though, Tower, when I'm out on the course with one of these players that I know can play, and they know I can't play, and we're friends. But when they're like on the like chipping onto the green, and they like duff it, the still you. When you go, still you, mate. Still you to go. I love that one.
Well, that's known in the game as a dead sheep.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
A dead sheep. Why?
Still you.
Still you.
What's a female sheep?
You. Still.
And what happens when it's dead?
It's okay. I got ya.
It's commonly known as a dead sheep.
Never knew that.
Yeah. If anybody shouts dead sheep, it's still you. Yannick's in again. Now he's got the chips. Ace 10. Yeah, I'm not doing out with King Deuce, he says.
Might have opened this one as Yannick, trying to induce some stuff. Another one of my favourites is the old when they hit into water or they hit a tree or something, you go, oh, I never knew there was water on this hole, or I never knew there was trees on this hole. 10-9 suited for John T, nice one to look down at. And Yannick just going to send the Queen Jack, nicely done from him, picks it up. LD Maniac says most people have 2 swings, the practice swing and the swing at the ball. The trick is hitting the ball with the practice swing. It counts as a stroke, right, Tav? You approach the ball and you air shot it, that's a stroke, isn't it? So
if you approach the ball,
I go to hit it, like I'm about to hit it, and I just completely miss it. Don't even hit the ball.
Yep.
It's a stroke.
Yep, it is. How many of those have you had?
Loads. I have had.
Do you get let off with them?
I've been no.
Dan just applying the pressure on the button. Says I'm all in.
I like just doing my own thing. remember I've been at the green before with my partner, like with the person that I'm out with. Get to the green, he's like, "Oh, you got this 5? You got this for a bogey, 5 for 3, Jade. You're like, you got this for a bogey." But then I go, "No, mate, you missed. I had 2 air shots back there. You didn't see them. I'm actually putting for 1 point." So blinds up again. 400,000 is the BB.
3 players left. Yannick on the left, Jonty in the middle, and Dan Charlton on the right. Seven, 8, Jack is the flop. Jonty top pair. Bets 500.
I'm just going to get out of there. Queen height.
Whopper says, "Am I allowed to play golf tomorrow?" No. Well, I am allowed to play golf. I want to tee off at 7 AM, but I'll be sleeping till 10. I'll go for a walk for breakfast, and then I'll walk into work.
Yes.
So that'll be me.
I might even have a walk in tomorrow. I didn't actually know. So what is it? Left out the hotel and then left. Left.
Yep. Left out the hotel takes you over the water.
Yep.
Left again takes you back to the cathedral, drops you down to the big traffic light, straight under, and you're literally straight on.
Good to know.
That's a
Nice walk.
that fucking
When it's not raining, those.
I can play my cards, man. You know that. I don't love mate, but you know, we both want to win, right?
King 9-7, all spades.
Yeah, well, good luck to you. I'll try to beat you. It's all
7 on the turn. Lovely one to see for Dan. Locks it up. Goes for value. Won't be getting any. Well, I say he won't be getting any, Tower. Would you look at this from Yannick? Just no spade in hand, no overcard, no gut shot. Clickety click. Makes it a melee. Dan obviously going nowhere. Probably just going to see call with position. Does nonchalantly throw it in.
And the 8 of diamonds after a bet and a raise on the turn. And he goes check, check to see Dan has the 7. Buying was £250 for this one. 336 runners, and we're down to 3.
Lost 1% of the field.
So we have a Whopper and we have a Whopper supper in the chat.
Yep.
Which one's Big Tom from Blackpool?
I don't know.
Which one? No, it's not. Stephen Smith's old smiter says it's 1-0 Liverpool.
So there you go. Tower said Liverpool cannot win tonight.
Yep.
And he said, get your money on Liverpool. Because Towers bocked them. He's bocked Atlanta.
You ever watch UFC yet? No. Yeah. I thought you were going to do the flying knee on me there.
Oh, it's a penalty. Never a penalty. He says, Wapart, Jack 6 off for Yannick. Wow, is he
with the Jack 6?
Some sort of favourite hand. The one he just raised versus Dan. And now sends it in from the small. And Whopper says, I'm Tom.
Ah.
It'd be funny if Whopper supper coming out. Yeah. No, I'm Tom.
Cheers, Tom. The old Whopper.
That's what I always said. I was like, this is always my last cigarette.
H2 suited for Jonty. Would have probably sent here Tower for 12. And Dan with the Queen Jack is going to elect to set Jonty in. Likely to have the best hand, but does he want to run it here? I personally would have just moved in ourselves, take this decision away. Dan with a rub of the hands, and looks like Jonty going to get out of there. And Charlton up to 24 million, really chipping at these lads.
Now you're running it, and maybe good. I got to lift some strong hands to protect the information. I know. And then I just fucking slip balls.
Jack 8 suited for Jonty on the button. Only working with 11.5. Looks like he's going to choose to open. Then Charlton will get out of there over to Yannick in the big 8-6 offsuit here. How does Yannick want to proceed? He's going to have a dabble. Looks like these two essentially trying to play for second. Is a 2,000, over 3,000 ladder actually, I should say. We can outlast the other. Nice flop here for Jonty. King high board, good for openers range, and we do flop heaps of equity in terms of a flush draw. And just going to get Yannick out of there. Jonty up to 6.
If this finishes early, will the other comp be streamed? What do you reckon, Jay?
Yeah, why not? Why not? We'll throw it on our 9-hour day, not enough. Might as well extend it to a 13 or 14.
Now this will be the for the Voyage. This could last another couple of hours.
No.
Probably not, but you never know in this game. No, this will be it. The Voyage champion will be crowned, and then we'll be back for the High Roller Day 2. I think the High Roller had about 14 last time we saw.
Really good numbers for the High Roller.
Very, very good numbers. 43. They all know Andy Wilson's playing, you see.
That's it.
They all know Andy Wilson's playing. And weirdly, he's still in.
It was actually quite funny when we were on break, as Andy was in the comms and he jumped straight into the High Roller, so he ended up on a table. He was in seat 1,
yeah.
Endrit was in 2, and Leo was in 7, and there was one open seat, which was the 9 seat, so you would have had Endrit and Bowie on your direct left and Leo on the bottom while you were in the big blind. So if anyone was scouting to see of a good table, doubt anyone was buying in with that seat unoccupied.
Jamie Nixon's out. Over the High Roller. Massive Farage is out. Twan Lee's out. Stevie Cherry.
Nigel Farage, did you just say?
Eh?
Who did you say before?
Massive Farage.
Ah, okay.
Nigel Farage.
I don't know. I heard Nigel Farage, but
Nigel Farage.
Then again,
I don't think I've mentioned that name ever.
Been a long day. Jack 5 suited for Dan on the button.
I got 5.7.
I think it's exaggerating.
Gonna fold. It's a walk for Jonty. We like walks at this stage.
I probably should have shoved that one.
How are you doing, Vanessa? How did you have a nice few days off? I wouldn't call it nice, pretty manic to be honest with you.
Few?
2 days off we had, Vanessa, and
it was lovely.
I had no time to rest at all.
Why?
Because I was
Oh, he was moving house.
Feel this hand, guys.
You had it last time. If I could put you last time, you can't be twice in a row. Talked about it last time. Joel. Go on, Schoolman. Blank.
This is the one now.
Is it? I got a feeling. I got a feeling.
I got a bigger feeling.
No!
Yeah, we streamed yesterday.
Oh.
Vanessa.
I mean, you took me out of it, man.
We were here for day 1B of the main, of this event. It was good to watch.
Same village, right? What? Same village?
I'm in Leeds, he's in Macclesfield.
Not a regular swap.
It's 3 o'clock for Dan. Open jam tower should be. Suited wheel lace at this stack depth. There is the open jam. And it does get it through.
We've been on runs like this before. You do double ups, you should be. You go through me. You are, so I get down.
Oh, yeah, true.
I don't stay at 65. It's like in final table before they're just working out how fucking all it is. I should be giving you the pep talk. When it's
King on the button for Yannick. He's only looked at 1 card tower. Maybe not. He just peel a 3 and fold. Looked like he looked at 1. Gets out of there, and Dan just going to set John T in for 10 with Jack 10. There we go. Johnny will fold onto the next hand.
That's when we're streaming from the rest of the week. If you want to stick it in your diaries and your time setting alarm, 1:20 tomorrow. Oh, I could have breakfast at night. I could have brunch instead of
brunch.
Yeah.
Is that not like what like your mum and your sister do and go and have prosecco, like bottomless prosecco?
Bottomless brunch.
Yeah, bottomless brunch. Yeah,
brunch.
Brunch.
You know what brunch is, don't you?
Yeah, breakfast and lunch.
Well, there you go then.
In between, but
so I could have it at 11:30.
But it's just call it breakfast or lunch.
I might be out for something to eat tomorrow.
There we go. Brunch.
But that's what we're streaming all day. We've got the high roller tomorrow, day 2. We've got the main event, day 1D, and then we've got the day 2 to crown a champion.
Brunch. Yeah, and come back to the table. And Dan in the small sets Yannick in. Yannick with ace 7 suited. Is this the one that's going to get us heads up? Well, what a flop. Flush draw for Yannick, but Dan jumps in front with middle pair, so ace or heart needed.
Any ace, any hearts, plenty of outs, 12 of them. Well, now just a heart.
Can't be the 10 of hearts. A terrible turn to see for Yannick here.
Dan just said, give him the 10 of hearts, he's a nice guy. Oh, and the ace. Ace, the 9 did it on the turn. So Yannick finishing in 3rd place. Well done, Yannick, for £7,790.
Nice run from Yannick, and that
Well
leaves us
done
heads
indeed.
up with Dan Cholton and Jonty Willis. Jonty coming in 9 of 9. He had 3 big blinds tower.
And he's now heads up.
To start this final table. Annette says, I don't mind brunch. It's people that say dunch I have an issue with. It's not just that, Annette. I can't wait for this to finish. I'm off for dinner. The tower's just gonna... It's just pointless. Just people making up things for the sake of it.
Brunch has been a word for years.
Yeah, but...
I've never heard of dunch, and I've never heard of linner.
But about 10 years ago, someone was sitting there and just thought the word, say, "Oh, brunch. It's not breakfast. It's too late for breakfast. Too early for lunch. I'm going to call it brunch." I think it's ridiculous.
Mate, you're going to come back and get me? Mate, I'm not. I don't run that quick through the train. There you go. Like, mate, I got 10 bigs. That's 10 bigs.
So, got some work to do here, John T. 9 bigs plays 75 bigs. An interesting fact about Dan Cholton Tower. Before the WSOP circuit event that he won about 6 weeks ago, I say, maybe 5 weeks, might have been a bit before, but Dan Cholton had actually, and this is live poker, hadn't actually ever won a heads-up battle. So before the WSOP circuit event live, Dan was 0 for 6 for heads up. He'd never won a heads up in a live setting until WSOP last month, when he did finally knock that bock off his shoulder. So now Dan 1 for 7 in heads up. So if anything, could potentially give Jonty some hope.
Yep. This is it. The stats against Dan winning. Has he never won a GUKPT? No, he hasn't.
He hasn't.
He has not. His highest was second in 2011 when Peter McAdams beat him. Heads up. Alan McLean was third.
You never really use it, man, but I'll get on it later.
God bless the Iceman. George Geary was 6th. Lawrence Gosney was 8th. Cully Sidney was on that final table. But Dan Charlton pulling up short, 2nd for the GUKPT. He's also had a 7th, but no win to his name.
Didn't he win yesterday? He was in this yesterday, so he's bagging chips.
Yep.
9-7-3, 2-spade board, top pair for Jonty, middle for Dan, action flop in a heads-up setting and gets better and better. Straight flush draw now for Dan. Jonty with top 2 pair tower. Could definitely see some chips fly in here on this turn card. $600k from Jonty. Dan Charlton calls with a heap of equity. A complete brick for him. And potential for Jonty to get some value here, Tower. Dan's got a hand that seems like a very nice catch. Third pair with this jack of spades in there. Makes it 1.6 mil. 80% are, and Dan does flick in the call and sees the bad news, but nice one to catch with. We're coming, Chris. Facebook will be back on in less than a minute. Facebook off.
Cheers, Chris. We are on it. West Ham are playing tonight as well, says Mick the Mod.
They're playing that team that has not lost in all competitions all season. How do you get to April and you're still unbeaten in all competitions?
Wow. Who's that then?
Bayern Leverkusen. Top of their league, not lost yet.
Oh, they've won the league, haven't they?
Won their domestic cup, didn't lose in that. Haven't lost in Europa League yet. We're in April, Tower. Imagine having a bet at the start of the season, Bayern Leverkusen in all competitions to be unbeaten still in April.
How did they do last season?
Terrible.
Really?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So Harry Kane joins Bayern Munich, and Bayern Munich just...
It's the Alonso effect, isn't it?
It is.
Top pair for Dan. Jonty goes for the bet here with the King 8. Looks like Dan going to go for the check raise with his top pair. Gets it through.
So 15,260 against the 11.
You're going to cry it, isn't it? That's what. At the end of the day, mate, you're just another day older. It's just, a double up, and that's it.
At the end of the day, it gets
not a whole lot playing this way.
At the end of the day, it gets dark.
All in.
Pass. You have to take one of these marginal slots, right?
So heads up, John T. Willis. John T. Willis.
The fucking closer, Daniel Charlton, ladies and gentlemen. He's here for another.
Works for the WPT. Travels around the world. Does John T.
5 million, 5.5, 5.6, 6 million.
Cashed a couple of times at the Irish Open this year. Went on the WPT Voyage cruise and cashed in that.
Nice. I'd love to go on a poker cruise.
I didn't even know they did them. I didn't even know they did them. GUKPT poker cruise ferry to Amsterdam. Poker, live music, bit of a jig, get to Amsterdam, day in Amsterdam, do the same on the way back, poker, live music, jiggity. I'm in.
Get it sorted,
you?
Sal. You're the main man. Get it
I'm
sorted.
in.
Make the phone call. We'll get it done.
I think it's a great idea. So the stream should be back on Facebook. Dan Charlton on the right in the beige hoodie. John T with the red hat. Who did he win the PL or just found table it?
Who, Johnny?
Yeah.
He won it.
He won it. I know, but it's just not on the...
You win the winner's picture. You don't get a winner's picture if you don't win it, right?
Well, Andrew Wilson was in the winner's picture. Did he win? Did he win it?
Yeah, but he was in the middle.
Ah.
You're not going to have a winner's picture, two people either side the bloke. The bloke on the left's won it. It's always the guy in the middle.
That'd be me.
Did he win it?
There you go, Katie Swift. Count me in. It's a great idea. Poker, live music, dancing, DJing, end up in a different town overnight.
Sounds good.
Nice night out.
It'd be great
nice
for Katie
afternoon out in
as
Bruges
well,
or something
because
like that.
We'll be going from Dover, and Katie will somehow find a way to have an 8-hour trip from Kent to Dover. She'll drive around the country somehow. She'll go the wrong way round the country to Dover.
Fill up 4 times.
Yeah. Oh, it would be great. Imagine a GUKPT cruise. If you're watching, Jim, get it sorted. 8-6 suited for Johnny on the bum.
Shout.
I think it's a great shout. It's just all the inklings of how we'd go about getting it done.
Went to Bruges once on a 2-tone stroke ska themed cruise. So all the madness, bad manners, specials, music, all the 2-tone. Overnight, get into Bruges, have a full day around Bruges, eat as much Belgian chocolate as you can, and then get back on the ship and do it again. It's a great idea.
Hey, thank you.
Virgin Voyages have a partnership with the WPT. I better start playing online and try to get myself a ticket to these Voyages. That's a great idea. Jack Eye Flop, heads up, John T. Willis.
what a week it's been for John T.
Yeah, and Dan Charlton. There he is, Dan.
Dan with the stab gets it done. I reckon the turnout, I know it may be quite pricey, expenses and whatnot to get yourself on, but I reckon it'd be a great turnout for a cruise.
Oh, it'd be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. It'd be amazing. Yeah, that's a great idea. You don't have to take over all the ship. Huh? Take a corner, take 10 tables, 100 players max. Live music, pick your genre.
Pick your genre. What genre's in this loppy? What genre would you call that?
Sleep genre.
Sleep, is that a genre?
It would make you go to sleep listening to Ms. Loppy for more than 10 minutes. They only have they done? Did they do any more songs?
Yeah, they done.
Because they're actually classed as a folk band somehow.
A folk band?
Yeah. 859 flop. Both got a 7. We'll stick the payouts after this hand, but it's 15,260 and 11,350 for the winner. Trophy and 15,260, or second place 11,350.
It's a double Gutty versus Gutty, and 3 of spades on the river. And John T maybe thinking about going for the second barrel here. Tower just with 7 high, never going to be able to win this one with check, and love this from him. Going for the big bet as well, blocking 2 straights, love it. Really nice stuff from John T. John T Willis gets it done, gets done off the best hand. Well played, sir.
And there we go.
Rubs it in his face as well, says how's it like that?
So £15,260 first place, 11,350. Yannick third, then Dre, Jon, John, Cyprian, Luke and Stuart.
I had 7 dudes, 10 to just punt it. I just wanted to punt it. I wanted to punt it. Let him have that hand was shaking like a fucking good man. It's like, you know, when you're
last
going
time,
in like
yeah, but I did it
like that.
I did it when I had 10-9 as well.
John T.
I did it on purpose.
Goes for call on the button, Dan gets to check his option.
No, I saw you out for that shaking like.
When I had like 10-9 or whatever, 9-7, whatever.
89 flop. Down with the gutter. John T with the overs. That's 500. It's great that they're smiling and laughing and talking every hand about this tournament. We know it's only 250, but it's still a championship. It's still a title. Dan Charlton's only got 1 in his career.
Live,
and that was a couple of months ago.
Yeah, mad.
Last month in Nottingham.
Could be like London buses for Dan.
Yeah.
Not won a heads up live in his entire poker career, and then wins 2 out of 2 potentially in the space of a month. Wow, look at this from the John T Tower. Goes with float with 10-9 on the 8-3 deuce rainbow after Dan Charlton went for the check raise with the 5-6, Queen of Spades on the turn. And John T floating with position, and surely if he's electing to float, he's got to have some ideas down the streets. I guess it's not the worst hand to choose here. 10-9, 3 to a straight on a dry board, 2 clean overcards. Yeah, and now he is going to go for a stab. Jonty's come to play. He's not rolling over. Although the chip deficit is huge, he's here to battle. Nice move, sir.
Very nice indeed. Evening, Mel. Mel Simpson on Twitch.
Do you want to read that, Tal? Or do you want me to wrap
Go on,
it?
then.
7 years ago, I was on holiday, family cruise around the Baltic with NCL. I played a poker tournament on it and won a cruise around the Caribbean. It was an NCL poker cruise and included a $1,000 entry into a main event. It was poker on the sea days and then a different day, different islands. The Grinder was the sponsored pro. It was the best holiday ever. The Grinder. Remember the Grinder, Michael Mizrachi?
I don't want to say anything, but I had a beer with Michael last summer.
Lovely.
In Vegas.
Did you?
I did.
Another name drop? What's that? The
Not
fourth
at all.
today?
No,
Fourth today?
I had a beer with Michael Mizrachi last in the Cosmo.
The Cosmo?
You know the one with the...
The Cosmo's great.
Is it the Cosmo with the, they've got 3 floors and the bars on every floor?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think...
Yeah?
I think, yeah, probably the
And
Cosmo.
Gigi was hosting a bit of a get-together. No, it's from Australia. Gigi.
No?
You don't know Gigi? Who comes in the chat every now and again? I know Gigi. Well, she was there and asked me to pop along, so I did. And there, stood in front of me, was Michael Mizrachi.
So Mel, in a nutshell, basically saying, used to be cruises 7 years ago, $1,000 main event. Now the sponsored pro. Oh, you kidding me, Kev? Kev's had 12-1 on Villa to win on pens.
What? You've never won that. Villa 12 to win. Do you bet that pre-flop, or is that on the when it gets to pens? Well, I guess when it gets to pens, it'd be even money, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It's obviously pre-match. Jonty.
Tracy Dunn, celebratory month, says it was totally the best holiday ever.
Still Tracy's birthday?
Still
her birthday?
Yeah, still. By the time April ends, she'll be 103.
Roy says, how come no one I ever meet name drops the tower?
Like that had ever happened. Do you know the tower?
Do you know what? If I was over in Vegas this year and I was just having a chat with a big pro or something, and I was like, yeah, I do comms in the UK, and they went, do you know the tower? I'd just walk away. That would be me.
Why?
I'd just be like, no.
Stu Rutter did it to you. Oh no, that was to Alice, wasn't it?
That was to Alice, yeah, that was quite funny. That was actually brilliant, Alice. I remember her texting me going, some bloke's just come up to me in the street asking if I know the tower. Oh, that was great, that one. Good old Stu Rutter. Yeah, so bottom pair versus a gut shot here, 9 of hearts on the turn. Go for the check raise, doesn't get his custom up to bluff.
We were in France and we played online on B when Angela won the €80 satellite 7-day cruise around the Med and €500 main event C on the ship. Tell you what, I hope Jim's in later this week.
Oh, it would be great, Tar. I know it's difficult to get something like that sorted, all the intricacies, all the money that have to be thrown at it, but I reckon it would be an unbelievable turnout. Imagine how many times the line, when someone gets unlucky or is having a bad day, goes, "Oh, I'm going to jump off the ship." Imagine the amount of times you hear that line. Someone gets 2 out of the room. Right, I'm off to the upper deck, lads. Have a good one. Needs to be done. UKPT cruise. John T raises to a mil. King 7 of clubs for Dan. Just going to choose to defend in the big blind.
3-4-3. Sorry, 4-4-3.
Same thing.
King 7 for Dan. John T with the King 6.
Yeah, nice one to use with the 6 of diamonds interaction. Dan going to call once here with the King 7. The thing is, starting the hand with 12 tower, I do expect John T to shove a lot of ace highs, so this ace of clubs on the turn doesn't really mean too much. 5 deuce gets there, but shouldn't be too much ace x out there at this stack depth pre.
Both check. 2 of diamonds on the river. So down with the check mark.
Yeah, but John T probably got one here that
there's 7 players.
For bluff. The King 7.
So with the King 7, big smile on his face. Pass me them chips.
Biggest score of 2024 for Michael Rosman. Yeah.
So off to the next flop. Dan calls a 250. John T checks with Queen Deuce. Queen 4, Queen Deuce, King 6, King 7.
This one, very likely to be chopped up when we get to showdown. Same again. Not really going to be too much ace-x out there, and even at 11, some kings are going to want to do some shoving pre. So Queen feels like a very strong hand in this scenario. John T does pick up backdoor flush draw on the 5 of diamonds.
61% equity for John T. With the flush draw. There goes check, check. And we're going to chop it up.
Yes, we will.
We're going to chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up? That's it. John T still with a smile on his face. From Cumbria. Now residing in Leeds, Dan Charlton. Oh, I've just realised the Macclesfield town shirt's missing.
It is, that is true.
You know when you get to the World Series, Final Four tables, anything like that, the Mac lads are there, it's on the telly. Where is it today? If he plays them in...
Big time now, Tal.
If he plays them in, it better be on.
Won a WSOP ring, big time. Don't need it in these little 250s anymore.
Be a new shirt for next year.
Going to get a walk. Do you know what, Mel? I think we get a great turnout if we could somehow arrange a GUKPT cruise once a year.
Imagine
Dover to Amsterdam, stop off in Amsterdam.
Why Dover?
Okay, is that not the only place you can get a ferry from?
Hull.
You can get a ferry from Hull?
You can.
What,
That's the closest.
To Amsterdam?
Hull to... Yes. Hull to Amsterdam's about that far. It's about an inch on the map.
Nah.
Hull would definitely be closer.
Okay.
I reckon.
It's because the only place I've ever got a ferry from is Dover, so I just assumed it was the only
port. You live down south.
Yeah.
You probably even never heard of Hull.
I've heard of Hull.
Did you know they had a port?
Didn't know they had a port.
There you go.
So top pair for John T with the King 7. Dan does catch bottom pair here, so potential for some chips to go in. Check, check on the flop, mixing in check back with top pair as John T. Now going to try and get his value, which should be getting a street. Dan with 8-4, expect to be calling once here in a heads up situation.
Which he does, flicks in the 600. And the 2 rolls off on the river. So a check mark for John T.
Yeah, and has to go for value here, Tower, with the King 7.
Dan with 8-4. It's quite chunky. 1.7 into
950.
Oh yeah, sorry. Apologies.
Dan throws a chip in with the 4, as you probably should. Everything bricking out, backdoor diamonds, front door spades, all this straight stuff. And flop did go check, so does go with a call.
So heads up to the title. John T. Willis, Dan Charlton, £15,260 first place on the trophy. Play the last hand and lose it, 11,350. Well done, one and all, for cashing. And so the Yannick in third, Dream fourth.
There you go. Chris in the chat says the North Shields ferry to Amsterdam has a casino on board.
Really?
Sorted.
This is it. This is definitely the way forward.
6-3 for John T on the button makes it 1 milli to go. Queen 4 off for Dan. Defends in the big.
Queen on the flop for Dan Charlton. Queen, King 8.
Looks like John T is just going to c-bet range here. On the King high board as the opener.
Bet of 800 and a call.
40% quick call from Dan off to the turn.
Five of hearts on the turn.
And nothing going on here for John T. Just decides to check this one back, and 7 of clubs on the river here, and very interesting one here for John T. Does have this 6 interaction, however the 6-4, 6-9 not really anything we're worried about from Dan once he check calls flop. These are just going to go for fold. So although do have a blocker to 2 straights as John T, can't really use it because Dan's never going to have 9, 6, 6, 4 anyway. These will just fold flop. Did he just jam?
He has just jammed with 6 high. Whoa, Dan Charlton finds a call. We have a champ.
Oh, what a move from John T. So he's going to put this 6 to work.
He's
and
flicked it
Dan
in.
Just
Ahoy!
makes the call.
The judge Red's only gone and done it. Oh. Whoa, John T. Willis, John T. Wow, Dan Charlton. Whoa, the big smile is there. He makes the call. That's a great battle between these two. Really, really good battle. And finishing third, Dan, £15,260. John T, 11.3. Yannick, 7.7. And as if by magic. Oi, oi, oi.
All right, Tower, how are we doing, mate? Good to see you, mate.
Well done, buddy.
Thanks a lot, man.
Oh, we got you in. We didn't, not at the table, but we got you, asked you just to wait around 20 minutes. We've got 2 now. We've got 2
Confidence
W's.
is building, man. Running good, running good. You know, hopefully more.
We were saying earlier. Obviously, you've talked about that. You've stopped the drinking. You've stopped the running around the casinos. You've stopped doing all kinds of silly things because we're a little bit older now, and we're going to be a bit more professional. But it's fantastic. Has it changed the game, the mindset, the thinking?
Yeah, I think so a lot. To be honest, we're running really good, but definitely like things like I've just been, I don't know, caring more about it. You know what I mean? Like, I honestly think like I don't want to go too much into it really, but like, yeah, I'm excited about things in the future anyway.
Excellent, fantastic. Great win last month.
Thanks a lot.
The old story of a chip and a chair.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It was one of those things that me and Jay see in comms, people putting it all in apart from one chip.
Yeah.
And this time it just worked wonders for you.
Yeah, it was insane, honestly. Like all those short stacks were coming over to like stacks. There's 1K ladder, and they were all like praying I'm going out and that, and everyone was checking it down, and I just kept surviving, and somehow got the chips back, and then just went on a crazy run, and I'll never, punt one chip away ever again. Like, after that, you know what I mean? Because I was out for like 4K or something.
Yeah.
And then obviously, for a lot more.
Span it up, and it was just fantastic to see. We've always loved you on tour. You know that.
Yeah. Love you guys, man. You guys are the best, mate. Honestly.
Thank you very much.
Like out of all the poker coverage, mate, I know. Yeah.
We've had a good time, and we've loved you on tour. Next, obviously, the main event. Are we sticking around? Are we in the main?
Yeah. I'll play tomorrow, right? I think it's tomorrow, 500.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get some food and chill.
You're doing right.
Come back tomorrow. So at 3 p.m. Or?
It starts, yes, because the high roller's on tomorrow, so the main starts tomorrow at 3. But we can actually show you. We can actually show you. Friday tomorrow, the main event, day 1B starts at 12, day 1C starts at 6. The high roller's at 1 if you want to flick it into the high roller, but other than that, the main event is on. And then on Saturday, day 1D starts at 12. So 12 o'clock tomorrow or 6 o'clock. You can choose whichever you fancy.
I'll be there. Man.
Chill out,
Yeah.
Enjoy it, enjoy the moment.
Thanks a lot.
And Dan Charlton.
Cheers.
We have another trophy. One of the nicest lads that we met in this game is this man. And is a t-shirt under? I'm not going to unzip you.
I wasn't expecting to find it, to be honest. That's why it's not here. There's still like 80 players left, so I just thought, you know what I mean? I'm not wearing it 80 players out. You know, I just thought like it's probably not going to happen, so I should have brought it.
Fantastic.
First round's on Dan Ellis Island.
You know it, man. You know it.
Fantastic.
Right.
Dan Charlton, you're an absolute superstar, my friend.
Right, peace.
We'll bring Jay to finish off. Thanks for Dan for sticking around. Thanks to Yannick as well for entertaining as well. Finishing in 3rd place. He stood in the background. But superb, that man there. We've loved him for years and years and watched him grow in his online antics as Judge Dredd. And now another trophy live. Dan Charlton takes down the Voyage. It was a cracking watch. And you nearly nailed the time, pal.
Yeah, 9:05, way off again, but there we are. There we are.
Thanks to everybody in the chat. 250. We know the game's a little bit different. We know that you're not going to solve anybody in the 250. It's been a good watch. I love this. I think this is great. There's me thinking, yeah, that's what I'd do. And he's like, oh my God, what's he doing? But
some sceptical plays we see in this tournament, but that's what you're going to see at this buy level. It's great when we get a more rec-heavy field, recreationals playing and taking a shot at getting themselves on stream. And it's just been great. Shout out as well, good point, Alex, to Jonty as well. Great effort from Jonty.
Fantastic.
He come into the final table, 3 big blinds and ended up finishing 2nd. So shout out to Jonty Willis as well. Great performance from him to somehow get 2nd from 3 big blinds.
Absolutely amazing. We really enjoyed it, and that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. The high roller at 120, we'll be crowning a champion in that, and then Saturday and Sunday we will be concentrating on the main event. But well done. My first time we've done the comms on Dan Charlton. His 2nd, but my first. We were there when he finished 2nd at a UKPT all those years ago, but it's great to have Dan Charlton in the winner's enclosure, and he's going to enjoy a bit of time off, and he'll be back for the main event tomorrow. Thanks to you guys, as always, in the chat, but we will be back, as it says there, 120 for the high roller day 2. Well done, Dan, but we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Ta-ta.